Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Hey folks, today's Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, coming up on the special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. It is the State of Our Union. Tonight, Donald Trump gives his first State of the Union address to Congress since he was reelected in November 2024. We're going to have a number of folks talking about what is the state of our union for African Americans when it comes to health, education, civil rights, voting rights. We're talking to members of Congress. We're going to have folks, young activists. We're going to have civil rights activists. We're going to have economists. We're going to have the most comprehensive coverage tonight of the state of our union anywhere else on legacy media or on digital media. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. And also, our keynote, as I said, we will not be showing Donald Trump's speech to Congress. The state of our union will be delivered by Black Voters Matter co-founder Cliff Albright, as well as other officials. And so a lot of stuff we're going to be covering over the next 6 hours. This is a place you want to be. It will not be any place blacker on all of media tonight. It is time to bring the funk on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. It's the state of our union. Let's go. All right, folks, all eyes on the nation's capital. It's State of the Union night, but for us, it is a state of our union. In the past year, Black America has been devastated by Donald Trump, MAGA, and Republicans. I have been telling you since the inauguration that the effort has been to defund Black America. We have been focused on this, covering this story in every single possible way. It has been an awful year for African Americans. More than 300,000 Black women have lost their jobs. Black unemployment is at a high rate. We've seen the attacks on African Americans in education, when it comes to history, when it comes to economics. Every facet of Black America has been under attack by Donald Trump and MAGA. Republicans in the House and the Senate have been targeting us in a huge way. President 2025 has been implemented some 50-60%, and it has had devastating impact on our people, not only when it comes to economics, but even when we talk about the issue of deportations, it has not just been impacting Latinos. Also, you've had Black immigrants who've been caught up in this. You now have Donald Trump right now trying to target Haitians in Ohio, specifically Springfield, Ohio. We're going to show you what the governor of Ohio, Republican, said on Face the Nation, where he was critical of these impending deportation efforts and the negative impact it could have on his economy. But what do we say here? We tried to tell you. And so it's a lot for us to break down. Let's kick this thing off with Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey. He joins us right now with the man Al Ghali. His mom had been deported to Ghana. She's now in Sierra Leone in hiding. And so understand the impacts of what we're talking about of these crazy policies of Donald Trump and MAGA. Congressman Ivey, I'm glad to have you on the show. Listen, we have been trying to explain to people over and over and over again the devastating impacts of Donald Trump and his MAGA policies out of the gate. With Doge and the massive cuts, creating mayhem all across this country. It has had a devastating impact on African Americans. Guys, I have no audio of Congressman Ivey.
Roland, can you hear me okay?
Okay, Congressman, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. My district is Prince George's County, Maryland. It's predominantly African American. We've been devastated by the cuts that they made, especially to the federal government. As you know, for many African Americans, federal government employment was the pathway into the middle class. He cut that dramatically. We had 25 to 30,000 people who lost their jobs, even though they were doing good work and making a difference for the American people. And he's also hit us all across the board with the higher costs for groceries. You know, people are struggling to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, keep the lights on in the house. He's done things to push those prices up, like the tariffs that the Supreme Court told him were illegal. And here he is trying to do 15% tariffs yet again. So we've got to keep fighting against him and make sure that we turn things around, because he's really negatively impacting African Americans in the United States as a whole.
Again, when we talk about these policies, look, one of the first things that he did, he ended a number of things, such as the settlement in Loudoun County in Alabama, where black people had sewage being backed up, calling that a DEI settlement. Cancer Alley in Louisiana, black folks dying because of petrochemicals. They're suing there, pulled the Biden administration out of that as well. So there's a litany of things that they've done that the previous administration pushed forward that were impacting African Americans. These folks said, oh, DEI, 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 a callous disregard for black life.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we got the DEI pressures that they're putting on businesses. They're trying to force these companies to not hire African Americans, or to force out, especially high-ranking African Americans. They're squeezing off the pipeline for African Americans coming into the job market, especially into the private sector. And we know, like I said a minute ago, they're pushing people out of the federal government employment opportunities. And then on the other track, with respect to apprenticeships and the like, the Biden administration had been fantastic at making more apprenticeships available for people who didn't want to go to college but wanted to get the good jobs and everything. Biden had put requirements on a lot of the federal government contracts to make sure that they used union labor, and that they made sure that they had good percentages of African Americans in these positions. Trump's cut all of that, and he's tried to invert this, talked about reverse discrimination and trying to keep people, white people, and make it so that they can fight challenges against corporations that have basic fair equality and promotional opportunities in place. So it's been devastating across the board on that front as well.
Let's talk to Al. You join us right now. You're constituent of Congressman Ivey's, and tell us how these policies have impacted your mother, who was deported from the United States.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Well, my name is Mohammed. My last name's Al Ghali, but my mother, Rabiatu Kuyate, she's from Sierra Leone, and she's been in this country for over 30 years. Actually been a licensed practical nurse for over 25 years. And she's been checking in to ICE regularly since 2004. So during her regular, annual ICE check-in, and back in 2025, she was actually detained, and I was right along with her. And she was sent to Louisiana a few days later. And although she had won a withholding from removal case stating that she couldn't be deported back to Sierra Leone back in September, she was deported to Ghana. And, we're not from Ghana. We've never been to Ghana before. So she was deported to Ghana then in October. And she was actually then a few days later forced to Sierra Leone, which is, the original persecuting country. And it's been devastating, especially for her, to say the least. Like, however hard I'm taking it, I know that it was a lot, more difficult for her. She's been in this country more than half of her life. This is her home. This is what she considers her home. And it's
Congressman Ivey, you're still there. This is what people don't understand. 10%,
Yes.
10% of the black population in the United States are immigrants. And we're talking about folks who have had jobs here, families here. Some folks have lived here 30, 40, 50 years. And there's crazy uneven policy being shipped out, the removal of temporary status. It has caused mayhem. And the reality is, there were more people deported under Obama and Biden, but it was a more sensible plan as opposed to this schizophrenic, chaotic plan of Donald Trump's.
Yeah, and the way Trump's going about it with ICE has been, unconstitutional and illegal across the board. These roving patrols that they've been using, targeting the Latino community, but not just them. Like in Minnesota, they also went after the Somali immigrant community too. And they're just grabbing people. They don't have probable cause or anything. They just grab them, detain them, and sort it out later, frequently keeping citizens in some instances for days. With respect to Muhammad's mother, they seized her even though she had been complying with ICE orders for decades, and then sent her, as he said, to Ghana in violation of a court order that had been put in place. They sent her then to Sierra Leone, and she'd been tortured and imprisoned in Sierra Leone. That's why she had the asylum case going, but they sent her there anyway. And they dragged her out by her hair and shackled her when they took her out of here. I mean, it's beyond inhumane. And a lot of the facilities they use, these detention facilities, our animal shelters and better and more humane than a lot of these places that they're using. So it's awful. It's over the top. We saw the killing of Mr. Preddy and Ms. Good on the streets of Minnesota, but it doesn't stop there. There are people dying in these detention centers, and they're being injured across the board. So it's something we've got to fight, not just in Minnesota, but everywhere in the country.
Mohammed, what is your hope of a change that will return your mother back to the United States?
Well, I'm absolutely hoping for some type of immigration reform, especially for people that have, been in this country for more than, so many years, more than, a lot of years, especially with, no criminal record. But I'm obviously hoping that everybody that's been unfairly deported, honestly, be able to come back. Like a lot of these people, most of these people, in my opinion, are productive members of society, pay taxes just like everyone else, and they just want the opportunity to be able to take care of their family and escape, hardships and other different kind of hardships in their original home countries. So that's what I'm hoping that, we can accomplish and stop with, all the false rhetoric about criminals. A lot of the immigrants I know are very hardworking people that just take care of their family and, mind their business and, are productive members of society, like I said. So I feel like we need to put an end to the whole thing about them being criminals, because that's not the case.
All right, then, Mohammed, we certainly appreciate that. We'll be watching the case as well. Congressman Glenn Ivey, we appreciate you joining us as well on this night. Thanks a bunch. Folks, shortly we'll be chatting with House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Understand something, folks. What we are looking at, what we are facing, really is a cataclysmic event when you begin to examine all different things. And so even when you talk about this issue of ICE and the Department of Homeland Security in terms of what they've been doing, look, they swooped into Chicago, rappelling down buildings at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. They had African Americans and others standing outside of the building, zip-tied, including children. Well, here was the problem. When you look at this, the fact of this, none of those people were actually even charged. And so it was all about show and tell. It was all about, again, a television show. Then when you examine what took place, again, shortly after this heinous administration came in, the attacks they began to level, everything is about DEI. Remember, shortly after the inauguration, you had a plane crash. A plane and a helicopter, an Army helicopter, collided at a national airport here in Washington, D.C. What happened with the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, as well as Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, and Donald Trump? They immediately came out saying DEI, DEI, DEI. That was the cause. Then once we found out the pilot was white. Once we found out what really happened, all of a sudden they stopped mentioning DEI. And so what you have seen is a constant attack on black people. So we talk about that. Again, we talk about the issue of voting. We see right now they're trying to push forward the SAVE Act, which will require folks to actually have a passport or their birth certificate, not a driver's license. And so what we need to understand, what is going on? When Donald Trump stands before Congress tonight and gives a long-winded speech, it is going to be, he's going to talk about how amazing it has been, how great it's been, how wonderful the economy has been, but the numbers do not lie. Gas prices, food prices, all those things have been extremely high. In fact, let me know, guys, we have this clip ready. Cindy Hyde-Smith, who is a United States Senator from Mississippi, she was doing an interview, and they were asking her about beef prices. And this idiot literally said, oh, there are other forms of protein that folks can eat. Really? Was that the same energy they gave when Joe Biden, when Joe Biden was in the White House? Was that the same level of energy? Again, this is what we are talking about when we talk about what we're dealing with in this administration. Let's go back to Capitol Hill. We have Democratic House Minority Leader, Democrat Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Is he ready? Okay, there we go. Representative Jeffries, glad to have you on our special coverage, State of Our Union. I was just talking about a comment that Cindy Hyde-Smith made when she said that, hey, there's other protein to eat. That was her way of dismissing beef prices. They've been doing that consistently, where they will just come up with something else. Their reaction is totally different than when it was Joe Biden was in the White House.
No, that's exactly right. Listen, Donald Trump set the standard. He said that he was going to lower costs on day one. Of course, we're 400 plus days in. Costs haven't gone down in the United States of America. Costs have gone up. Life is more expensive. The Trump tariffs are a big part of the reason why, increasing costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. They failed on health care. They failed on child care. They failed on grocery prices, and they certainly have failed on housing as well. The whole thing is a disaster, and the American people know it.
Things I said, Representative Jeffries, shortly after the inauguration, I framed it this way, that this is a massive effort to defund Black America. Every facet of Black America has been under attack when it comes to education, when it comes to economics, when it comes to, again, the federal government be pulling out of various lawsuits where there was discrimination that was there. Everything that these folks have done, they've said, oh, it's DEI, DEI. This administration doesn't give a damn about Black people, and and we can see that through their policies.
It's absolutely correct. You know, this is the most significant attack that we've seen on Black America since the Jim Crow era. And they're not even trying to hide it at this point, right? Their attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion are an effort to basically get rid of a meritocracy, because they don't care about merit in terms of what you know. They care about merit as it relates to who you know. And if you're not one of the boys, their club, then you're out. And so they've attacked, you know, education programs. They've attacked housing programs. They've attacked small business entrepreneurial programs. They've attacked community-funded banks. They've attacked every single facet of progress that we've been able to make as African Americans on our journey, built upon through the Obama years and the Biden years, and they're trying to roll it all back, which is why these midterm elections are going to be so significant.
One of the things that passed the House, is down in the Senate, is the SAVE Act. That's a perfect example of something that, again, is about making it more difficult for people to vote in this country. And when Democrats were trying to put some measures in place to protect the elections, Republicans didn't go for it. Now, all of a sudden, they want to claim that this is going to somehow lead us to voter integrity.
Right. It's very interesting because we worked hard and twice in the House passed the John Robert Lewis Voter Advancement Act in order to try to bring the Voting Rights Act back to life after the Supreme Court detonated it originally, Section 5, in 2013. And the Republicans, who would always vote against it, claimed that we were trying to federalize the elections. Now, of course, they're trying to federalize the elections, not by empowering voters, but by engaging in voter suppression. Because this group of people, they know that if there's a free and fair election, which we're determined to make sure it takes place, they're losing. They're going to get wiped out. These people are finished. And so the so-called SAVE Act is all about trying to intimidate and discourage and prevent people from fully participating in the midterm elections. I'm thankful, however, I've talked to Chuck Schumer about this directly. He's made clear privately and publicly that the so-called Save America Act is dead on arrival in the United States Senate. They're going to make sure it never sees the light of day.
All right, Representative Jeffries, we surely appreciate you joining us on tonight. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, man.
Folks, one of the areas that this administration has really been targeting is labor. Even though you had the Teamsters president who stood up there and has really been aiding Republicans in every possible way, this administration does not like labor at all. And when you look at African Americans, the percentage that we make up, when you start talking about SEIU, we start talking about the National Education Association, American Federation of Teachers, and of course, federal government employees as well, the numbers are significant. Becky Pringle, she's the president of the National Education Association, joins us right now. And Becky, anybody who understands the history of this country, who understands the growing middle class, the reality is the numbers don't lie. And that is African Americans have greatly benefited from labor unions in this country. This administration has done all they can to attack labor. In fact, one of the things that they did was try to get rid of, or immediately came in and got rid of these federal labor contracts for federal employees. We know 1 in 5 federal employees are African American. And then when you start talking about workers on the state government level, county government, city government, school government, we're talking a significant number of black folks nationally.
Absolutely. It's good to join you again, Roland, and thank you so much for lifting that up. The reality is that under this Trump administration, we've gone in the wrong direction when you talk about numbers. Not that this administration cares about facts, but the fact is that the unemployment rate for Black working people in this country was at its lowest ever during the Biden administration. And since the Trump administration came into power, that has turned exactly in the opposite and wrong direction. You are right that labor unions have lifted the Black population throughout history into the middle class. And by the way, Roland, it's one of the reasons why the Black percentage of union membership is at the highest point, higher than any other groups, honestly, because they understand the power of coming together in a collective way. And we have the facts, we have the information historically to demonstrate that workers who belong to a union, on average, earn higher wages. But you know, Roland, it's so much more than that, because we understand that as diversity, equity, inclusion is under attack, as literally our public education system is under attack, as our democracy is under attack, we understand our unique role as unionists and especially as educators to fight back against this administration and fight for the vision of the United States of America that we know all people deserve.
Right now, early voting is taking place in Texas. We're seeing elections in North Carolina as well, getting ready for March 3rd. More people have already voted early in Texas right now than total folks voted in 2022. Talk about how critically important the role labor is playing when it comes to driving people to the polls. You've got, of course, an open United States Senate, got a competitive Senate seat in North Carolina. You've got Sherrod Brown, who's back running for the seat in Ohio. You've got a seat in Kentucky. You've got John Ossoff defending his seat in Georgia. You got Susan Collins, who is facing a stern test, could lose in Maine. You've got Iowa as well. Just walk folks through in terms of how critically important it is to drive boots on the ground, organizing and mobilizing, because what I keep telling people, you can whine, complain, yell, scream, holler, post on social media, but the first step to changing what's going on is to remove Republican control of the House and Senate.
You know, Roland, unions all over this country understand they're in a unique place to lift up the voices of working Americans. And we know that not just our members, but in our case, certainly our parents, our allies and communities, you know, the NEA with our 3 million members, we have members in every single congressional district in this country. That means that our members alone can make the difference in a lot of these elections. So we understand that teachers and support staff are the most trusted voices in any community. And we are uniting together to do that. You talked about, Roland, organizing, mobilizing. What I say to our members and our allies is we have to commit every single day, every day, to 7 actions, what I call my 7 action verbs. Every day, we've got to make a commitment to educate, to communicate, to organize, to mobilize, to legislate, to litigate, and 7th verb, elect. Because we know with all of those other things, until we change the people who are in those positions, who don't care about our public schools, the foundation of this or any democracy, who don't care about our kids, our communities, or quite honestly, the democracy in this country, we have to show up in a way in 2026 that not only are going to protect the voters, but we have to protect the vote by turning out in record numbers, which we saw in 2025 and all the special elections that you talked about. And that is our goal in 2026.
Absolutely. And so we're going to be out there covering a lot of this on the road, Becky. So we certainly appreciate you joining us on tonight. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
All right, folks, going to bring in my panel right now, introduce them. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA, joins us right now. Dr. Avis Jones, we got, of course, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies at Howard University, who joins us as well. Eugene Craig, who is with us, and, of course, Rebecca Carruthers, President and CEO, Fair Election Center, as well. Glad to have y'all here. Folks, in a moment, we're going to be joined by Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. He's going to be here, going to be at our Karen position in Capitol Hill. Rebecca, I'll start with you. Again, the past year has been pure hell for Black people.
Absolutely, it has. And we're going to see in 2026, especially with the continued attack on voting rights, because what this country understands is that oftentimes Black voters in this country, they put their thumb on the scale. They're really the arbiters and the referees of deciding the future outcome of this country. And so when we see an administration that is hell-bent on restricting voter rights all across the country, it's not just in a handful of states that this administration is attacking, but it is in every single state, plus the District of Columbia, where we're seeing some sustained attacks. And so hopefully we will have a Senate that will stand up and actually reaffirm the rights of voters across the entire country, regardless of zip code. But I'm not going to hold my breath on it.
Mustafa, Rebecca mentioned Washington, D.C. Listen, we're just right. Black Lives Matter just outside of our door. One of the first things Republicans did, told D.C., rip apart that street. We don't want that anywhere here. It was completely torn up, cost $800,000. They had to pave it over. They talked about, even floated the idea of naming it after Charlie Kirk, which would have been an abomination. They withheld funds, actually took a lot of money away from Washington, D.C. Money was put back, and so they've been trying to run roughshod as well. They have been forcing universities to do their bidding. Tim, going to pull research and development funds. These things have been happening. So what we have seen is, for the last year, we've seen an absolute attack by this administration on numerous institutions in this country.
Yeah. It has been intentional chaos that they've been moving forward on. They've made sure that they changed the narrative. You know, they want to keep the mythos of America. You know, that it is fair and equal and everybody has an opportunity to be able to succeed. But that's not the case based upon the sets of actions that they continue to do. You know, we continue to see, whether it's at universities where they're trying to control the curriculum, they're trying to make sure that they're taking apart diversity, equity, inclusion. They're trying to make sure that there are no jobs that are left. People are hungry in this country and they are crying out every time that they go to the grocery store. And of course, we understand that in our community, we have these disparate impacts that continue to happen around food insecurity that's going on. In Washington, D.C., they stripped away the middle class job apparatus, which was the federal government. So it was intentional
Yeah.
in being able to do that.
Folks, joining us right now, Congressman from South Carolina is Jim Clyburn. Congressman Clyburn, glad to have you on the State of Our Union on this night. The past year, we've been talking about it, has been hell on Black America. Project 2025 put a bullseye on Black folks. They have been instituting their plan of action. They are attacking congressional districts. They're attacking voting rights. They're attacking civil rights. They're attacking economic rights. Donald Trump promised this golden age is going to be amazing. Well, guess what? It's only been amazing for his rich friends as they have been raping and pillaging the federal government.
Absolutely, and it's sustaining. This didn't just start, as you know, the Supreme Court handed down the decision about 12 years ago in the Holder or Shelby v. Holder case when it took away Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act, so no pre-clearance anymore. States are allowed to do what they want to do, and the Supreme Court is allowing these elections to go forward. Now they're taking a look at Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and that section, that decision is expected to come down between now and June. Now, the only saving grace right now is that if they hold off until their June decisions, it'll probably be too late for lines to be drawn for this year. But it will be a signal for 2 years from now. That's what makes this year so critical. We have got to show up this year like we've never shown up at the polls before. Because if we do not win these off-year elections, we are going to see a return to what happened after the 1876 elections and Reconstruction. And Roland, what I want to say for your audience tonight, back when all of this happened after Reconstruction, a lot of people think some big wave came over the country. It did not. Reconstruction came to an end by a vote of 8-7, a single vote. Jim Crow became the law of the land by a vote of 185 to 184. Both of those consequential events took place and became law by a single vote. That tells you how important this election is this year. Every single person needs to show up and make sure that they are not that single one that could very well turn the clock back on voting rights.
Well, we've been making this point as well because if you go back to 2000, the election, Al Gore, George W. Bush, 537 votes. Sherry Beasley loses the North Carolina State Supreme Court justice race by 401 votes. You had the race in Virginia that was actually tied, and the winner's name was pulled out of a hat. When the Republican name was chosen, they actually gave them control of the House of Delegates. And so what folk have to understand is that when we talk about what they're doing, the reason that Donald Trump has been able to get away with what he has done is because Republicans in the House and Senate have allowed him to do so. And what is required now is they cannot continue to maintain that power where they can pass any bill they want to and run it up the chain and then have no investigations, no hearings. And that's why this election is so important. That's why it's important for folks to maximize their vote, because if we don't show up, then they can run the table for another 2 years. And then, listen, these folks do not want everybody to vote in the election. They really believe what Paul Weyrich said in 1981. We don't want everyone voting. And so we are in some serious danger as a country, but for us as a people, if this thing continues the way it's gone.
Exactly right. And thank you for updating all that. I keep going back that, as you know, just finished just published this book that I went through all of this on. And one of the things that I want to point out here, those 8 people that served, African Americans that served in Congress before me, those people fought with everything they had. And when people talk about how dangerous it was dangerous. But all 8 of these Congress people died natural deaths. They weathered that storm, and they did not stop voting. They got kicked out of office. They were indicted. Some of them thrown in jail. But that's nothing new. How many people went to jail for us to get the right to vote? We got the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, all because a lot of people went to jail. Some even died. So we cannot sit around now and say it doesn't matter what I do. It does matter what you do. And I've been telling people, think about your children and your grandchildren. Or do you want them to look back on this election this year and says, if my parents had done a little more, I would not be living in these conditions that I'm living in, because they will be headed for some real bad conditions if we do not turn out and vote this year. This is going to be our saving grace, or our children will live the same lives our grandparents lived if we aren't careful.
That's the point that I have consistently made to folk. I spoke in Houston at Corinth Church on Sunday, and I said, listen, when the roll is called 20, 30 years from now, will your children and grandchildren look at you and say, where in the hell were you when the fight needed to be had? But also, Congressman, I think we have to connect the dots. We have to also walk people through to get them to understand exactly how what's happening in D.C. has an impact what's happening on their street. And so I think one of the biggest mistakes is that when we have these conversations, we talk about, why we have to vote. I always say, voting is the end of a process. But before you can vote, I got to get you registered. Before I got to get you registered, I got to explain to you, educate, enlighten, and inform in terms of really what's going on and connecting these dots. And too often, that's what's not happening. Even when I talk to these campaigns, a lot of this stuff is, hey, Donald Trump is bad, Donald Trump is bad, which we know he's bad, he's evil, he's shameful, he's a narcissist, and he's corrupt. But for a person who is in South Carolina or in Texas or in Georgia, North Carolina, if we don't do what Joe Madison said, put it where the goats can get it and make it plain, then folk are going to say my vote doesn't matter, and they'll stay on the couch as opposed to go to the polls.
Right. And I just really, really appreciate the way you've carried this ball for several years now. And we are going to have to step up, not so much with the people we're asking to vote, but we are going to have to step up and speak out with these people who are consulted with when we're putting these campaigns together, because you cannot educate people unless you learn how to meet them where they are. As you know, I was born and raised in Apostles, and I don't get too far from Scripture, and I often think about that passage in Luke. Everybody think about the Good Samaritan in Luke 10, but I think about what happened that led to the Christ telling the story of the Good Samaritan. He sent his followers out to do the work. He said to them, he said, now when you go, you do as you see people do. You eat what they eat. You go into their homes. You meet them on their levels. And then you then try to bring them into the fold. You don't go up, how mighty I am. You don't go out, but they didn't use algorithms. They met people face to face on their level. And that's what has happened to us all too often in these elections, depending upon these little studies, these algorithms, rather than meeting people where they are. That's what we will have to do in this year, like we've never done before. We cannot afford to lose this election. If we do, my grandchildren will not be happy with their existence in the next 10 to 15 years.
Indeed, indeed. Congressman Jim Clyburn, we surely appreciate it and look forward to having you back to talk about your new book. Thanks a lot.
Okay, buddy. Thank you so much for having me.
Eugene Craig, I've been making a point that every week, I don't care what city, a city councilman, a county commissioner, a DA, a judge, a school board member, there should be town hall, there should literally be what I call politics 101, city hall 101, state government 101, walking folks through, because what people have to recognize, the old model of informing people, listen, it's not there. And you can't rely on social media to actually do that. And a lot of folk really do not understand the mechanics of politics, or as we always talk about, politics is a delivery system of resources, of goods and services. And if you don't walk folk through who don't live this stuff every day, they're going to say, well, I don't see it. I have no use for it, so I'm going to see the election out.
The thing is this, you really literally have to take people through there. And the beauty of it is that politics, most local, actually has the most impact, right? It's your county executive or mayor that decides, hey, is your trash going to be picked up on time? Is your road going to be plowed or shoveled out on time? Or, hey, who the police commissioner is going to be, and if your officers are going to be held accountable when there's misconduct. And the beauty of that for people like us, that it does give us almost infinite opportunity to educate folk on, hey, this is how your vote is powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I know, the national elections, presidential, the congressional, federal elections get a lot of the attention, but it's those localized elections that actually have the direct impact. And I think that's where everybody, if you're going to engage a voter, you got to start right there, because I'm pretty sure there's something that directly impacts that person's life on a day-to-day basis that could be changed literally by changing somebody in the local office.
I'm going to come back to this. I'm still registered in Dallas County, Texas, and at the end of the ballot were the propositions. The constitutional amendments. One of them dealt with the issue of health care, the issue of housing. That's at the bottom. That was like on page 10 of the ballot. And a lot of folk just say ignore that sort of stuff, but 2 through 9 are important. I'm going back to the U.S. Capitol. Congresswoman Maxine Waters joins us right now, California. Congresswoman Waters, glad to have you here.
Is that the way it's supposed to?
Yes, Congresswoman, can you hear me? Congresswoman, can you hear me? Congresswoman Waters, can you hear me? All right, y'all guys, get her straight. Let me know when she's ready, when she can hear us. Greg, to that point, this is where it's all hands on deck. We lost a week ago on Tuesday, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., who traveled this country, who put millions of people on the roads. But he was going to places. He was going to rural towns. He was going to big cities. He was going to churches. And I think with a lot of people that they are leaning on, oh, well, we've got TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, we got all this social media, but the need to touch folk, breaking this thing down to precincts, looking at numbers and data to see how many are registered, how many are eligible to vote, how many folks actually did vote, knocking on those doors, touching them, that has to be happening. So all this black infrastructure we have, black churches, black organizations, this is an all hands on deck moment.
It's interesting, Roland, you used the metaphor all hands on deck as people are missing funerals and weddings and babies' first steps on the Gerald R. Ford as they line up to start World War III. There's a local, as Eugene, as you said, all politics are local, but we're in a global context now where I think their coalition, I think, is on the verge of fracturing. This tariff defeat is revealing the fissures inside the white nationalist community. The tech bros don't care. They've got a multi-billion, trillion-dollar agenda that's global. It's not local. You saw Paramount today up in their offer to $1 by $1 a share for Warner. I'm raising that in this context. What you said is absolutely true. I'm glad we didn't have TikTok and social media and all that stuff when Jesse was running in '84 and '88, because organizing in many ways was easier. But now with this, what these folks understand, that in an idiocracy, you just carpet bomb the communication net lines. That's why they wanted TikTok. That's why they wanted Twitter. That's why they want everything else. All that having been said, this might be their last best opportunity to extend their oppressive model.
But we also have to be fully engaged, and I got no problem saying it. At this point, a year ago. Now, here we were a month after the inauguration, heightened intensity. At this point a year ago, 100,000 people were watching live.
Yeah, sure.
Right now it's 4,800. And one of the things that I keep saying that black folks have to do, when we show, and I say this about everything, when we show that what we can do, we can't do it one time. So you can't show up in massive numbers for Obama in North Carolina. He wins by 14,100 votes. And then you don't show up in 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Yeah. And so we have to be operating with sustained organization, sustained mobilization, and taking all of that pissed off energy, as Dr. King said, you got to translate that into action.
Sure. I'm wondering, I guess the two don't really conflict. Why were the numbers so high last year? Because like any other spectacle, this was the beginning of the show. So people are tuned in.
I think it was high last year because it was like, oh, he got elected.
Right.
And it was like, what do we do?
Well, that's what I mean. And what they've kept up is a steady drumbeat of propaganda. I mean, some of the things you're talking about, Mustafa, the propaganda is that they've won, that they're winning. But they're getting defeated. Man, we got some crack lawyers here, Damon. They losing in court, lose after loss after loss. I mean, when you saw the tariff case, for example, I like the way Lawrence O'Donnell put it. Brett Kavanaugh writes a 61, 62-page application to be Chief Justice so they can get Clarence Thomas out the paint. And here's Eileen Cannon down here acting like a judge in complete disregard for any legal training she has, because maybe she gets the seat if Thomas gets off. But my point is this. In the courts, they have lost battle after battle after battle. So what do? They come back. I mean, I don't know.
But they also lose special elections.
Right. Well,
I mean, they've been losing.
I agree. But I'm saying, but the court decision today,
right?
You saw what they said about the post office.
Right.
You can intentionally not deliver mail, and they got immunity. And Sotomayor wrote a dissent. I haven't finished reading it, but I mean, the bottom line is you misinterpreted what they meant when they carved out the exception. Is that about the ballots coming up? In other words, they're pulling out all the stops.
Absolutely. I'm going to go to our lawyers in just a second.
Please,
Let's go back to Capitol Hill. Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Congresswoman, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Are you prepared for the litany of lies that's going to spew out of the mouth of the twice impeached, criminally convicted con man in chief tonight?
Well, first of all, I would not honor this creep by sitting in front of him, listening to his lies. No, I will not be in the House. I'll be someplace else because he doesn't know how to tell the truth. He is an awful, cruel man who does not mind distorting all kind of information and hurting our economy, hurting housing, Medicare, everything that you can think of. He is really dangerous for America. And instead of doing just King's Day that is organized, we should be doing a day about someone, Trump, the president of the United States, who wants to be a dictator. Hell no, I will not be in that audience.
60 Minutes did a story the other day, and they went to the town in West Virginia that's the home of food stamps. And that particular town voted Democratic for every election except one up to 2012. Then they'd be voting Republican. And I'm sitting here going, you're literally voting for a party that wants to cut every single thing that you've gotten. And we see right now, you've got farmers in this country filing for bankruptcy in all these different states, and they still are waving their Trump MAGA flag. And then you got these Democrat consultants who are saying that, well, we got to convince the other side, talk to the other side, bring them over. And I keep saying, well, you can't bring folk over who are that crazy. So what about getting Democrats to understand you better build your base. You better go grab your base and get them to turn out.
Well, I'm hearing partially what you're saying, except you're describing a community that is being harmed by Trump. Yet it appears that they are supporting him. And so one of the things that we know is he's got control of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the KKK, and all of the domestic terrorists. And he is doing everything that he can to strengthen them so that when he moves on the United States, destructively, they're behind him. And so we cannot count on those people, but we do have some that have voted for him who are sure having buyer's remorse. And they have rethought whether or not they're going to support him. I am looking forward to our being able to beat Trump, first of all, he cannot defy the Constitution and run again. And if he tries it, we got to stop him. Secondly, I want you to know that he is going down in the polls, and it is because we're working so hard. And now we have people working with us. The Democrats are working with us. Some Republicans are working with us because they know that this destructive human being is dangerous for the United States. He will either get us into war, trying to intimidate everybody, talking about going to war for Iran, talking about taking over Greenland. And I want you to know, our used-to-be allies are saying, how in the hell did he get to be the president of the United States of America? We're going to say to all of our allies, we are sorry. We are so sorry that he's the president and that he's harming the relationship between us and you. But we're going to stop him. We're going to make sure that we get him out of office and he's never to return again. We're going to do that, and I believe we can be successful at it.
All right, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, always ready for the fight and reclaiming your time. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Congresswoman. Let me introduce Attorney Todd Cox, Associate President, Director Counsel, Legal Defense Fund. Also joining us in studio, Damon Hewitt, President, Executive Director, Laws Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Barbara Arnwine, President and Founder of Transformative Justice Coalition. And joining us via video, Harry Daniel, Civil Rights Attorney. Glad to have all four of you here. I'll start with you, Todd. Greg made the point, losses in court. And I kept telling the folk, everybody has a role to play. And the reality is our civil rights lawyers have been fighting like hell, and it has been absolute warfare all across this country, federal courts, state courts. It's just been an ongoing battle, state after state after state.
That's absolutely right. And we knew it was going to be bad coming into this administration, but I quite honestly can tell you that we didn't anticipate it to be this bad. The onslaught, the attacks on the rule of law, the capitulation of Congress, the capitulation of civil society by and large, universities, law firms, others bending a knee precipitously before this administration has been really disappointing. But the one bright light we can shine has been on the courts, the local courts in particular, the district courts. We brought 7 lawsuits so far. That's more than we brought in the first Trump administration. And we've gotten 6 out of 7 very favorable orders. So I think they are worried. I think that the rule of law is still something to be abided by, and we're going to keep pressing and pressing and pressing to make that point. I think we talked before, we stand on the shoulders of ancestors that couldn't imagine to be sitting here right now. And I think LDF would feel it's being remiss if it didn't continue to fight and use the rule of law that we've been relying on for decades to press our rights.
Barbara, what was difficult, so many people were saying, well, we survived him the first time, let's do the second time. And I kept saying, no, y'all don't understand. Nothing to lose now. There's no second term. They can do whatever they want, and we're seeing that. And I think a lot of people were extremely complacent, thinking that, oh, this is just going to be a rehash. I remember somebody stopped me. I was at the NBA All-Star Weekend last year in San Francisco. A brother said, yeah, I know they said it, but we ain't believe it. And I'm like, what the hell were you talking about, bruh? I said, when they hand you their playbook and say, we gonna do all this, how in the hell did you not believe them?
Because people have a historical approach to life. They have they don't think to analyze what's really going on. They accept the easy answers. And I gotta say that I'm impressed how people are responding to this moment, though. Because when you look at that special election in Louisiana last week, that's amazing. Mm-hmm. Well, have you been? I know you've been watching the Texas turnout.
Yeah,
amazing. And I think that what it's telling us is that people do have a level of contrition. They're contrite. They know that they messed up, and a lot of people do. And they're like, okay, I got to show up and show out this time. And so we can say everything we can about what happened in 2024 and what's happening, but I want to talk about where people are now.
Right. I'm focused on where they are now, but what we have to have, Damon, it has to be sustained.
Yes.
Again, the issue that I have is that when we look at this generation, when you look at the attention span of this generation, in terms of on the right, they have played long game.
Yes.
They've said, we're thinking 30, 40, 50, 100 years. Right. Too many of our folk are thinking 1, 2 years. And that's the difference here. What they are trying to put in place, they are trying to cement power for the next 50 to 100 years. They ain't just thinking about 2028.
Well, you know, there's a whole trial going on about social media addiction. But what technology has done to us and news cycles have done to us is this making us beholden to instant gratification. It's almost a childlike, juvenile sensibility. But we want change now. We want Obama hope all over again right now. And people are not getting that, and they're not going to get there, frankly. Because, frankly, the hope has to be within us. You know, there's a saying about what good is power. If you don't use it, it atrophies and dies, just like a muscle. So democracy and liberation are participatory endeavors.
Right.
It requires us. We are the fuel. We are the juice. And we got to leverage it, and we got to do it. That means the active voting, but it also means the active activism.
Right.
Right. Even if you're not part of the professional activism class, you have a voice, just like you have a vote. And we need everybody to leverage that. What's happening instead is too many people. I like Barbara. I'm proud of the people who were speaking out and fighting back. And I know even in the height of the civil rights movement, Roland, it wasn't every black person marching.
Of course not.
We know that. But we had just enough people to force a moral clarity.
Right.
So that those who were on the sidelines or on the wrong side maybe felt indicted enough to change policy, to change law, and to change reality for our people.
You know, Harry Daniels, we saw, listen, folks taken to the streets in 2019, 2020, Black Lives Matter. Here we are 6 years later, and I often go, where folks go? You've got civil rights leaders who've actually said that, well, protest is performative. And I'm sitting there going, what are you talking about? Look, you deal with a lot of these cases where mothers and fathers have had family members shot and killed. You now have a Department of Justice y'all can't call. I mean, this DOJ has no interest in holding police officers accountable. We saw the case out of Los Angeles. A deputy sheriff who was fired, who beat a woman who was recording, that went to trial, was convicted. Trump's U.S. attorney comes in and wanted to do a post-conviction deal. And they ended up doing that. He pleads to a misdemeanor. They don't care what the evidence says. And so our folk can't just stay inside. And I'm sorry, I keep saying, I don't want to hear this bullshit. Oh, I'm tired. We tired. It's just been so rough. No. Our folk have got to stay on the wall, because when they see us not show up, not protest, they say, oh, we definitely can keep doing what we're doing, because they're not going to say jack.
Right, Roland. It's almost like where the Department of Justice attorney argued in the Breonna Taylor at the sentencing that he should not get in jail time, which was absolutely ridiculous after he was convicted. Thank God that the judge saw differently. You know, when you in a situation, particularly when you have these cases dealing with law enforcement, excessive use of force and so on, you know, you may have the initial, protests and things, but it's important that people stay consistent in protesting, their local officials, because it matters. I remember a reading where Thurgood Marshall told Dr. King that I work in the courtroom, you work outside the courtroom. But they needed each other. They need each other in order to get to the goal of equality and justice. And we find a lot of times in the cases that we have, in cases we deal with, you may have a social media blast, everybody's talking about it. Then eventually it goes away. They're looking for the next thing to happen. But it's important that we take a turn the pages and look back at the yesteryears, particularly where how the protest was consistent, like the Montgomery bus boycott. At the end of the day, lawyers can go in the courtroom, we can argue all day, but the impact that's felt in economies and so many things makes a significant change. Because the bottom line, if people are losing money, they will change. They will act accordingly. And we see this time and time again as civil rights lawyers arguing cases across the nation. I've recently argued 6 cases in the appellate division, United States Court of Appeals, as well as the Alabama Supreme Court within 60 days. And you find that these cases are the same issues dealing with qualified immunity. That's where you can play a part and petition your state rep or a senator to move for legislation to get rid of qualified immunity in light of these things. And we got to continue to push forward, push the envelope forward, so we can try to get some measure of justice for these people.
Todd, the thing that really jumps out, I don't think people really understand. Judges are human. Judges watch the news. Judges see public sentiment, and politicians do as well. When they feel external heat, that plays a part in decisions made. But if we're quiet, then, okay, hey, folks aren't saying anything. I can sort of rule whatever I like. That public pressure impacts rulings.
It does. And we had a whole rally during our as part of our Calais case, Supreme Court argument. There was a reason for that. Folks were energized. They wanted us to participate in that argument, and they wanted us to win. That people at the grassroots level in the states understand the importance of Calais, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it's important for them to have their voice heard. And the Supreme Court hears lawyers every day, but they also, you're right, they're human. They hear the voice of the people as well. And we've learned as lawyers to stand on the shoulders of our clients. We always do. But we also know they think holistically about this. It's not just what happens in the courtroom. It's what happens in movements and what happens with folks on the ground that really make a difference.
Greg, we've tried to explain to people that particular case, the far-reaching implications, trying to say, folks, this is not just Congress. This is going to be state senators, state reps, city council members, school board seats, county commissioner seats. We could see, based upon how the Supreme Court rules, we could see black power wiped out. But what I also keep saying is we also help black power being wiped out if you have voting numbers of 38, 39, 40, 42%. I keep saying if black people vote at 70% of our capacity, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Florida, we could sweep elections. That has to be a state of mind.
Absolutely. And, we could talk about this as if it were a changing same, but this isn't Reconstruction. This isn't the nadir. The numbers have changed. The demographics have changed. And when you look at how, in particular, how Ketanji Onyeka Brown Jackson is placing these dissents, and that exchange between she and LDF director, of course, Janai Nelson, I thought was brilliant, because what you're seeing is a commitment to an expansive vision of the United States, one that was right there at the second founding in the 19th century. Ketanji Brown Jackson keeps dragging them back to the legislative record. Yep. She's setting markers down for what comes after this thing fractures. And so this is our moment to step up and make sure that when it fractures, we have the apparatus in place to build what comes out of the ashes. This was always going to happen. I think this was always going to happen, and you're absolutely right. We vote our numbers, we win. That's what our friend Gary Chambers has said. William Barber said. You said it. Barbara, you said it. We vote our numbers, we win. Even if they try to kick the teeth out of Section 2, and we don't know when that is coming out. People are saying it's coming down soon, and maybe in time for them to mess around with these elections. Let's say they do. Okay. Well, then what's our play?
Right.
Our play is to check your registration, to keep checking your registration. You heard Jeffrey say that Schumer and them, they're not going to allow this foolishness to pass in the Senate. Everybody check your registration, keep checking. And
because I'm not buying that. I'm not buying.
No.
They want to save Act to pass.
Sure they do.
So they're going to figure out every possible way to make it happen.
But I'm saying there are too many white women who got different names than when they got married. Right. In other words, this thing is going to backfire. I really think they do.
Look, you already see it right now happening in Texas, but Republicans are scared to death how they reconfigured the map. And now the Latino polling numbers have swung so far away from them back to Democrats. They're like, oh, damn, we could lose 3-4 of these seats. Those things are happening. But Rebecca, again, this requires, I go back to organization, mobilization. Right. This is not stuff we could talk about. You've got to have groups who are putting things in place to make it happen. I keep telling folks, we can't just talk about this stuff. There has to be plans of action.
There has to be a strategy, because we have an unholy trinity right now. We have a president who is hell-bent on getting rid of voting rights in this country. We have a chief justice for the last 45 years who said he wants to end the Voting Rights Act. He was salivating as a 26-year-old, writing memos about getting rid of Section 2 and talking about how Section 5 could be undermined, but the importance of getting rid of Section 2, which is in front of the court right now. And then we have a Congress now that's saying, what democracy? We're kind of a republic. We don't necessarily have to be representational to what people want. Instead, they really want to be able to pick their voters instead of allowing voters to be able to pick them. So in the face of those headwinds, as our community listens in tonight on what the president is saying, we actually have to put together a plan of what it looks like. Because people are saying Jim Crow 2.0, but guess what? We're also not in the old civil rights movement either. Right. So we have to understand what is the new framework moving forward, and this time, how do we make it permanent?
Final comments. Barbara, I'll start with you.
Yes, I just want people to understand that if we're going to win this fight, we have to build our own permanent infrastructure. And we got to build it. I don't mean just talk it. We got to be in these streets like we are right now in Houston. We got to be talking with these voters. We got to be talking with the children. We got to be talking about how we take this constantly. Our freedom schools, our, just our infrastructure. The problem is that we're too dependent upon corporate and philanthropic methods and not thinking about how we resource it out poor. Now, my organization, we learn to live poor, but we get work done because we know how to go directly to the people where the people are and what they want and deliver it in a way that they realize that all power is theirs, not these representatives, not these anti-democracy forces, not these people who want to destroy our voting rights. We have to stand tall every time.
Damon.
This is not a time to be complacent. It's a time to be hungry. It's a time to act like we want it and act like we deserve it, whether it be our vote, our voice, our economic opportunity, whatever it is. And it means we can't go quietly, right? But people have to understand, Roland, it is going to get worse before it gets better. We're fighting in the courts. We're fighting, in the courts of public opinion, in the streets as well, in the courts of law. But it's going to get worse before it gets better. So we have to be ready. A good time to put in the plug for election protection, which people like Barbara and the late Jacqueline Berrien helped to create. The Election Protection Coalition, 866-OUR-VOTE is the number for people to call or go online, 866ourvote.org. If you have any questions, concerns, if you see something that just doesn't look or feel right in our community.
Harry?
Come on now.
Everybody have the spirits of Tobias Carter. That's John Lewis' great-great-grandfather who registered and voted in the 1868 presidential election, and have the spirit to have a voter mobilization, voters registrations that's so large and so vast that they cannot purge the roll in time, no matter if they try to seize everything. It's important that we, as a people, that take this opportunity, take this time. If there's any time to go out and be proactive, here's the time that we have to stay focused and continue to push the envelope forward for all.
Absolutely. Todd?
I think during this particular time of struggle, we have to rise up during this political process and have our voice be heard. We've talked a lot about engagement, and that engagement has to be year-round, not just at elections. So we have black voters on the rise, an initiative we have where we're down on at the grassroots level with lawyers and organizers, educating voters, but also engaging them on the issues that matter to them. At LDF, we say we've got to defend, disrupt. We also have to dream. And I think what I want to leave folks with is the hope that we need to dream a better future and not just rely on what is currently now, but think ahead about what we want to see in our democracy, our multiracial democracy, and demand it.
Todd, Damon, Barbara, Harry, I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, y'all know lying is going on, and Senator Tim Scott did all he could to lie on behalf of Donald Trump. I saw this on Fox News, and this is why you got to have black-owned media to correct the lies. They were talking about Gavin Newsom. Listen to what Mushmouth had to say.
We have a president who stands strong and tall for the black community in opportunity zones, the highest funding for HBCUs in the history of the country, the lowest unemployment rate ever, first time under 6%, fighting for rare blood diseases like sickle cell anemia.
All right, y'all, the reason that is hilarious, first of all, play that again. I want y'all to hear the lies again. Play it again.
We have a president who stands strong and tall for the black community in opportunity zones, the highest funding for HBCUs in the history of the country, the lowest unemployment rate ever, first time under 6%, fighting for rare blood diseases like sickle cell anemia.
All right, y'all, so let me explain to y'all why Tim Scott is a straight line. Come on, y'all. Come on, you see him. There you go. Here's why he's lying right there. First of all, unemployment rate was at its lowest for African Americans under Joe Biden. Period. That's just a fact. That's a fact. 2, I have asked and I've yet to receive in 5 years the data regarding opportunity zones. Okay? I still haven't seen it. They keep claiming how great opportunity zones are. I have seen no data that shows low-income people benefiting from opportunity zones. 3, he said historic HBCU funding. Where? Where? Donald Trump keeps lying by saying how he put in permanent funding. Y'all, that was a $250 million program, and only $85 million went to HBCUs. It was started under George W. Bush. It was reauthorized under Obama. Did it expire? Didn't expire. Then, of course, it was reinstituted. I'm sitting there going, dude, what are you talking? And that was Congresswoman Alma Adams, who actually was in charge of the bill. So it was all lies. And then you talk about a sicker set. Y'all, this is what happens when you send a lackey out to play the role of a lawn jockey to tout your efforts when you're a liar. Senator Tim Scott straight lied there, but that's what you want to do when you got to kiss Donald Trump's ass. And so, Eugene, I'm not letting the games be played because, again, if you're going to sit here and lie, you're going to get called out. Facts are facts.
You know, you would think that in 16 years, because Tim Scott got elected in 2010 during the wave, that he at some point in time would grow some level of conscience. I would even venture to say that may be like the biggest disappointment of Black Republican history that we've seen. I mean, we can go back a couple weeks ago where he literally, the response was, "I pray this isn't true," that he tweeted out the image of the Obamas as monkeys. We as Black folk, I don't think we can expect anything other than what we've been getting from Tim Scott. But we do have to speak truth to power when it comes to the facts, and the facts are the facts. The Trump administration, you know, doesn't just fail Black people; it actually intentionally assaults Black folk. You know, whether it's the push for reframing what DEI is, whether it's Black farmers not getting their just due, whether it's Black businesses being, you know, under assault from the SBA and the Department of Commerce and others. This is what you get in the Trump administration, and that 15% that, you know, C.J. Pearson, Michaela crowd that you know, rather, you know, take some donor money and party it up than hold these folk accountable to the cause that you say you care about. Shame on you too.
I talked about those economic issues. I want to bring in our economic folks right now because, again, the last year has been hellacious for Black folks. Morgan Harper is Director of Policy and Advocacy, American Economic Liberties Project out of Columbus, Ohio. Ron Busby, Senior President, CEO, U.S. Black Chambers, Inc. Deidre Asante Muhammad, President, Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies. Morgan, I'll start with you. We've talked about a lot. Again, lies all told right there. When you look at unemployment rate now for African Americans under Donald Trump, second time, significant. When we look at food prices, gas prices, we look at housing crisis, we look at the attacks on Black businesses, the attacks on federal workers as impacting Black people. This has been an absolutely awful year for African Americans under Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's kind of hard to deny that what the data is showing here. And look, we know that he's going to try to manipulate it. We're already seeing it. Some of the talking points that have leaked, that this is the best economy ever, that Trump has kept all of his promises. But I think you're exactly right, Roland, on a lot of the promises that he was going to make everything cheaper. We've seen that that is not the case. And you know, they're going to point to potentially, oh, gas is going down, eggs are going down. Well, let's look at like everything else that's out there. Utility prices that people continue to complain about are going up. He's claiming we drill, we're creating more energy, it's all going down. Well, no, actually the data is showing, we now have data about electricity prices from the entire past year, and you have places like Pennsylvania where they continue to go up, these electricity prices, despite some of the pursuit of things like natural gas. So we call BS on that one. That he's going to bring homes back to people that want to buy more single-family homes. Well, actually, no, quite the opposite. He's making these announcements like he's going to ban institutional investors, private equity, from being able to invest in communities, like we've seen in markets like Atlanta, where there's been a real takeover of some of these private equity firms and owning homes. His idea, actually, not only does it not eliminate the ownership they already have, they don't have to divest anything they have, it also kind of creates this back door for them to continue to do these build to rent type of homes where they still own it and then they lock people into these leases. They can add fees on top of all of it. So we can go market by market where Donald Trump has not kept his promises to make life more affordable in America. And I think you're exactly right. All of these factors are being exacerbated for the Black community.
Ron, last week they had this Black History Month reception at the White House. Lots of members of the Help were there cheering him on. He sits here and talks about what he wants from Black folks. And the reality is they've been attacking Black business. The freezing of contracts, the freezing of grants has impacted nonprofits, have impacted numerous businesses. I've talked to folks who have federal contracts who said, hey, my projects are in limbo because of what DOGE did. And there were 2 white men in Indiana who sued to get rid of to sue against the federal DBE program. And Donald Trump's folks told the judge in court that their goal is to get rid of the entire DBE program. Now, 78% of that money going to white women, $37 billion program. But in last year of Bush-Harris, Black people got $10 billion, the largest largest number of contracts in history. And so they don't give a damn about Black folks. And so you can have these simple Simon Negroes running around talking about Donald Trump is going to put more money in my pocket and we care about business, but he don't give a damn about small Black-owned businesses.
What Trump is saying right now sounds good. We've had the largest number of growth of new businesses, Black-owned businesses. So that's great. But it's at the detriment of many Black women that were let go from corporate America, from the federal government, that have been forced now to say, you know what, I'll start my own business. That's taking away their wealth, that's taking away their knowledge base, their potential to be able to retire in a few years. The second thing is, you talked about the federal contracts that are being removed. We lost $277 million of contracts in the last 12 months from Black firms that were doing work with the federal government. That's not accidental. That's not, they got a better bid. They got a better proposal. That was, hey, I had a contract with the federal government. I was doing great work. There was no issues. Now it's been removed.
But also what they've done is, this happened the first time. You always see this. The only Republican president that did not happen was George W. Bush. Typically, a Republican president will bundle contracts. So if you're a major company, you're the only one who can bid for it. Democratic presidents tend to unbundle the contracts. But because Bush was a huge supporter of the Texas historically underutilized business program, that HUB program, he understood the unbundling. By the way, Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick, those 2 assholes, they have gotten rid of the Texas HUB program. And so that's impacting disadvantaged businesses in Texas. And because they're not keeping racial data now, you don't know what the hell is going on. You don't know who's losing contracts, how much, because they're wiping out all of that data in the federal government.
The issue is the subcontractors. If I'm a prime, yes, my data and my information is going to be kept. But most Black-owned businesses are subs to another sub to another sub.
Right. 95% of all Black-owned businesses do $5 million or less in business.
True. And so many of our firms are being let go, and we don't even know about it. We can't even track that data. So there's nothing good that is coming about this. There will be some opportunities, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some of the things that the U.S. Black Chamber is seeing from a positive standpoint. Has nothing to do with this president, has nothing to do with this administration. It really is about the graying economy of this country. And so there will be opportunities for Black businesses to grow, but it got nothing to do with this president.
Dietrich, the thing here, again, when we look at the numbers, devastating impact of Black America, and I keep trying to frame it as they want to defund Black America. This is a very targeted, concerted effort to target Black people.
And we've seen that in the numbers. Valerie Wilson of Economic Policy Institute put out a paper highlighting that about 95,000 Black women were pushed out, moved out, no longer with federal employment, right? And that's out of the decline of, 265,000 jobs. And so that's so disproportional of how they're being, pushed out. And what I'm concerned about is not even the impact it's had right now, but what is going to be the longer term spaces, because we've only had 1 year. And when a policy starts, it doesn't all of a sudden fully implement. It takes time. And the dismantling of even being able to take records of understanding what is the damage being done are the concerns I have, and I'm concerned that the private sector, the assault on the public sector has been harsh. I'm worried it's going to continue. But then when the private sector also starts really weakening, that's when we're really going to feel the impact of what's been happening over the last 12 months.
I asked this question. I was at NBA All-Star game, and we were having some conversations, and we were talking about a variety of things. And when I start thinking about a lot of these different initiatives, I understand who's in what lane. We start talking about in this particular lane here, what organizations are leading? I mean, you've got Global Black Economic Forum, you've got Black Economic Alliance, you've got different groups. Who is actually leading the charge or crafting the plan of action for folks on the issue of economics? We just had the lawyers here. We know what they're doing. We know when it comes to health, we know National Medical Association, National Dental Association. But my problem in the economic space, and Ron, you know this, is that we've had civil rights organizations driving an economic agenda when that ain't their business. I mean, and so if we're talking about who is driving that, who? And what are they doing? And where in the hell are they?
I will say this. We are all talking about the death of Reverend Jackson. The one great thing that Reverend Jackson did is he used to have this analogy about the tree shakers and the jelly makers. So the civil rights community has a space. They're the agitators. They do go into corporate America to bring up issues that many of the folk in the policy side can't do.
Right,
and then
but when you go in, though, you need people who have a P&L understanding.
Exactly.
So
that's you got to have partnerships.
First of all, when they come in, they're also coming in with their organizational heft, but you got to have folk who, this is what they do. You got to have somebody at the table who understands banking and contracting and bonds and things like that. So everybody has a role. What I'm saying is, who are those groups and where are they? Because when I travel around the country, people keep saying, yo, we want to do something. And I'm like, okay, who's doing it? And what are they saying to the people?
Well, what I'll put forward is that, we did a State of the Dream 2026 from regression to signs of black recession. And, I don't think there is one black economic organization that is bringing it all together.
Okay, give me three.
Okay. Black Economic Alliance is doing an interesting, this week's interesting paper on state and local policy.
Gotcha, that's a paper. But how are they communicating to the public?
And I think
because we ain't had them on this show since October 2024.
And that's their fault?
Hell yeah.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you did
right. No. Here's my whole deal. If you are advocating on behalf of black people, you need to be communicating to black people.
Yeah.
And not just in closed meetings. That's my whole point. So the broader black public needs to be hearing from these folks to say, yo, here's the game plan.
Well, a couple of points I would say. One, I'm glad that you brought up the civil rights group because we also have to be careful about the co-opting of civil rights groups to block the economic conversation.
Absolutely.
And so let's take, for example, AI. That was a big topic on Capitol Hill. I mean, it's a big topic now, but it was a topic a couple years ago. Do you know how many economic groups were invited to be at the table to talk about the future of AI? No. Do you know how many civil rights groups were invited to talk about discrimination within AI, which is an important topic, but it is not getting at the future of that market, how it's impacting jobs, all these other things. And so I do think it's incumbent on some of the folks leading these organizations to be like, I'm happy to join you, but we also need to have the economic conversation.
Right.
Who's going to be part of it. Second point, on Black Economic Alliance, I think, and this is one of the things that was so powerful about a couple of years ago when we were here for Biden's last State of the Union and hearing from Reverend Jackson about the need to unite our economic agendas. It is not enough for elite black people to succeed in this country.
Come on now.
We have heard, seen, lived that.
That's right.
And if we're serious about taking on Donald Trump and winning politically, then we have to be uniting all of the black community's economic interests. And I don't think that some of the organizations that exist share that project.
And so here's my whole thing, Ron, and how I look at this again. I understand pockets. I understand Wall Street. I understand Main Street, but I also understand MLK Street. And when we're talking about black economic success, when we talk about getting black, when Earl Grays and Reverend Jackson were talking about getting black folks on board of directors, they weren't saying that for that one Negro to get a check in stock options, what they were saying is, we expect you to change the economic paradigm while you're sitting there. That's not happening. We get a lot of black folks who are sitting on boards of directors, and they are personally benefiting, but not the black community. You got some places where you got black CEOs who, okay, you're a black CEO, but how are black folks benefiting? And so the point I'm raising, and the reason I called certain organizations, what I'm saying is, if you're going to have multiple organizations, that's fine. But folks need to be talking to black people to laying out an agenda, and not just black C-suite folk, because that's not advancing black economics. That's advancing a very small percentage of black people, and where they are personally benefiting, not people at large.
And fundamentally white economics, I mean, if we're being honest.
So one of the things that I think that we're not talking about is the grain tsunami. There's a lot of great wealth that's getting ready to get transferred, and we're not in that conversation. Historically, we've never talked about buying businesses.
Right.
You were around in the 1980s when there were 30 black radio stations. In the 10-year period after that, policy that was created that said, hey, I got a white radio station.
I get tax credits.
I get tax credit. Just take that same methodology and say, you know what, let's make that for manufacturing or distribution or healthcare.
First of all, white Republicans got rid of that tax credit because they felt that was unfair. And also the Telecommunications Act of 1996, Bill Clinton said it was one of the worst bills he signed. That just simply eradicated a lot of those black-owned radio stations.
Exactly. Butterfield was up on Capitol Hill until he left, trying to put that in place.
But I want to go back to the businesses. Here's the thing with the businesses. Of course, Ryan Glover with the gathering spot has been talking about it. In Atlanta, he says there are a lot of these businesses, these kids don't want to take over, meaning the kids of these family members. So what he said is, we've got to be looking at, and I've been saying this too, let's stop talking about we need to start more black businesses. No, let's now take over and acquire the ones that are already existing. These are businesses with positive cash flow that are right there. And so in Houston, in Dallas, in Atlanta, in Charlotte, in all these places, it's there. And so that has to be, again, that conversation. That's why I'm saying it can't be a Wall Street conversation. It has to be a Wall Street and a Main Street and MLK Street, because not everybody's having a conversation with trillion-dollar companies when we're talking about very small businesses.
Well, I just want to, it's the economics of black economic organizations. Civil rights organizations have memberships, oftentimes have some types of support they have to respond to. But there aren't that many black economic organizations. Many of them are pretty small, and oftentimes they're funded by a few foundations, or they're funded by a few, wealthy individuals. They don't have that populist kind of connection where they have the membership to then, because you're going to speak to who's paying you. Right. And I think that's the interesting thing about joint center trying to balance this line, is that we came out of recognizing moving from civil rights to governance. But, one critique I have as the new president of Joint Center is we don't have our populist base. We're so focused on just getting that foundation support. So you're spending all your time talking to foundations, but you're not talking to the people.
And I get the foundation support in terms of what you need financially. But the point I'm making is this, and I don't care what it is. If you are an organization that says you represent or speak for black people, I say your ass need to come talk to black people.
Well, I'm here.
And I don't care what. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about any organization. And so that's what I'm saying, because the reality is there are people who are going into meetings claiming they speak for black folk, and black folk don't hear from them. And so what I am saying in this moment right now is, and I get it all around the country, black folks say, Ro, what's the plan? They say, what's the voting plan? What's the housing plan? So guess what? We'll have NARAB on. We'll have the housing groups. They'll say, hey, what's the health plan? We'll have those people. I'm telling you, when Morgan comes on, Ron is on, you're on, what I'm saying is that all these entities, what are they doing to communicate to black people? Going on black radio, talking to black newspapers, going on black podcasts. So if you go and say you represent black folk, come talk to black folk, because what our people, I keep hearing is they're waiting for an economic plan. They're not hearing it. They're hearing folk talk about the economics. They're not hearing an economic plan. And that, to me, I think is a missing piece when we talk about the state of our union 2026.
It was funny because we were in the back room.
Final comment, because I got to go to the health discussion next. Go.
We were in the back room just talking about, we were all meeting with CBC. And a lot of times we go in with great ideas. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear about how bad is Trump. Tell us about how terrible it is affecting your community.
But that's what I'm saying. The conversation is not with the CBC.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, how it's not with them. They are a policy organization. You go to them with, here's the policy we need y'all advocating for this end result. That ain't it. I think what has to happen is, and again, y'all should call it. Hey, y'all let us know when y'all call it. Somebody should say, we're calling a meeting of all of these black economic organizations to say, what's the agenda that we're going to present to black folks? And then we're going to go out and tell black people, not embargo it to the New York Times, but we're going to come tell black people what the plan of action is. Because this moment that we're living in, is really a black collective. I keep telling people, Trump is going to be there next 3 years. They are attacking DEI. The reason we got those 30, 40 products over there on shopblackstarnetwork.com, because I said we're going to be buying insular. This is a moment where we literally have, you keep saying Jim Crow 2.0, well, we need to be operating economically like black folks did in Jim Crow 1.0. Morgan.
Okay, but don't you think you're kind of giving CBC a pass?
No, I'm not.
Well, no, because even, so you're saying they're a policy organization, but if we're thinking that policy doesn't involve economics, then we are
it does.
mistaken.
Follow what I'm saying. CBC is a political entity that frankly is in the minority because they're nearly all Democrat. So they have a role to play. But what I'm saying is over here, when we say, okay, what direction are we giving African Americans in cities where we make up significant numbers? Okay, what black economic groups are saying, John Whitmire's now the mayor in Houston. How is he doing with contracts following Sylvester Turner, the late Sylvester Turner, who was a black mayor for 2 terms? Okay, the Republicans are targeting what's happening in Atlanta. What's going in Charlotte? Where are our economic base? Okay, where are the places where we are driving things so far? We know what's happening in D.C., but how can we impact these certain states? How are we then explaining that to the people? How are we now saying how we want to be buying black, where to go, things along those lines? What I'm saying is, again, you go to the CBC for a purpose, but there still is a broader economic agenda that we have to be articulating to our people because ain't nobody else explaining it to them.
And what I want to add to that, too, is it has to be something that's built year after year. I see organizations, everyone will do a black economic program for 1 year, don't hear from 3 years. And then and this, I am taking this responsibility when I come to Joint Center. We're a 55-year organization, so we should have 55 years of knowledge that we're building on and sharing. And when groups want to have something, we should be able to share. Well, here's 50 years of data. Go move forward. So I will say Joint Center will help, put forth this type of historic analysis.
I keep saying this here in Dr. King's book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos Community. This is what he said. He said there are already structured forces of the Negro community that could serve as the basis for building a powerful united front. The Negro Church, the Negro Press, the Negro fraternities and sororities, and Negro professional associations. He said too many Negro social professional groups have degenerated into snobbishness and a preoccupation with frivolities and trivial activity. That's what he said. He said, but the failures of the past must not be an excuse for the inaction of the present and the future. To your point, this is what he wrote. These groups must be mobilized and motivated. That's my whole point. What I'm saying is, if folk are having gatherings and having summits, and it's supposed to be for black people, then come back and tell black people, this is what we discussed, here's the plan of action, here's what we want to do for the next year, and when you come back the next year, then you'll be able to say, this is what we accomplished in the last year. My problem is, we got a lot of black meetings, a lot of black gatherings, and a year later, we got black meetings and black gatherings. And a year later, we got black meetings and black gatherings. I ain't heard no goddamn plan. I ain't heard no success stories. It's just we plan for the next meeting and the next gathering.
But isn't that a leadership problem that you're identifying?
No, I'm identifying it's a leadership problem, but I'm also saying if you gonna say you speak for black people, well, you better come talk to black people, and we gotta be willing to call out the folks who are speaking on our behalf, who are getting corporate foundation checks to speak on our behalf, but who ain't doing work on our behalf.
They just ignore them.
That's what I'm saying.
And part of the leadership should be black
part
economic
of the challenge is getting money
it.
from white corporations.
But so stay right there.
Yeah,
right?
Real quick, I gotta go to real quick.
The expanding that base of organizations or businesses, that actually are able to give, because the Chamber of Commerce, if you take Chamber of Commerce, the Crypto Bros, you take any other industry, they build their industry and then have that industry fund what their agenda is going to be.
Listen, I got award. I was the first man who ever got awarded by the Bow Collective. This is a group of 337 black women doing more than $2 billion in business. Let me tell you something. They ain't asking nobody's opinion. And what I'm saying is, that's the folk I'll be looking to talk to. I'm just simply saying, in this area here, black people are looking for economic direction. And I think anybody that has black in their name and economic is in their name need to be saying, hey, we met, and this is what we telling black people. I just don't believe in the private gatherings that only a handful of people benefit from. That's all I'm
we've
saying.
Been on your show now 3 years. We have talked about Buy Black since we got here.
Absolutely.
And it is now it is the #1 search engine for black-owned products and black-owned businesses in this country. When all the boycotting and fasting was going on, that was the place, and we told people.
And we got to keep telling people that. So here's what we're going to do. This is February 24th. I'm going to check with y'all in 3 months. We're going to see if that meeting got called.
Done. And it's going to be at the new USBC campus.
There you go. That's how we roll. Y'all, we launched a new show here on the Black Star Network, Second Opinion with Dr. Ebony Hilton. Here's that promo. Hey, can I hear audio?
Well, you know you're on a black show.
So I studied hard and became the first African-American female anesthesiologist hired at the Medical University of South Carolina since its opening in 1824. And I always say I was made into a doctor, but I was born to be a mom. And as a new mom, wife, sister, daughter, and friend, I understand how frightening a medical crisis can be. I care for individuals on some of the worst days of their lives, and it's my mission to provide you with a safe space to gain clarity on issues affecting your mind, body, and soul. I recognize that there are health disparities, particularly as it pertains to race, and I want to help bridge the gap between you and your healthcare providers. Join me every Thursday for Second Opinion on the Black Star Network, where each week I'll invite experts from various medical fields to share the latest health news. We'll discuss topics such as the vaccine debate, mental and sexual health, medical bias, infertility, menopause, andropause, nutrition, and aging. Together with my medical colleagues, we aim to provide you with a second opinion. Don't miss it, Thursdays only on the Black Star Network.
Folks, the last year has been, as I said, tough on black people. Black health has been massive. The attack on black health, the cutting of grants on the federal level in so many different areas is having a negative impact on research, on development, on nonprofits. Dr. Ebony Hilton is the host of Second Opinion. She's an anesthesiologist. She joins us right now. Glad to have you here. Roger Mitchell, President, National Medical Association. He joins us in studio as well. Ebony, I'll start with you. These folk don't care. I mentioned Cancer Alley. That was a lawsuit in Louisiana, and praise the Lord, the federal judges just let them know. We had them on the show 2 weeks ago saying that class action lawsuit can go forward. These are mostly black people who are dying, high rates of cancer in Louisiana because of the petrochemical companies. The Biden administration was a part of the lawsuit. Trump comes in, pulls the federal government out of that lawsuit, but they are proceeding. They're getting no help whatsoever. You've got basically a burgeoning new cancer alley in Mississippi. We've had them on the show as well. We've got these data centers that are opening, significant health issues that could be impacted in these rural counties. In South Carolina, this white community said no. That company moved right to a black community, and they're trying to build it there. And a lot of these local black elected officials are saying, hey, we need the jobs. But I'm like, what? It's going to produce 50, 60 jobs, but it's going to kill 200, 300, 400, 500 people. And so all of these things are there. And again, the last year under Trump and Republicans controlling Congress has been awful for black health.
Right. I mean, you've listed it all. My family lives in South Carolina, and in Spartanburg, South Carolina, they are planting one of those data centers, and we know the health consequences that follows. And with Trump, we can depend on one thing from him, that he is going to lie, that he's going to distract, right? We first heard that, oh, we're going to remove food coloring, and oh, we're going to take out mercury from vaccines, and we're going to do all these things to make America healthy again. But that slogan was nothing but a grift. It was nothing but a Mexico is going to build a wall for healthcare. And what we've seen is he's rolled back, and now dyes are back in foods. We see that he's now just not gave the check mark
for the production of Roundup to be elevated in our foods and the pesticides and the herbicides that are literally linked to cancers. He said, yeah, we can go back to putting those everywhere. We know that he has lifted the limits on mercury and other heavy metals that can be spewed into the air, put into the water from the EPA. He has single-handedly, in the last few months, rolled back so many protections that the Biden administration implemented. And the consequence of that will be people getting sick. We will have cancer alleys throughout the United States of America. And that's not a threat. That is a very known fact that these chemicals and these toxins, they poison you. And the fact that this is allowed to happen, that Congress, that there's no checks and balances, it really does blow my mind, just because the research is so blatantly obvious that there's no way that he can lie his way out of this. But yet, here we are in 2026.
Roger, we talk about the issue of Medicare hospitals. I mean, we could go on and on and on. And you have Republicans in Congress who say, we could just give you some money. You can get your own health care, whatever. They still have no health care plan at all to help people. You got these white conservative Republicans running around saying, damn it, get rid of that Obamacare. I hate it, but don't touch my Affordable Care Act.
That's right.
Trump's lying about prescription drugs, saying, we're lowering the cost when the data shows how many prescription drugs have been increased by these companies. We are literally in a health crisis.
Well, the fact of the big beautiful bill, the HR 1, it was never intended to be a health bill. This is a tax bill that is now changing the landscape of health delivery in this country by removing people off of the rolls. The reality of it is that if you want to decrease the cost of health care, and we all agree, there's no one that disagrees that we need to decrease the cost of health care in this country based upon the outcomes that we're seeing in the health delivery for our community. But you don't decrease it by pulling people off. You decrease the cost by making people healthier. That's what you do. So take the measles outbreak that we have in the Carolinas. Let's right now we have over 1,000 measles cases. That is more than half of the measles cases that we had in 2025. 1,000 measles cases, and it's only going to get worse because our doctors don't recognize measles. You go into the emergency department, it may take, there's a story where it took 26 hours for 2 kids that were suffering from measles to get diagnosed and quarantined for the measles. There was a room full of emergency room patients that got exposed to that measles, right? And so now Oz wants to say, go get vaccinated, when the Secretary of Health has decimated the vaccination protocols in this country. At the end of the day, if it was just Trump, we could deal with it, right? But we're talking about the Secretary of Health, the CMS director, all don't use medicine and science.
And to Ebony, that particular point that we have to recognize, again, they are infilling all these positions with people who have no expertise. They're putting folk over agencies with no health, no scientific expertise, and they're just making stuff up. And when we say people are going to die, yeah, they're going to die. And the crazy part is, and this is where we know MAGA is a cult. There are people who are saying, well, you know what? If my child dies due to measles, well then, so be it. You're like, what? Absolutely. I mean, that's what's insane that's going on.
Absolutely insane. And, to bring up the point about the doctors who didn't know how to recognize measles, the reasons why they probably didn't know how to recognize this is that we actually got to elimination status for measles back in the early 2000s, right? To the point of, if we look at the number of cases in 2024, we only had 285 cases of measles in all of 2024. We went from 285 cases to over 2,200 cases in 2025 to over 1,000 cases in the first 2 months of 2026. That's how fast this thing is moving. And it's not just going to be for measles. It's going to be for mumps. It's going to be for all these other things that we had under control as a nation due to vaccines that were given. And we've been having these vaccines since the 1960s, 1980s. We've had different iterations of these vaccines that are proven to be safe. And yet, over the last 10 years or so, and definitely within COVID, when there was this big push through RFK Jr., who is an environmental, attorney, like that's his practice. And yet, he's allowed to come in and dictate what medicine we can do, what we should do for vaccines, and it's costing people's lives. And if you look particularly with RFK Jr., again, with him being his background being in environmental law, it's so weird to me then when we're looking at the EPA, which should be his wheelhouse, his colleagues, his friends are rolling back the measures that stop heavy metals, that stop, mercury and other neurotoxins that literally are linked to things like autism and cognitive disorder. Like he and his kind of, I guess, comrades, or how do you call them, the cadre of people that are in this MAHA movement, are single-handedly causing people to get infected with diseases that we had eliminated decades ago. They're causing people to have more air and water pollution, leading to things like Cancer Alley that we have in Louisiana, and now it's going to stretch within the United States of America.
Right.
Poison in the water, just like we had with Flint, Michigan. These are the things that America needs to get very comfortable with, because I do not see the next 3 years getting any better under this administration.
Mustafa, and again, they don't care about the environment at all. They have no care for the health implications of these environmental decisions.
But we have to care, because we've got over 300,000 people are dying prematurely from the burning of fossil fuels. So whether you're talking about data centers, you're talking about the pollution that's coming out of the stacks, you're talking about the pollution that's coming out of tailpipes, that's going to impact our communities. It's going to impact us both economically and our health. It contributes to the weathering that we've talked about on the show before, where you literally die earlier because of the stressors and because of the toxins that go into your body. We've got over 7,000 people who are dying from pathogens in water from toxic pollution as well. So we've got to pay attention to it. And often when we talk about the environment, we don't see it as serious. We got more people dying from air pollution than are dying from gun violence. So we have to care. We have to bring forward the truth. We've got to bring forward the stories of people who are on the ground, who are actually making change happen. And then we've got to translate that into our votes and make sure that there are individuals who actually care about our communities, and then we hold them accountable.
Roger, with all this going on, what our audience do? What do they do?
Well, at the end of the day, you got to vote, right? We're talking about voting as a social determinant of health right now. I have an upcoming conference.
No,
we're talking about
I want
that.
you to freeze right there. I want you to say it again so people can understand that voting has a direct correlation on your health.
There's if we don't know that now, if we never knew it, we know it now. That in fact the voting record is what produced the reversal of Medicaid in this country as it stands now. We've been at this for a long time, since 1965, before that, making sure that health is a civil right. That's what we march for, is to make sure that our children got access to care. Right? At the end of the day, that's what the NMA was about. And so if we don't vote and ensure that the right people with our interests, with our health interests, I'm a forensic pathologist. I do autopsies for a living. I do death scenes investigation. And I often say I see failed policy on my autopsy table. We count the bodies, and those bodies are directly linked to a policy. I can link every single death, from cardiovascular disease to sickle cell trait to chronic obstructive pulmonary disease to gun violence. I can link that death to a failed policy that is directed towards the genocide of black folk. So at the end of the day, we have to educate ourselves. And right now, you can't trust anybody but your doctor. Go get a black doctor and trust your black doctor. And your black doctor will tell you the truth about your vaccines. They'll tell you the truth about what to put in your body. They'll tell you the truth about what you should be doing, and you trust them, and you should be listening to them, because you can't listen to the CDC. You can't listen to HHS. We have gone back to the time where the structures of this government are racist enough where they will tell lies to everyone to see the death in community. And that's, at the end of the day, what it is. Infectious disease, we know you need to wash your hands if you don't want to get sick, right? Right now, the people that are making the decisions in our country are filthy. Their hands are filthy. And because their hands are filthy, everything they touch will be diseased and death-ridden. And so what we have to do is make sure that we clean our hands.
Yes.
Make sure we wash our hands. For those people that know history.
And wash the people out of office.
And wash them completely out of office.
You got some preachers coming up next about to be jealous.
Yes, sir.
Evan, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, final thoughts, I completely agree. We have to understand that when we're talking to people, if they're talking out both sides of their neck, then I can't trust anything you say at all. And again, these very same people that said, hey, we're going to eliminate food dye, of which I say that we definitely should do. They said, hey, we're going to improve the air and water quality. You fast forward a couple weeks later, and all of that has been completely reversed. And then if you look at it, when we're talking about the institutions that we should trust in terms of science and progress and research, the FDA, they cut 4,000 jobs. The CDC, they cut 3,000 jobs. HHS, 20,000 jobs were either cut or the people have now gotten out of there because it was just a chaotic position to be in. We look at NIH, they've cut over $1 billion, hundreds of billions of dollars from NIH funding. When Tim Scott said, oh, President Trump did research or promoted research for sickle cell anemia, what he did not say was that in 2025, Trump also cut $1 billion from NIH grants, particularly as it pertains to sickle cell anemia projects. So that's the thing with this administration. I think we have to start to say, go back to our grassroots. What is it that has been tried and true is we talk to each other. We go to the community route. We start doing those things of where we check in with each other. Hey, have you gone to get your physical? Hey, have you gotten your vaccine? Hey, this measles thing is no joke. Make a song about it, whatever we have to do. But the message needs to get out that get your kids vaccinated. Do what you need to do to get your health in tip-top shape, because the funding, the insurance, the structure of medicine in general is really in a shaky place right now. And I do not see it getting better just because the fact that with our deficit, he's cutting from the institution because it is so costly as far as health. So he has to get that money from somewhere.
All right, Dr. Ebony Hilton, Dr. Roger Mitchell, I appreciate both of y'all being on the State of Our Union 2026. Thanks so much. Folks, we're not slowing down at all. Joining us right now is Van Johnson, President, African American Mayors Association. He's the mayor of Savannah, Georgia. Also joining us, Pastor William Lamar, Metropolitan African American Episcopal Church out of Washington, D.C. Dr. Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Pastor Friendship West Baptist Church out of Dallas. Dr. Kenneth Whalum Jr., Pastor New Olivet Center at Woodland Hills. Reverend Robert Turner, Pastor Empowerment Temple, AME. Glad to have all of y'all on. First and foremost, Mayor, I want to start with you. Just give us a sense of the Mayors Association. What a black mayor is saying with the assault happening in so many areas on black folks coming out of this administration in D.C.
Well, thank you, first of all, for the opportunity. Our reality is very, very clear. We have faced unprecedented assaults from our federal government, both economically and the health space as it relates to our voting rights, also in terms of the ICE and DHS agents coming into our communities, National Guard. I mean, it's been an unprecedented time in our cities from our own federal government. It's been nothing like it that we've seen in our lifetime.
Freddie Haynes, I'm going to go to you. The reality is this here. The church has a role to play when it comes to mobilizing and organizing. Earlier, I talked about what Dr. King wrote in Chaos Our Community. And frankly, what I'm hearing from people, and I travel all around the country, they're just trying to understand where's leadership. I mean, everywhere I go, they're asking, where are civil rights leaders? Where are church leaders? Where are fraternities and sororities? Where are business groups? People are saying, man, you know, we want to know what's the plan. They're not seeing folk lay out the plan of action.
Right. Now, and again, Roland, I want to say thank you for giving us a microphone in juxtaposition to what will take place or is going on tonight in Washington, D.C., close to you where you are right now. Thank you not only for the microphone, but also for giving us this opportunity to dissect the sickness that is America, that is infecting our community, as well as to challenge us to offer a prescription for where it is we need to go. And the question you raise is pertinent, it's on point. In too many instances, the church has been infected by what John Kinney calls plantation theology, where we eliminate the social from the spiritual and are so caught up in personal piety for us that we don't get around to social policy and how it infects our personal piety. And so that plantation theology is dangerous, but there are churches. You got William Lamar on this call. You have others on this call right now in this session who are mobilizing sites for the Black church, who are doing what is necessary for the Black church to be that mobilizing force, that gathering space. We are hosting right now at Friendship West both a voting site, but also a conversation around history with Michael Harriot. All that's going on right now because there are some churches, and Roland, let's be real. A lot of times we talk about the Black church being that gathering spot during the civil rights movement, but we overlooked the fact it was only 15% of Black churches, if that many, that were actually mobilizing and engaging in the work. And so as we salute a Reverend Jesse Jackson, at the same time, we've got to remember that Jesse Jackson was always trying to push the church to do more, to be more, and to recognize we are the one gathering space every single week. And if all we do is worship and we don't strategize to do the work to impact and influence the community, then that's poor stewardship of the hearts, minds, and resources of our people. And so a part of our prescription is to call the Black church back to being what Henry Mitchell called that gathering spot, that during Black church beginnings, every Black church became, according to Henry Mitchell, a platform for abolition. And we've got to be that platform for abolition, empowerment, and liberation.
Pastor Lamar, the thing that I have been saying to folk is that if pastors are concerned with dwindling numbers, that if folk move beyond their church walls and begin to touch the folks in a 0.25 mile radius around them, then they might realize that people are actually seeing the church move out beyond the walls and not inside. This is a moment right now where our people really are yelling and screaming for leadership because of what's happening in D.C., what's happening in state capitals. And if there's a moment where Black pastors, the church could really lead, this is it. But they got to be willing to accept the mantle.
Exactly. And Roland, thank you for the opportunity. I think the first thing to say is that the masses of Black people are not connected to the Black church because they are clear that we are not in love with them as we ought be. Many pastors and much of our theology is chasing capitalism. It is chasing whiteness. And what it also does is it penalizes rhetorically and theologically the Black masses. We have, in the words of Willie Jennings, wed salvation to middle class uplift. When the masses know that we are in love with them, they will return. And it can't just be rhetoric. It has to be a plan and a policy and a preachment that lifts up all of our people. I mean, one of the things that the masses know is that we are in the presence of enemies, political enemies, theological enemies. And the problem is too many pastors allow the enemies to interpret texts and to supply theology. Why would you let those who are bent on death help you to read and interpret and to move? And so the thing that I'm thinking about right now, sitting at the table in my parents' home, is there's always a table in the presence of enemies. But there's some tables that you must overturn, and there's some tables to which you extend welcome and hospitality. And the Black church has to have that inside-outside game. We've got to be tearing down tables and building tables simultaneously. I have seen that when we have real conversations with real Black people, they are willing to dialogue with us, but they have no time for BS, and they know when that's what they're being served. So if we have a table of truth, a table of love, a table of uplift, a table that does not judge. Dr. Haynes brought up the story of Reverend Jesse Jackson, and I've been reading deeply about his life. His mother was 16, his father was 33, and when he was born, his mother had to take him to their home church, put him on the altar, and beg for forgiveness. And what kind of foolishness is that? Jesus was born under the same circumstances. Reverend Jackson said, every child in every belly is a child of God. So until we move beyond that kind of bourgeois craziness, those kind of bourgeois values, and embrace like Big Mama, like Grandmama, all of who we are, then the church will remain anemic. But the masses will return when they know that they are loved.
Pastor Whalum, we're dealing with this ideologically driven white right-wing Christian nationalism. And it's abundantly clear. They have infected, they have affected the federal government. And we know exactly what their agenda is. It is an anti-black agenda. And so what do you say to the black church, to black preachers, where they need to be in this moment when it comes to the state of our union 2026?
Thank you, Roland. We got to go back to the old landmark, man. Got to go back.
That's right.
To the old landmark. Without the black church, there would have been no civil rights movement. I just heard Hakeem Jeffries talk about how black people are under attack in a worse way than we were during Jim Crow. Well, how did Black America deal with Jim Crow? We didn't beg Jim Crow. We boycotted Jim Crow. Black America did what Roland S. Martin is doing with the Black Star Network. We didn't beg white folk. We did our own thing. It was church-led, though, Roland. And black pastors today have got to stop being so lazy and roll up our sleeves and support each other in business. Black Star Network is a behemoth because Roland Martin put in the work. We have got to put in the work. I'm disappointed, Roland. The last time we talked, the last time we did the State of Our Union right here on this particular set, I told you about an exciting meeting that Mayor Paul Young had with other black pastors initiating economic empowerment where black churches across the city would support black-owned business. Roland, it didn't happen, man. And we can't blame that on white folk, Roland.
And see,
about what white people are doing.
But that's what I was saying earlier. I don't want to bring Robert Turner in. That's what I was saying earlier when I had the conversation with the economic people. I'm tired of folk meeting and gathering and then nothing happening. And listen, the point that you made, I was in Memphis. I gave a Juneteenth speech 8 months ago that went viral. And
it got people wanting to run you out of town.
Well, first of all, they understand it's a lot of places I can stay in Memphis, so they can't run me out of town. And they were all mad because I told the truth. And again,
you told the truth.
And listen, to your point, I've tried to get Mayor Paul Young on this show numerous times. And I made it clear I ain't got nothing against him, but I'm sorry, if you're gonna be the mayor of a majority black city, I'm gonna ask you some black economic questions. And I can't believe what you just laid out, that there was a meeting announcing we gonna do this, and it didn't happen. And this is what I spoke to. I'm gonna bring Pastor Turner in here right now. I spoke to a private group, it was pulled together in Chicago, of all these ministerial leaders, and this is what I told them, Pastor. I said point blank, if y'all meet and y'all talk about doing something and you don't do it, black folk gonna be pissed off. And I outlined to them the multiple times that happened before where black people gathered and people said we're gonna do this, and nothing ever happened. I said, I'm telling y'all, if that's what y'all gonna do, stop meeting now, go home, and don't waste nobody's energy. Pastor Turner? Hit your button. There you go.
I couldn't agree more. And first, thank you for having me once more. Greetings. This is a time that reminds me of a Bible study I just did, taken out of Psalms 44, where it speaks about when the children of God speak about a loss that they just occurred, that they just went through, and how the first thing they did was remember what their fathers, so their ancestors, taught them about God, what they were taught about God, and the victories that they got being children of God by their faith, not by their might, but by their faith. But then it pivots once they remind themselves about what God did for them and with them. Then they go and say, I want you to do it again. I need you to help. You helped us through one loss. You made it a victory. I need you to go do that again. And when they did that, they said how they would fight with the Lord against their enemies. We've lost a story somewhere in our generation. And I'm a millennial, but we've lost those stories of how we were brought over. And we a lot of times now go to churches and are taught by people who either don't know or don't care about our story, and now whitewash our story. And we've lost the fight, right? We've lost the fight. So our faith has been tampered or lost in some sense, and our fight has been lost. And we are descendants of people like Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, who actually fought for real against slavery and oppression. We're descendants of people who fought in the courts, right? Now we have surmised our fighting to voting, and some of us barely do that. Thurgood Marshall from Baltimore on the Supreme Court, we fought for integration. We better not go to PTA meetings or school board meetings. We have to make sure we remember our faith and start back fighting again. And fighting is not just every 2 to 4 years. It's every day we got to fight for our people.
Every single day. One of the folks who is fighting to the passage, and Mayor, hold on one second, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley out of Massachusetts. Congresswoman, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Glad to have you here discussing the state of our union. I've been making it clear that it's been a hellacious year for black people under this administration. You just heard Pastor Turner say how we got to be fighting every day. And I keep saying we got to be mobilizing and organizing. While we're talking, the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief has walked into the House chamber. And let me to the audience, we are not carrying his speech. Black voters matter be given the state of our union, but we're just watching that while this is happening. So the moment that he goes to the podiums and start lying, that's when we're going to toss to them to give our speech. But Congresswoman, this is a moment where every black person has to understand this ain't no time, and I want to hear this bullshit about people tired and I'm just gonna step away and I'm just gonna step out. No, we need all of our folk on this battlefield because we are fighting treacherous evil that's confronting our community every day.
Absolutely, Roland. And I just want to say how much we appreciate you, black man, because these are perilous times to have independent, black-owned media, and you have not flinched. And so we thank you for your platform and your commitment to keeping us informed and empowered. And Roland, look, this is not about weathering the next 3 years. We're writing the next 100. And that is not work that you can just leave to 212 members of a Democratic caucus or people with a comma and a title after their name. That has to be the work of each and every one of us. We're talking about Black History Month. Well, the work of Black history is actionable. We're supposed to look back to take cues and instruction to inform the work necessary to shape Black futures. So the blueprint has already been written for our survival. We have had to overcome more with less resources. These are coordinated, unrelenting attacks on Black people, Black bodies, Black votes, Black power, and Black progress.
Just moments ago, folks, and we're going to try to pull a clip for you, Congressman Al Green held up a sign. We could not make out the sign as Donald Trump was walking by, and Republican Steve Scalise tried to snatch it down out of his hand, but Green held onto it. So we're going to try to find out what that sign said. He's now going to the podium. Congresswoman.
And Roland, of course, his civil disobedience of last year, that then became the fight to try to protect Medicaid, right? So I know you guys got a cut, but thank you.
Apparently, Congressman Al Green had a sign that said, "Black people aren't apes." That was the sign he had. So my Alfred brother is putting that pressure on him. Congresswoman Pressley, what do you say, real quick, what do you say, again, to the folk who are watching who say, okay, you know what, we really can't do anything about this, we can't change this, and so I'm just going to sit on the couch and just let other people handle this?
Yeah, you can and you must do everything because this is about our survival. And we have to resist, reject, condemn. We cannot normalize this. We have to, as a lawmaker, I'm litigating, I'm legislating, and as a people, we have to agitate, organize, and mobilize. And that's not about the work of government. That really get to know your neighbor because you're going to need them.
Yep.
We need to be doing that neighbor to neighbor, block by block, community by community organizing in order to maintain the integrity of our families, our safety, and just Black people to stay alive.
All right, then, Councilman Yana Presley, I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Real quick, I want to get a final comment from the mayor for each one of our pastors, because in a moment we're about to, when Trump starts talking, we're going to go to our State of Our Union keynote address. And so, Mayor, your final comments.
Good. Thank you again. The reality is African-American mayors, Black mayors are on the ground. We're fighting these fights. We're playing offense and defense at the same time. And we need that help. We need it from our religious community. We need it from our economic community. We're all in this together. We have to keep fighting.
Appreciate it so very much. Pastor Whalum.
We cannot wait. We got to do it ourselves, fall on our faces before God. Keep praying for Roland Martin. Keep giving money to Black Star Network. And let's keep pushing. We can do it on our own.
Robert Turner. Pastor Turner?
If we don't fight today, our children will suffer for it tomorrow. Reparations now.
All right. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, folks. We are going to let's do this here. Let's see here. The twice impeached criminally convicted felon in chief finally went to the microphone, standing back after he was waiting for all of his kingly praise. And so he finally stepped up to start talking. We laid out what we were going to do in terms of what we're going to carry. So we're going to kick off the state of our address. For us is all about, again, speaking to our interest. Last year at this moment, Bishop William Barber, he was the one who gave our address, and we certainly appreciate him doing so. And so, given it this year, Black Voters Matter. Take it away.
We come this far by faith, and we are leaning on the Lord, and we are trusting in His holy word, 'cause He's never failed me yet. Oh, can't turn around. We've come this far by faith. Amen.
My name is April Albright.
And I'm Cliff Albright. And you just heard from our sister comrade, Latasha Brown, who could not be here tonight, but she will be joining us virtually a little bit later on. And together, we are the co-founders of Black Voters Matter, which this fall celebrates 10 years of building power all across this country, all across our nation. And by that, I mean our Black nation within the nation, all across this union, our union. And that's what tonight is about, right? It's about, and that's what our remarks are going to be about. It's about the state of our union. And so a few blocks away, there might be something else going on. A few blocks away, there might be some other dude, some tiny, tiny little man, some little wannabe dictator, accused pedophile, actually not just accused, but convicted of 34 counts. There may be somebody else, someplace else, down the street, telling a whole bunch of lies. But that's not what this is about. Tonight, this right here, this space, our fam over there, Roland and the crew, some good food, some good libations. Tonight in this space,
That's right.
This is about, as the back of our shirt says, it's all about us. It's about the state of our union.
And so before we really unpack the state of our union, I want to talk a little bit about Black Voters Matter, because yes, 10 years ago, we did incorporate. But before that, Black Voters Matter was actually forged in Selma, Alabama. It started when the three of us, living in Selma, at a time where the same mayor who was the mayor when Dr. King and others were organizing to get access to the ballot in Selma and other places was mayor then. The same racist mayor who called Dr. King Dr. Coon was still in office when the three of us were living and working and organizing in Selma. But a little known secret, we really weren't into voting. In fact, Cliff and I thought in many ways that voting was basically sending black folks into a burning house. But when we came to Selma and saw that the same white racist mayor was still in office, we determined in that moment that we were going to get him out of office. And so we created, alongside people like Fire Rose Teray, Tarana Burke, Cliff Latasha, and I forged a campaign called Joe Gotta Go. And we ran a campaign, and yes, we won. But I remember leaving the absentee ballot box that night because we had won overwhelmingly at the ballot box. Black folks had come out. And I remember the images of black folks singing and dancing in the street because we had won. And in that moment, we determined that we wanted to spend the rest of our adult life making sure that we could use elections in order to rid this country of this demonic white supremacist force. So that is the spirit behind Black Voters Matter and why we do what we do, why we organize in all of these states, and why it's important in this moment to talk about the state of our union. Because what Selma taught us is that the state of our union, our Black nation, is strong. That's right. Because what we do know is our oppressor, it's his or her behavior, their tactics, their strategy, does not determine our identity, our power, our love, our tactics, and ultimately our future. So when you think about it like that, the state of our union is strong. But it still means that we must be sober-minded and very clear about what our enemy is doing. So while we certainly, right, are strong, we're going to talk a little bit about what our oppressor is so that we understand what our goals are and how we still move forward in power even in this moment. Because make no mistake about it, we know this person in the White House. Our people have seen this type of fascism before, right?
That's right. That's right. And we don't have to look to Germany. We don't have to look to another country to know what fascism looks like. We've been knowing what fascism looks like in this country. And so what we want to do is, we want to give just the overview of some of the things. We can't even go into all of the things this regime, I don't call it administration, no. I call it regime. We can't even go into all the things that this regime has done, but we're going to give an overview and try to hit some of the main points. And more importantly, you make it very clear how it's rooted in anti-Blackness and how it's actually affecting our community. Because you got some folks that say, well, yeah, I know he's doing all this stuff, but I'm not really seeing how it affects us, how it affects me, right? Mm-hmm. And so we want to talk about it. Yeah. One of the first things that he did when he came in was that he started passing all these executive orders. And it's hard to believe that, a year ago at this time, many of us, like, our heads were spinning because there was so much going on. It was like drinking water out of a fire hydrant. It was just, just every day, executive order after executive order after executive order. One of those early executive orders that he did was around getting rid of DEI, all right? Y'all remember this. Everything became DEI, right? There's a plane crash in D.C. and they call it DEI, right? If anything went wrong anywhere, it would be called DEI, no matter how many white folks were involved in whatever the thing was, everything became DEI. But what they did was, one of the things that they did was that they got rid of so-called DEI within federal policy. That included within hiring, that included positions. You had a lot of folks that had been in these DEI, these equity positions, who all of a sudden lost their jobs, right? But more than that, contracts, like some of the very things that became an avenue for some Black businesses, all of a sudden that was wiped out. And so from very early on, they made it very clear that they were going to get rid of, as Roland always talks about, he talks about that this regime has been a war on Black folks. One of the very first things they did was to do that in regards to federal policy, federal hiring, federal contracts regarding so-called DEI.
But he didn't stop there, right? The goal wasn't just to erase opportunities for black folk in the federal government, he wanted to make sure that that also trickled out into the public, forum and sector. And he did so by starting with our school systems, right? He decided that he was going to direct college and universities, right, to end all of their DEI programs. On the back of what the Supreme Court had done earlier, which was remove affirmative action, he decided that he was going to direct and use the power of the Department of Education to do so. And so he told universities and colleges that if you have diversity and equity and inclusion programs at your school, you're going to lose federal funding. And he did so immediately. And schools, unfortunately, complied. They bent the knee. And so many of those schools, the record shows over 400 immediately began to either abolish, right, alter, or take away completely programs that supported things like black student unions, like courses that focused on black studies. Those were the types of things that fell under diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so he did so with a razor sharp precision at universities. And at least 27 schools in the South completely abolished those types of programs that focused on black folks. So we wonder sometimes, are these policies directed and geared to black folks? Be certain that they are. But he didn't even stop there, right? Because we know that what he also wanted to do in the public forum was remove evidence that we even existed. And so he began to challenge things like our exhibits in our museums, the Smithsonian, talking about slavery didn't exist, and that talking about slavery was anti-quote-unquote American. Mm-hmm. And so we saw even recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago, in Pennsylvania, he actually removed an entire exhibit on slavery. Right. And so, yes, when he says DEI, we know what he's talking about. We know he's talking about the black nation, our history and our power, and he's determined in every public forum that there's jurisdiction of the federal system to make sure that our voices and our history are not told.
And there's some people that say, well, I see what's going on with, he disrespects us. He's trying to eliminate our history. He's trying to eliminate our humanity. But at the end of the day, all I really care about is what? I care about the money. I care about the economy. I care about jobs. That's what we heard some folks say, even as we were mobilizing voters last year, right? Not a whole lot of them, but some of them were out there, right? And so what do we have now after this first year? What is the state of our union economically after a year of this Trump regime? Well, what we know is that black unemployment has skyrocketed. Yes. It's gone from a situation where under President Biden, we had reached a historic low in black unemployment, to now we're looking at rapidly increasing unemployment. 7.2 estimates right now are between 7.2, 8.3%. And as always, twice as much as white unemployment, right? And so he's done nothing for us. All he has done is hurt our economy. But in addition to that, it's been particularly focused on black women. We know that there are estimates that around 300,000 black women lost jobs under this regime. But it's our entire community that's feeling the job losses. But this is happening in a time of what? In a time of inflation. Y'all remember that story, right? Oh, inflation's out of control under the previous president, right? He's going to come in and fix it. He's come in and he's made it worse. He's come in with stupid policies, ignorant tariffs, which were just proven even by a corrupt Supreme Court who said that his tariffs were unconstitutional and that he had gone too far. But meanwhile, this comes a year too late because we've already seen the impact of these tariffs in terms of rising prices. So again, if you're somebody out there who's saying, well, I don't really see how what he's doing is connected. Oh, but by the way, everything is a lot more expensive. The housing is unaffordable. Then this is a result of policy. So what the policies are is not just that they're anti-black, they are, but it's because they're anti-black and they actually are impacting our lives. White supremacy is like a violent crime against our lives.
And it doesn't stop there, right? Because historically in this country, what they have known is that our political power is important. That's right. Political power is important so that we can change the dynamics of our community, respond to the oppression, and build. And so what do we know? What do they usually do is they go after our ability to vote. And so we've seen under this administration or this regime, as Cliff has said repeatedly, an effort to stifle that, to take that away. And we know that the Supreme Court of this country had already started with that, right? We knew that as early as 2013, under the Shelby v. Holder decision, the Voting Rights Act, which is some major legislation that has at least allowed for black folk in this country to have access to the ballot, to increase political representation, to have some means to bring resources into our community. Well, we saw in 2013, the Supreme Court saying, hey, Section 5 and Section 4, that preclearance power, that's gone away. And since that time, year after year, we have seen SCOTUS, right, the Supreme Court, attack other important provisions of that act, like Section 2, right? Weaponizing, allowing states to weaponize the administration of elections. And so this administration, this regime, when it came in power, it joined the effort and creating an executive order that basically now said, you have to prove that you are a citizen, show your papers, right, in order to vote. And so here we had a situation very similar to the Jim Crow poll tax time, where you had to go through hoops in order to vote. And so this executive order, right, that they created in 2025 during the first year was designed to do the very same thing. And now this Do Nothing Congress has joined them. So you got this trifecta, right? You got this Do Nothing Congress creating the SAVE Act to try to make citizenship become a burden to millions and millions of voting, even though they know that less than 1%, right? There's not even really strong evidence that it is happening. And we also have this SCOTUS, the Supreme Court, who is even deciding, as we are talking right now, right? Waiting on a decision to determine whether or not the Voting Rights Act itself, in the Calais, Louisiana case, is going to be unconstitutional itself, right? And then we have SCOTUS trying to use executive order to attack voting so that our political power is dampened. So those are the things that are happening under this administration right now.
Right, and so we're looking at the economy, we're looking at the economic impact, we're looking at the voting impact and the impacts on our power and our voice, and we're looking at the fact that in the midst of all this, our communities are getting sicker and sicker.
That's right.
In the midst of all this, what do we see? We see attacks on health care, we see attacks on Obamacare, we see attacks on Medicaid, we see billions of dollars being given away in the form of tax cuts to billionaires. Also, all while in the process of cutting what? Of cutting support for healthcare, supporting healthcare premiums, SNAP. And so what we're seeing is that our community is losing the ability to be healthy.
That's right.
This impacts the black community more than, or disproportionately than any other community, right? And so in the midst of that, we also have what? And Roland and the crew were talking about this just a few minutes ago. As we're losing the access to the health care, we're also facing more and more health threats. Why? Because you got a person that's got worms in his brain as the Secretary of what is it, Health and Human Services, who's going around telling people you don't need vaccinations.
Right.
And so lo and behold, what winds up happening? Right now, as we speak, we are looking at measles outbreaks all across the country, but in particular in the state of South Carolina. But as we were just talking about earlier, we've gone from a situation where maybe in a normal year you may have had 200 cases of measles. Now we saw last year over 2,200 cases. This year, close to 1,000 cases, and we're only in February. And so we're facing more health risk at the time that they're cutting their support for health care, cutting premiums, cutting access to medicine and the like. They want us broke, jobless, sick, and without a voting voice. And then lastly, and again, we're only scratching the surface of everything that this white Christian nationalist regime has been doing. But I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
The attacks on our communities, the attacks on cities from a combination of National Guard being sent to our cities, and then ICE agents or brown shirts or Gestapo or whatever you want to call them, but a well-funded, basically almost like a military force rolling through our communities, weapons brandished, knocking down doors, breaking into houses, breaking into cars. This is what's happening in our communities. We've seen it right now. We've seen the worst of it in places like California, like Chicago, like DC, like Memphis, right? We've seen the worst of it, but that's not the only places where it's happening. It's happening all across this country. And we need to be clear that this is not somebody else's problem.
It's not,
right?
right.
This is happening to our communities. If you're not clear about that, all you need to do is to look at the images of Black Hawk helicopters coming and people propelling down an apartment building in Chicago and pulling out black folks, all for a raid that supposedly was going after criminal, undocumented immigrants, only so what they could find what? Nothing.
Nothing.
No criminals, no arrest, because it was all a farce. Right. But it's a farce that affects us in our communities, right? It's a farce that has led to people being murdered in the streets of Minnesota, murdered in the streets of California, leading to a car accident, Sister Linda, who was murdered or killed in Savannah, Georgia, because of the reckless behavior of ICE agents. This is not somebody else's problem. Even if we put aside the fact that when you look at the black community, and I think I heard somebody mention this earlier, a significant portion of black folks in this country are immigrants.
That's right.
Right? 10% estimates, right? And so when you look at who's being impacted by this, this is not somebody else's problem. And that ought to be enough, right? Just the principle of the thing ought to be enough, because as we know, and as Dr. King used to tell us, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
That's right.
So it ought to be enough that it's just wrong. But even if nothing else than self-preservation, we cannot stand by and allow this rogue criminal agency to just go out and continue to harass people. If for no other reason, it ought to be reminiscent to us of the slave catchers that used to go around trying to round up people in the same way that they weren't being beholden to something legal, the same way that they might scoop up anybody, even if you had your papers. That's the way that this force is operating.
That's right.
And any of us can be subject to it at any time. It's not somebody else's problem. It's our problem. And then lastly, it would be bad enough if all these issues that we're talking about were limited just to the borders of this country. But what are we seeing? We are seeing the same rogueness going out and bombing ships off the coast of Venezuela. And be clear, what countries, it doesn't just impact Venezuela, which would be bad enough on its own, but it's also impacting all of those countries, all of those islands, right, that are in the same area. Who lives at those islands, right? These are black folks who we are connected to. Just because the ship that came from Africa happened to land on some shore before it got here doesn't mean that we are not all connected.
We are all
the same way that we are connected, that the same forces that we are seeing happen domestically, we're seeing happen in Gaza, right? Because be clear, even though you may be hearing about and reading about a ceasefire, that there are still bombings and still shootings and still murder happening in the land of Gaza. And now it's even being brought to, we are on the verge of what? On the verge of war with Iran, right? And so again, all of this would be bad enough because it's unjust, it's immoral. But even if you just want to think about it from a selfish perspective, right? A self-preservation perspective, all of that costs money. And all of that money that is going into these wars, that is going into these atrocities, someplace else, means one less dollar that's going to our kids at their schools. Because Lord knows they can't even get the food for the food programs now. It's one less dollar that's going to our health care. It's one less dollar that's going to the infrastructure in our communities. And so even if we're not motivated by the fact that we are an international people. Right? We just lost, just as a tangent if I may, we just lost Brother Jesse, Reverend Jesse Jackson. And also a few days ago, just a couple of days, February 21st, we commemorated the loss of our black shining prince, Brother Malcolm. Now here you have two people that some people might look at as being maybe even on opposite sides of a spectrum. But they were both very clear that we have a role in this world, that we are connected to the continent and to the entire diaspora. I remember Brother Jesse going across the waters to bring back a hostage when the strongest country in the world couldn't get its own hostage back. And so we have always been an international people. Du Bois, right? Delaney. That is our history. That is our legacy. And so now is not the time for us to portray that legacy. The state of our union includes the state of our union within these borders, but also the state of our union within the global community, within the African diaspora.
Amen. You know, and, you know, all of these things, you know, are possible because of international and historical dynamics, right? Like, you know, when we talk about our movement.
So that's the exciting thing. So we just went through all of these things talking about what's wrong, right? What they've been doing over the past year. But we've also got to be clear that this is a moment of opportunity.
That's right.
We have often seen throughout our history that when we have had the periods of our greatest advancement, it's because of some larger turmoil, some larger struggle, some larger dynamic. Emancipation, the Civil War, comes about in part, yes, because of the years of abolition and resistance, but also because of the realities of a regional struggle between the North and the South, the struggle over the economy, over industry versus agriculture, right? And so in that moment, that combined with our efforts, we're able to make a leap, right? Then we fast forward to the Civil Rights Movement, and what do we see? We see all of our organizing that we have been doing for decades, right? We see all the legal strategies, the organizing strategies, the boycotts. We see all of that, but we also see that all of this is happening within a global context of a Cold War. At a moment when the U.S. cannot, on the one hand, be claiming to be the face of democracy, while on the other hand, it is still oppressing a significant portion of its population. So that moment creates an opportunity, it creates a crack that we're able to take advantage of, right? Heck, how did we even get a black president, right? It happens because this country was in the midst of a financial chaos, right?
That's right.
And so that's when folks get desperate and say, well, maybe we'll give the black man a chance, right? And so we always see that there's moments of opportunity that when our work and our efforts coincide with some moments of opportunities, that we're able to make a leap and make an advancement. And that's the kind of moment that we feel that we are in right now. That there's a lot of bad that's been going on, but there's also a lot of pushback and there's a lot of resistance. And we believe that right now that we can get some things done.
That's right.
And so how does that happen, right? How do you resist a slide into dictatorship, a slide into fascism, a slide into authoritarianism? Well, there's a lot of research that's been done, some of it from other countries, that says that there's certain strategies that you have to follow. And I'm gonna just talk for a second about something that we refer to as the 4 Ds. That when you're going through a slide like this, that you gotta have a few different strategies that you can categorize under 4 Ds. 1, disruption, right? And I'm gonna repeat that, disruption. There is no path out of a slide to dictatorship and fascism that does not have to be responded to with some type of disruption. That means protest. That means getting in the machinery and messing up the ways that things are usually done, right? It means not obeying in advance. But all efforts, or all successful efforts to push through a slide into authoritarianism involve some level of disruption. What are the other Ds? Defection, right? Some of the work has to be not just about disrupting, but how do you get people that are supportive to try to defect, right? To try to switch sides. Now, I'm not one to go and try to organize MAGA. Right, that ain't happening.
We're not doing that.
Right, we're not doing that, right? And I'm really not going to try to organize Black MAGA either,
We're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
But what we can do strategically is try to take opportunities where they have wedges, where they have disagreements. Maybe it's a disagreement about Epstein. Get up in that wedge. Maybe it's a disagreement over what we were just talking about, spending money like they sold America first. So, you know, why are you spending money over here? Get up in that wedge. And so part of defection means that you take any crack, any light that you... Look, they have used divide and conquer against us since we were brought over here.
Right.
And so I think that it can be used in the reverse. It doesn't have to use up a whole lot of our time, but if you can strategically do the things that we need to do to build while also taking advantage of their wedges, that's got to be a part of the process. So the second D is defection. The third D is delegitimization. Right? And that means any types of organizing or any types of efforts that delegitimizes the authoritarian, right? Delegitimizes the fascist, delegitimizes the wannabe dictator, and there's lots of different ways that you can delegitimize them. You can show, you can do things that show that their policies are illegal. That delegitimizes them, right? You could even do it with humor. South Park, every time they do a cartoon and they show the wannabe dictator in a certain kind of way with small body parts, right? That's delegitimizing. Anything that we do that makes them small,
that's right,
is a part of the process, right? And so we've got to be able to do that. And then the fourth D is this, and this is critical, and we're going to talk more about this later on. The fourth D is critical. It's develop, as in we've got to develop other models. Because at the end of the day, you can't just fight against the authoritarianism.
Right.
We can't just make the U-turn, because we're not trying to go back to what it was before the slide. We trying to go to someplace different. We trying to go to someplace better. We trying to go to a new vision.
That's right.
To do that, we've got to develop what that vision means.
That's right.
What's a part of that vision? What are the models and the new structures that we need in order to make that vision a reality? And so these are the 4 Ds that we talk about when we talk about resisting authoritarianism and fighting. And I'm gonna add a 5th one.
Okay.
And this is Cliff's amendment, right? I believe you have to add defend.
Right.
Because while you're pushing back, while you're trying to stop the advancement of the authoritarianism, the reality is this, that we are catching hell in our communities every day. And some of it is hell that ain't got nothing to do with the slide into authoritarianism. Some of it is just the regular hell that we just been catching, right? We got to deal with the economic challenges. We got to deal with the health challenges. We got to deal with the normal stuff. We got to deal with the police violence. That's not even the ICE police violence, but it's just the regular police violence. And so we got to defend our community, even as we're doing those other 4 Ds, even as we're developing other models, even as we're trying to cause defections, even as we're causing disruption. Because if we do that and we don't defend our folks,
come on, Cliff,
then at the end of the day, what are we fighting for?
That's right.
Right? And so I'm going to change the 4 Ds to those 5 Ds. But the good news, the other good news is this. We don't have to wait to see examples of what those 4 Ds look like in action, because guess what? Our folks have been doing it already.
Yeah, so, this is a moment of opportunity. And, and as we're talking to you, it may not feel like it, right? Because we just gave this whole picture of all the things that is happening right now, all the attempts that are made to erase us, erase our power, and even our mere being. So how do you see this as a moment of opportunity? Like, that would be insane. But the good news, as he said, is our people have already started doing it.
That's right.
And we can look at recent victories. Like, even in the midst of this happening, we have had some victories that are helping to reduce harm in our community, right?
Tell 'em.
So we talk about litigation, because litigation has always been a strategy that our people have used in this country. Even in front of the most conservative courts, we found victories.
You must be an
that
attorney.
have allowed. I must be an attorney, because I am. And I'm gonna talk a little bit about, some of those victories that have been important to reducing harm for our people right now, even under this regime. And so we have cases where, for example, they fired, as you talked about earlier, how many folks were fired, right? When 47, whatever he is, first came into office. Well, the good news is some courts reinstated those folks, right? And put them back to work. And that was a victory, and we got to declare and receive that victory. We also had some victories recently, from some of his executive orders, like his executive order where he tried to say, show your citizenship in order to vote. Well, a court reversed him and said that you cannot do that via an executive order. That was, indeed, a win. And, we see him doing other rogue activities, but we also know that, the courts have been giving and handing over victories. We saw the victory with the tariffs just this past week, and we also saw, some victories where the court has stopped and blocked his executive order trying to say that mail-in voting, right, is not going to be lawful in this country. And we've seen courts, step back and say no. And then we've seen the court step in even as it relates to what ICE is doing, right, and stopping some of those efforts to disappear people, off the streets. We've seen courts be radical and say and demand that people be brought back, right, and given due process. And so there have been some victories that are happening in court, and we have to receive those victories. But it's not just in court.
That's right.
We're also having election organizing,
All right.
where people are using elections right now in order to send a resistance message to what they're doing, right? This idea that the only people that should be in power in this country are white, racist men. And so what you saw last year, right, was an overwhelming amount of folks coming out in the community and voting in 2 women, right, in Virginia and New Jersey. You know, we saw that in the state of Mississippi. Come on now. The state of Mississippi, you saw black folks electorally organizing and took away the supermajority that Republicans had in that state. And a brother and a sister did it, right? And then we saw in Georgia, something extraordinarily happened.
What'd they do?
A lot of folks didn't talk about it and not saying much about it, but there was a black woman who won a statewide office, but not just to any position. She won a position, you know, in the Service Commission, which has power in our communities, a very important issue in Georgia, regulating, right, utilities. And so we saw 2 Democrats win. Black folks delivered that.
That's right.
But we didn't stop there because
else?
all across the country, there were black women who became mayors. In the state of New York, Albany, right? In the state of Michigan, Detroit, you know, we saw in Georgia, there were, you know, and even in Kansas, there was a sister who won mayor. So I give those examples because it's important for us to understand that our power and our identity and our future has never been determined by the actions, the mindsets, and the maneuvering of white supremacists.
That's right.
Right? Our ancestors taught us that, and now in this moment, we are doing that.
That's right. And those local, I just want to, you know, co-sign on, you know, that last part about the local power, those mayors' positions, because as we are fighting, as we are resisting, as we're seeing this regime try to insert itself into cities, a lot of times those mayors are the first ones on the front line.
Yes.
They're the ones that are determining how much the city is going to push back, whether the city is going to file suit, whether the city is going to go to the state and try to get some support from the state, right? And so having that local power is not meaningless. It means something. And so all those efforts that Sister April just shared with us are a critical part of how we're resisting by using that voting power. The other way we're seeing, so all those things are important, right? The litigation is important. The elections are important, critically important. We're going to circle back and talk a little bit more about that. But we also have to recognize that the other ways of resisting are just as important because, again, when you're fighting against dictatorship and fascism and authoritarianism, when you're fighting against that, what our history shows, what research shows, what other countries shows, is that you can't just use the traditional mechanisms. That's right. You can't just use the traditional institutions. It's a part of the battle, right? The courts are a part of the battle. The voting is a part of the battle, but you've got to also use some of the non-traditional. You got to be able to use the disruption that we talked about a little bit earlier. And so as part of that, the movement work that we've seen, the resistance that we've seen in different forms, right? Because it's not always about the protesting on the front lines, but let's take, for example, the Target boycott.
That's right.
Right? Target's been getting a lot of attention recently because of the role that they've been playing in supporting the ICE actions. And so you've seen a recent wave of organizing against Target. But let's be clear, the first organizing against Target was started by black folks, right? It was started over a year ago. And what we've seen in that year, right? Shout out to Sister Tamika, shout out to Reverend Brian, right? And Sister Nina, and what we've seen, and others, and what we've seen is over the course of this year, that their stock price has gone down, almost 50%, right? And so that was us. That's us. Black folks did that, right? And so that's a form of disruption. That's an example of movement getting victories. What other types of movement victories have we seen? Well, we just saw in Minnesota.
Come on.
And obviously we've seen a lot of bad happening in Minnesota, right? We've seen, again, Brother Preci and Sister Good who were murdered there. And we still got to get justice for them, right? But what we also saw was one of the largest actions. Some folks say general strike. Some people don't want to call it a general strike. The largest action of absence, of folks being absent, whether from school or from work or from buying things, that we've seen in a long time, right? And so what would that look like if we were able to replicate that not just in Minnesota, but in
Well.
all of these other states as well, right? And so that's an example of movement winning and pushing back. And then I'm gonna give an example that a lot of people probably don't know about, but it's really, really important. It takes place right in the city where we are right now, right? Right in this future state.
That's
where
right.
we are standing right now.
That's
Shout out to
right.
DC statehood, because right here in DC, which if you're under attack, then DC is one of the hardest places to be if you're under attack by the federal government. Why? Because the federal government has so much jurisdiction over the lives of folks in DC. And yet, in spite of that, when they were bringing the National Guard, and the National Guard is still present, right? And when they were bringing ICE and bringing all this law enforcement, the people of DC didn't shrink.
That's right.
Right, and so our friends, our partners over at Free DC, our fam over at Harriet's Wildest
That's
Dreams, right? That they organized and they got folks out. And they didn't just get folks out, but they got folks out and they used every tool that they had. They used their joy, their culture,
right.
they used a little bit of go-go, right? But they used every tool that they have to push back. And something happened a couple of weeks ago that was really important. When this regime passed the big ugly bill, doing all of the cuts that they were doing, they tried to, the DC basically, the local people and the local government of DC basically disconnected their budget from those cuts. Now, MAGA didn't like that. And so they tried to come back and undo it. And they actually wound up passing a resolution that normally if they had done it fast enough, it might have taken away that local power that DC and that local legislation that DC has passed. But guess what? They waited too long, right? And part of it is because DC and all the DC folks who love and support the organizing in DC had gone into action.
Yes.
And so even though they passed the thing, they passed it too late. And so the law that the DC government passed, that the people wanted, that was able to protect their budget, protect their services, right? That stands.
Yes.
That's an example of movement working, right? Even though a lot of the country doesn't know about it, it's victories like that. It's small victories at
Yes,
the
that
local
drip.
level. It's that drip that April talks about. Because a little steady drip, I don't want to say what happens when you got a drip of water.
If just a little drip. You don't always need a bomb,
Right.
right? Just a consistent, sustained drip of water will break concrete.
That's right. That's right. And so these are some examples of things that have already happened. But guess what? Our call tonight
That's right.
is we need more of that.
We got to have it.
We got to have more of that, y'all. We got to have more of every type of resistance that there can be. We got to have more of the voting, right? We got to be able to these are midterm elections. And I know some people are tired of hearing about it. We say it a lot. Oh, this is the most critical elections. But this election will determine whether or not this regime continues unchecked and unfettered and doubles down on the things that it does, or whether we're able to get control of a House or a Senate that might actually hold this regime accountable, or at the bare minimum slows down the slide towards authoritarianism, even if they don't reverse it. But whether or not that happens is up to us and whether or not we come out. So this election is critical. But let's also be clear that voting, again, cannot be the only tool. It's a critically important. Look, we Black Voters Matter. We ain't going to tell you that it ain't important.
Right.
But we've got to have other forms of activism to go along with it. Because at the end of the day, and we're coming up on the 61st commemoration of Bloody Sunday.
That's right.
We'll be in Selma in a couple of weeks commemorating and going across. Next week. Oh, my God.
It's next week.
It's coming up, y'all.
That's
and so we'll be there. But guess what? The people of Selma didn't vote for the Voting Rights Act.
They did not.
They had to organize for it. They had to march for it. They had to sacrifice for it. They had to push for it.
That's right.
They had to they had to disrupt. And that's what this moment is calling for, that combination of using our voting power and using those tools, but also using the other tools that we have for mass resistance. And again, it doesn't mean that we have to have bodies in the street. I believe that we do. And if you down for it, if you know how to do it and you can do it safely, we'll be there with you. But guess what? If you're not that, I need you to resist some other way.
You gotta resist.
I need you to disrupt some other way. And there's other ways that you can disrupt. You can provide support to those who are doing the disruption. That has always been a part of our movement. That's always been a part of our legacy, right? Providing support to the people the abolitionists, so supporting those who were the ones who were more vocal, right? The Underground Railroad was a way of providing support to those who were being more active and may have been more vocal. And so there's other ways to support those who might be out front doing some resisting. But that's not all. You can use your voice. That's a part of resistance. That's a part of disrupting, right? You can't tell me that Frederick Douglass, he didn't do what John Brown was doing.
Well,
he didn't do what Sister Harriet was doing.
Right.
But he was using his voice, and that's a part of the resistance and the disruption, right? Use your voice today.
That's right.
What Roland is doing every day
is using his voice. Amen.
Right? You can't tell me that Sister Ida B. Wells wasn't disrupting.
Yeah.
In fact, she was disrupting so much that they would often harass her and chase her out of a city like Memphis, right? Using your voice is a part of the resistance and the disruption. Use your voice and support those that are using their voice, like Black media, right? Like the Black Star Network. And then there are other ways that you can support. You can do work slowdowns. We did this in the slave community, right? Where sometimes folks wouldn't resist necessarily by doing what Brother Nat did, right? Or by doing what Sister Harriet was doing. But it was it was that drip of slowing down the production, right? Making it so that the entire system had to slow down just a little bit. You can slow it down. You can clog it up, right? I'm thinking about the people who have been protesting at Target, right, and Home Depot, and going there and buying stuff and then doing what? Getting in line to return it. Slowing down and clogging up the mechanisms so that those systems can't operate the way that they're supposed to. I'm thinking of people that call in. And sometimes they got these ICE hotlines, right?
That's right?
Call in if you know where somebody's at. Well, everybody can call in and clog up the line, right? So that the MAGA people that are trying to use it for real can't do it. There are all types of ways for us to disrupt and to slow down and to resist this system. And we need all that. And the last thing I'll say on that is culture is resistance.
Yeah.
Like I just mentioned DC, and it's not just in DC. We're seeing it in all the cities. We see it in Chicago. We see it in Memphis. We saw it from Bad Bunny, right? We saw it last year from Kendrick. Our culture is resistance. Our culture has always been resistance. From the times when they tried to get rid of us playing the drums, or when we were using the spirituals that we were singing out in the plantation and thought that we was just boning and groaning and singing, but we were really sending messages about liberation. Our culture has always been resistance, and it must continue to be. Don't tell me you don't have a role to play in this resistance, right? The state of our union is strong if we use the power that we have.
All right.
Is it me?
All of that can happen, right? All of that can happen, and we could slow down the slide into authoritarianism, right? Or fascism.
But it's not enough.
Right. But is that all? Right? Let's say we do all this mass resistance. We, slow down. We use our culture and our voice. We use our bodies in the streets, and we vote and we slow it down.
Right.
Do we want to go back to what was?
I got you. And so it reminds me, and we were talking about this the other day, it reminds me of a story that Dr. King told in 1968. He gives a speech to SCLC at their convention. It's called Where Do We Go From Here, right? And towards the end of the speech, he's talking about where do we go from here? And he's already talked about all these issues. He's talked about Operation Breadbasket. He's talked about power, right? Love and power. And he's talked about all this stuff. But ultimately what he gets up to is this. He tells this story from the Bible around Jesus and Nicodemus. And Nicodemus comes to Jesus and Jesus is trying to tell him what he needs to do. And he doesn't tell him the little things that you need to not do. He doesn't tell him, well, to get to the kingdom of heaven, you gotta not lie. You gotta stop committing adultery. You gotta stop cheating. If he doesn't go through all the individual little things. He doesn't say you gotta stop ICE. He doesn't say that you gotta put the DEI back. He doesn't say all of these little things, because at the end of the day, it's bigger than those little things.
Exactly.
And what he says is to Nicodemus is, you must be reborn.
That's right.
that it's not enough to do each of these little things, but you've got to start over from scratch.
That's right.
And be reborn. You have got to be transformed.
That's right.
That the previous was so flawed that you have got to start over.
That's right.
And that's what he tells Nicodemus. And it very much reminds me of the message that we have for this country as we talk about the state of our union and our existence in this wider union. It must be transformed and it must be reborn.
Exactly. And so that's not inconsistent, right? This concept of being reborn is not inconsistent with what this country or the quote unquote founders of their version of America said. Because buried deep in the Declaration of Independence, right, is this phrase not often talked about, but it's there. And it essentially says that if this country or any form of government ceases, right, to do these things, the life, the liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to create a new government.
Come on.
And so we must ask ourselves as a black nation, is stopping Trump and others who want to go into this old post-Reconstruction America enough? Do we want to go back to an Obama era America? Do we want even a Biden era America or United States, right? Is that what we want? Or is it time to look at, you know, what Cliff talked about, right? This rebirthing, you know, this concept of a new government. Is it time for us to do that? And if it is, right, I would suggest that it is. Are we, or do we want to go to the place that our dear brother Dr. King saw? You know, when he said he went to the mountaintop, that our people would get to the promised land. I think if we looked at and surveyed where we are right now, we would all admit that when your rights can come and go, when your liberty and when police officers can just come into your home, take you off the street and disappear you, are we at the promised land? Because we can go to stores or we just have a little bit more freedom. I'm not going to deny that we've had some victories, but are we at the place where our dear brother Martin saw, that I believe that God showed him? I dare say that we are not there. And so we've got to do something new. We've got to create a new government. So while we work to reduce harm, because those things you talked about are absolutely vital.
That's right.
We have got to nation build. It is nation time.
Nation time.
And so what do we want? And so what that involves is, what do we want as a nation? What do we want as a black nation for America to be? And those are the kinds of things that we got to start acting like as Sister Tasha always talks about. We got to have a founder's mindset, not the mindset of the founders who created a nation just for white, straight men who were rich, right? And were Protestant. But what is the nation that we want for all of us, right? Even those, you know, who are the descendants of the former slaves. Right. And so we've got to start talking about Constitution. Is the Constitution of this country, because right now they're going to be celebrating this year, right? They're going to say it's 250 years that we have this powerful Constitution in place. But has it rendered itself meaningless to us, right? Has the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment, and we know how long it took from Reconstruction for those rights to find themselves, and we know what's happening with them now, but they were never meant to be the ceiling. That's right. Right? That's right. So what do we want as a black nation in a constitution? We know right now that voting, while we talk about it, there is no listing that it's a fundamental right in this Constitution. There's a reason for that. We know right now that education is not a fundamental right in this Constitution. Right. There's a reason for that. We know that health care, right? Your health, right? Your well-being, your agency, those things are not stated in the Constitution. It's interpreted, right? And if you got a Supreme Court that may just be a little bit benevolent, then maybe you get your rights. Right. But those things are not stated. Don't we want a Constitution that says that, that gives us right to health care, that gives us rights to housing, that mandates that we have income, right? That we can sustain ourselves in time, that when we have disaster in our community, that there is going to be a standard, an enshrined protection to make sure that we're going to be okay. Don't we want to have education as a right? These are the kinds of things that we need to talk about. A constitution, as you always say, right, that doesn't prioritize property over people. What does that constitution look like? That doesn't start with Article 1 and Article 2, Article 3 of an executive branch, of a congressional legislative branch, and a judicial branch, but it starts with the rights of the people. Go deeper than that. What if you had a constitution that honored the earth that we live in?
Come on.
What if the Constitution started with that, right? So those are the kind of things, and we can explore whether or not we want to talk about capitalism or socialism, or we could just throw those things away. Why not have an economy based on care, right? Let's create something completely new so that our people will be sustained and provided for and protected. Those are the kind of things, y'all, that we got to start talking about. We need to reduce harm, but we have got to nation build. We've got to build a new nation, and we've got to make that just as important, right, as voting for the next person in office. We've got to have those conversations in our churches. We've got to have those conversations in our schools and community centers, in the corner, on the basketball court, on the baseball fields, on the track fields. These are also the conversations that we've got to begin to happen if we are truly going to push our movement forward and have the nation of America, or the version of it that we want.
That's right. And the deal is this. Everything that Sister Abel just talked about is possible.
Yeah.
And we have the power to get it done. But the ultimate question, the deciding question is this.
You better say it.
Do we believe? Because at the end of the day, when we believe, we have demonstrated throughout our history that when we believe a thing, we can achieve a thing, right? Somewhere it said, I know we got people listening from different faiths, right? But somewhere it said that if we only had the faith of a mustard seed, not even a mustard seed, but a grain of a mustard seed. If you had that much faith, then you could tell that mountain to move, mountain. That's what we can do if we had that level of belief. And so the question is, do we believe? Do we believe that we are a generation, that we are a people can achieve the things that Sister Abel just described? Do we believe that we are descendants of those who had the audacity to believe after they were brought here on slave ships that one day that they could run this country?
That's right.
That they could shape this country. Right. Are we going to be the ones who believe in our power so much that we are able to manifest the things that we have not yet been able to manifest? If we believe, then we can do it.
Yeah. You know, we can talk about scripture. We can talk about beliefs, and we can talk about faith. But I dare say in this moment, there's a lot of things we got to let go of.
What's that?
And one of the things is we're going to have to come up out of the Church of the Confederacy. We're going to have to come up out of these institutions that have historically, right, used messages of Christ and God and Jesus to enslave us. We got to be honest about what's happening, and we've got to separate ourselves from them. And when we do that, right, when we begin to understand that there are powers that are using our faith, our belief, in order to imprison and oppress us, then we can begin to use our faiths in a way that will move us to liberation. And so right now, right, when we think about our faith, and and I know we can end on this and we want to bring Sister Latasha in, but it's so important, that we remember who we are, right, and whose we are. And I will say that, I say all the time that we are neck deep people. And I say we're a neck deep people because if you are a believer, right, in the words in the story of Moses. You understand that that story is not just about the deliverance of Moses and the Hebrew Israelites to the promised land. It is also about the destruction of the enemy, right? Those two things coexisted when they had faith and chose and allowed themselves to go into a route that made them have to submerge into water, right? Our sister Harriet had to submerge herself into water even though she couldn't swim.
That's right.
In order to take our people to liberation. So we're going to have the kind of belief and neck-deep faith that we just talked about here. And if we do that, there is nothing, just like our people have shown us that we have been delivered and we have come this far,
That's right.
there is no place that we cannot go.
You better say that. So we've talked, and we've talked about the state of our union.
That's right.
And while we've been talking, you know, the other dude been talking. And so in just about a minute, we're going to toss it over to our sister, our good sister friend, sister comrade, Latasha Brown, who's going to give us a word. But while we're waiting on that,
story.
Why don't you tell us about
the wolf? So there's a story that I'm fascinated in, and it was about Yellowstone State Park, right? And in Yellowstone State Park, people may know it out there, it actually started dying, right? The whole ecosystem began to go away. And it perplexed people. It perplexed the scientists, the botanists. And so what they did was they discovered that one of the reasons why it was dying was because there was no apex predator. And so they decided to put in or to reintroduce into the ecosystem the gray wolf. And when they put the gray wolf in, within a short amount of time, the whole forest came back to life. Yellowstone State Park became beautiful again. The beavers came back, all the waterways reinstored. But it happened because of an apex predator, because the reason why it got destroyed was because of deer.
Deer.
Right? The deer, right? The deer, the friendly old light deer were the reason why Yellowstone State Park was being destroyed. So they needed an apex predator. And so, I shared this story with you because I was fascinated with the story. And, and I was making some symbolism, right? I was thinking about, who were we?
Right.
And I remember you said to me, well, sister, you got this wrong.
Because you thought we were the deer.
I thought we was the deer. And you were like, no.
Because everybody wants to be
everybody want to be the nice.
Everybody want to be Bambi.
They want to be Bambi, the nice old friendly deer.
Right.
And you said, no, sis, we the wolf. And, at first I kind of clutched my pearls because I was like, the wolf? Because nobody wants to be the apex predator. But then you said, the apex predator, sister, right? Is important to bringing balance to the ecosystem.
That's right.
And so what did you say to me?
We the apex predator.
We were the wolf.
We the wolf.
Right? And when we're not in place.
That's right.
When we are not where we're supposed to be.
That's right.
Right? The whole world is turned upside down. And so our word was be like the wolf. Get in place, black people.
That's right.
Right?
Lean into our power.
That's right. Lean into our power, and I am actually finna toss it to a wolf, right? I'm finna toss it to Sister Tasha, who's a wolf.
That's right.
And gonna give us a word tonight to help us as a black nation
to get
into place.
Get us in place, sister.
Let me tell you something. I love my brother and my sister, April and Cliff. If y'all ain't had a word, I don't even know. If y'all didn't hear the word, I think it's really important in this moment. I did listen. I'm actually out of the country, and I did listen to parts of the speech tonight. And part of what I think
is he still
is critical, which is part of the reason what I think what April and Cliff were saying was so relevant. Y'all, we got to pivot and we got to shift our focus. We're going to have to really be in a space that we are moving forward with the agenda that we need. I was listening, there are a couple of things, I took a couple of notes tonight, just listening to this deeply, deeply disturbing state of, as some say, state of the swamp of the union tonight. And there were a couple of things that was so problematic. One of the things that Trump is touted touted tonight as he talked about America getting 600,000 barrels of oil, and that Venezuela had given us 80 billion barrels of oil. I mean, essentially when it did a coup over on another country, it wasn't like that there was some kind of trade where you got it. You actually used violence and force, the very thing that you've talked about with other nations and other countries, and actually has been a justification for you to actually go into other countries. This is what you've done, and you're touting that as your victory. You know, he also talked about that in this moment, you know, that 100% of the jobs, that the job market is doing so well. As a Black woman, there are almost 1 million Black women who have been unemployed based on this in this last over the last year since Trump has been in office. That we are seeing rising unemployment rates, so much so that in many ways we can't even trust the numbers that are coming out. They've stopped sending numbers out so that we don't actually try raise that how this administration has a problem right now, that economically in this country that we are not doing well. That it's interesting. He said that we were stronger, that America, what's my notes? That America was bigger, better, stronger, and richer. Who is he talking about exactly? Because he certainly wasn't talking about the people of America. He's gotten richer. He's made almost $3 billion in the last, since he's been in office. So who's bigger, who's better, who's richer? We're watching our neighbors. We're seeing pure chaos happen all around the country right now. But he didn't mention that because there's this attempt. And I'm raising these things not because I think it's important just to say, because I know many people were boycotting tonight, but I think it's really important for us to really recognize how egregious, you know, this State of the Union is, but how egregious that the president would go there in a chamber full of people to actually say this and say this to us, that in fact that America, that, you know, he talked about America was a dead country. Under the Biden administration, America was dead. And now is the hottest country alive. He went on and on and on. And I don't really want so much that I can say, so many notes that I took. You know, one quote that I do want to share that he said, there's two things. And the first one, he says, large parts of the two things that I think were the two truths that he said, out of everything that he said, large parts of the world have bribery and corruption are normalized. Now, he was talking about Somalia. But the truth of the matter is we're seeing bribery and corruption be normalized in this country, in this nation. So it's interesting that we're seeing kind of this flip of this narrative. And the second thing that he said, and I'm going to end on this, I won't even go through all the other stuff because it's really not of tremendous value just for me to repeat the lies. But I thought it was stark what he said. One of the things that he said was that America will never go back to where it was again. That is probably the strongest truth that he said. The truth of the matter is there's been so much damage and so much erosion of what we see or what we know as democratic norms in this nation that he's right. We will never go back to where we were again. But the truth of the matter is if you are a Black person in America, that we always knew that was the floor, not the ceiling. That part of we've got to make a pivot in this moment, that we've got to create. We've got to use our imagination. I talk about it all the time. We've got to organize ourselves. We've got to fortify our communities. We've got to use our own innovation to actually dream bigger. That even when we're thinking that the attacks that are happening in our communities right now, that some of the laws that we had, including some of the programs that have been dismantled, that was the floor, not the ceiling. We've got to go to the ceiling. We've got to go higher. In this moment, we don't go back and ask for what really wasn't working in many ways. That we saw at the very best, we saw harm reduction, right? At the very best, we saw people being able to get at least some of the benefits of this in America. But the truth of the matter is, it was never enough. It was never enough. That the laws that we had, even when we're talking about the Voting Rights Act, part of the reason why we find ourselves in this moment right now, where we're looking at on the eve of the Louisiana versus Calais case. In any day now, we're seeing a case that can possibly come and that the Supreme Court, depending on how they rule, it can wipe out 19 seats of Black people who are in Congress right now, 19 African-American districts, right? And also it can impact and weaken the Voting Rights Act in such a way that when you take away Section 2, that it takes the teeth out of it, right? And that's essentially what they've been trying to do. That's essentially what Chief Roberts has been trying to do, that to actually take away the gains that we fought hard for, that we earned, that we deserve, that the very thing that actually has given and opened up and created democracy. I would say it has been the Voting Rights Act and the work of Black people and the work of folks who have been, those who have been on the front lines fighting for democracy, that ultimately that has been what has created democracy in this country. But I do want to note that was the floor, not the ceiling. So in this moment, let's take it to the roof. In this moment, we should really be thinking about what it is. We should radically reimagine what it is that we need, that we should be thinking about how do we organize ourselves, but what kind of policies that we need. We should be thinking as nation builders, as founders of a new nation, that instead of constantly responding to those that don't have the foresight, don't have the heart, don't have the intellect, right, to really be able to create a country that can support the people, create a country and a nation that all people, no matter who you are, that when we look at the Declaration of Independence, no matter who you are or where you are, where your zip code is, that your human rights are respected and valued. That is what we're in the moment. But also what we got to do, y'all, is we got to fortify. We got to fight like hell right now. We got to fight because we matter. Our children matter. Our community matters. That when we're looking at what we're up against, that we can no longer just be in what I call kind of this revolving door of change, that we will only accept or fight for the change based on white benevolence. That is not enough. I am looking at mediocrity. If we look at this administration, if we look at the people who have been in position, this is what many of us have experienced, what we witnessed, what we've been talking about, that ultimately that in this country, there has been a premium put on whiteness to the extent that you could be a mediocre white man and rise to the highest, at the highest rank of public office in this country. But our best, that when we look at Black elected officials, when we look at people who have the heart, who have the spirit to serve our folks, right? That those are the people that we really should be getting behind. And those are people who actually are supporting, who really support the kinds of things that we support. But I want to tell you all, what we have had has never been enough. That you can't be in the wealthiest country in the world and you have millions of people that are poor. You can't be in the wealthiest country in the world and the same kind of healthcare. If we can provide healthcare for wealthy senators and wealthy people in Congress, we can certainly provide healthcare, affordable healthcare to the people of this nation who actually make this nation move. It is unacceptable for us to accept anything else. And it is unacceptable for us to really believe that in this moment that we're going to take the crumbs off the table. We're done with that. We're done with that. And so, yes, I'm going to say that President Trump said one truth tonight that I heard. We ain't going back, y'all. Not only we're not going back, we're not accepting the crumbs that people are trying to give us. We're not accepting the crumbs. We're not believing the lie. We're not going back and fighting for the same thing that we've won for years and years and years and years, fighting and struggling. Yes, when we talk about, I am a native of Selma, Alabama. And so I have a special, and I'm a voting rights organizer and activist. That was never enough. We know this. Even as we're doing the work with voting, what we understand is that voting is a powerful, powerful tool. And this next election cycle, my brother Cliff said this next election cycle, we've got to shift the way that we see it. One, I think there are 3 ways we've got to really shift and pivot. One, we've got to see it as a vote of resistance. It has to be not just a no, it got to be a hell no, as we say in Alabama and other places, that ultimately we've got to send a message that we're not taking this line down. We're going to use every single tool available to us. We're going to use our economic power. We're going to use our political power. We're going to use our social power, our cultural capital, all the things that we have to say, no, We are not going to just take this and surrender. And we're not going to be waiting on the benevolence of white folks. That's not what we're going to do, or the benevolence of anybody. That God hasn't empowered us, and that is our agency. Even when we're talking about voting, that's not just because I think that I'm going to vote because of what the Constitution gives me. It's because of what God gives me. That as a human being, I have the right to actually be able to participate in any decision that is going to be about me and my community and my family. Secondly, I think it's really important for us as we think about this next election cycle is that we have to stop the rise of authoritarianism. For whatever people say, whatever tools is available, when somebody is coming at you and coming at your communities and trying to create a police state and trying to do all of these things, this ain't the moment for us to sit back and say and debate whether voting works or not. We know it works. Now, does it do all the things that we needed to do? Absolutely not. I'm the first to tell you it is limited in scope of the impact, but it is not truthful. We're being dishonest and disingenuous if we say that it doesn't matter, because it does matter. It does matter who the DA is. I've been in courtrooms and seen the difference between if there's a certain DA that's been put in by people and a certain that has not been, don't feel accountable to communities. I've been in places where I've seen where Congress folks have been able to get resources to rural communities and Black communities that normally would not get those resources, but they had representation. I have seen that. So we've got to really be honest in this moment. This ain't the moment for our opinions, or just because we're seeing something on TikTok or Twitter that we saw. This is a moment for us to get real. That it is forcing all of us to be real and honest. The truth of the matter is that while voting is only one tool, and voting absolutely is not the sole tool that's going to lead us to liberation, the truth of the matter is if people are coming at our community, if we're seeing hundreds of thousands of Black workers be fired, when we're seeing all of the rollbacks of things that actually have helped protect and move our communities forward, this ain't the moment to have a debate about or to fall into this trap of it, we're going to say something clever. This is a moment for us to get real. And the truth of the matter is this next election cycle has to be a resistance vote. We've got to actually see this as a vote to say no. We have to see this as a vote to resist. We have to say this a vote that we are going to fight. It is when a bully is in the courtyard, the bully gets stronger when there's no resistance. Anytime that there's a bully and there's nothing that's challenging, people are quiet and silent, that is how the bully gets bigger and bigger. So when the bully's in the courtyard and nobody shows up and everybody's acting like things are normal, or there's some people may say, oh, you don't worry about that bully. No, when the bully is in the courtyard, those of us who have courage, right? When I think about David and Goliath, when Goliath could not go unanswered, he had to be answered. So we're going to have to take our 5 stones. And one of those stones, y'all, is about organizing. We're going to have to organize our communities and support organizations that are on the front lines. Even this program right here, we're looking at the media. We're looking at Black voices and Black opinions being taken off mainstream national media. It is important that we're supporting our own platforms. The Roland Martin Show, this show right here, we're able to come to you, and Roland has been able to build this platform, this huge platform to give us voice, that we can tell the truth, that we can change the devil. And then the second thing is, I think when we're looking at the 5 stones, I think the second thing that we have to do is we actually have to fund our movements. It's important for us to support the groups that are on the front lines. The third thing we've got to do, y'all, everybody has to go. So in this moment, this is our moment. We got to fight, y'all. We've got to dream, we got to organize, and we've got to fight.
Tasha Brown, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Let's quickly go to Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove. She joins us right now out of California. She, of course, is always one speaking her mind. Congresswoman, glad to have you here. It's a whole lot of line going down the street at the U.S. Capitol.
Too many lies. First of all, the man looks homeless, like somebody picked him up off the street. Then he comes into my house, Roland, disrespecting me with all of these lies and tall tales that he's telling. He's got those folks up in there being held hostage. So I did not come to the State of the Union this year because it was important for me to be at the People's State of the Union talking to Americans who want to hear truth coming from their government. They want real talk. They want honesty. And they want us to deliver on the American promise. And you're not getting any of that with his State of the Union speech right now. He is talking to sycophants. He is hunting for applause. And he is just lying, straight up lying about what bills are going to do, what he has done, and what he will do.
And there were moments, Congressman Al Green greeted him with a sign, "Black people are not apes." And I understand that during his speech, he continued to trash Somalis, and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar was not having it and yelled back at him.
Good for her. And that's what we have to continue to do. You know, he is hoping that we will continue to be civil, to respect his disrespect of us. And American people, Democrats, all folks are saying enough is enough. You have raised the price of gas, of groceries, of onions, of rent. You have given us higher costs because of your arbitrary tariffs, while you are finding ways to get richer and richer every day. And you are belittling Americans. You are detaining us, you are deporting us, you are killing us, you are sending out your armies of ICE and DHS agents and DOJ agents to intimidate us.
You know, the thing here is what people have to understand. You can whine and complain, you can do all of those different things, but the bottom line is folks have to be organized and mobilized and really understand the power of the vote. These people can be stopped. They can absolutely be stopped. People cannot sit on the sidelines.
So, Roland, that's why these Republicans and Donald Trump are trying so desperately to push the SAVE Act. That's why DOJ tried to get the voter rolls in Oregon. That's why Kristi Noem said, we'll leave Minneapolis if you give us access to the Minnesota voter rolls. That is why they are trying to intimidate states by coming after our voter registration data, because they know that his approval ratings are in the toilet. And they also know that black folks and other folks are not saying a lot, but we are taking ourselves to the polls. Proposition 50, we had that in California. 91% of black men came out to vote for it. 88% of black women came out to vote for it. We weren't dancing in the streets. We weren't shucking and jiving and trying to be on every TV station we could find, but we were reading the ballot, talking to our friends and neighbors at our barbershops and beauty salons and in our churches, and going to the polls. And you are seeing that happen across the country. We have been winning all of the special elections, and we are keeping the receipts. And he knows that, and he's afraid, because he knows that when we are in power, come November, he will not be able to continue to roll over Congress like he has been doing under this Republican majority. So people have got to understand how important their vote is. It is the great equalizer, regardless of your zip code, regardless of your bank account, regardless of your address, regardless of your degrees. We all have one vote that we have to use at each and every election. And he knows that, and the Republicans know that. That's why they're doing all they can to suppress it. So y'all can't give up your power. You have to use it. That's how we get the gavels back, and that's how we can fight for the things that are important to us. The power of the purse, the ability to hold people accountable, the ability to subpoena folks, to tell the real story of truth to the American people so we can rebuild a government that we respect and that respects us.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully that is the case. And so looks like the twice impeached criminally convicted felon in chief is still talking. And so he's probably, as you say, he's going to hold them hostage for probably another 30 minutes to an hour. So and so it goes.
I mean, why would anybody want to listen to him? Why would you want to listen to him for that long? I cannot imagine somebody's head not exploding up in that room.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We appreciate it, Congresswoman. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Roland.
All right, folks. When Donald Trump was walking into the House chamber, he was met with a sign from Congressman Al Green of Houston. Watch this. Steve Scalise, who tried to sit here and take his sign down. You saw it. Let's roll the video again. Congressman Al Green held the sign up, "Black people aren't apes." Of course, he was referencing that video Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social that showed President Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, as apes from The Lion King. Now, that was right as he was walking in. This is what took place during the speech, just like last year when Congressman Al Green stood up shaking his cane and was escorted out. Well, he was escorted out again. Roll it.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before.
Our panel here tracking what's going on. Again, Eugene Craig, Rebecca Carruthers, Greg Carr, Mustafa Santiago Ali, Tiffany Lofton joins us right now. United States Student Association. Interim Executive Director? Executive Director. Which
Just
one?
say Executive Director.
Yeah, whatever. Just say Executive Director. That's fine. We got Gavin Reynolds, former speechwriter who joins us right now. Okay, y'all been looking at social media. What the hell has happened during this speech? Anything?
This fool said that he's making America great again, and the borders have been successfully restored and secured, and nobody illegal has entered into the country. And Representative Ilhan Omar shouted and said, "You've been killing Americans," and he shouted back something like, "Something is wrong with you." And everybody just kept talking. And I can't understand how you can kick out elected officials from their very own meeting that they are in because they are protesting what the president says, when he is in fact lying, when he is in fact being racist and calling people out in the meeting and in the room. There's a bunch of stuff that happened, but he's been continuing a lot like everybody's been saying.
Anybody else?
The other thing that he prioritizes for his policy is trying to get the Senate to pass the SAVE Act.
That's
the
right.
SAVE Act will make it immensely harder for millions of Americans headed into the primaries as well as heading into the fall elections.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
And I'll say this, he's also somewhat prioritized another round of corporate tax cuts. I wouldn't be shocked if that becomes a new driving vehicle to get all of these things through. They've been trying to get a minibus to the omnibus of last year, and trying to get another reconciliation package. I think if they now may have pivoted to, if we get another tax package done, then they could just go ahead and attach SAVE Act and attach, they're yelling drill baby drill like this is 09. It's probably going to go another hour, but I will say this, right? Compared to last year, there's no momentum going into the State of the Union. Yeah. That's one of the points I wanted to make earlier. It doesn't feel like a State of the Union night. It doesn't, there wasn't the hype up that you usually would see around a State of the Union. And I actually think that this probably will fall flat in the next couple of days.
Just a couple of days?
Yeah, this is going to be covered. It's going to be,
it's flat now.
I agree with you.
It's going to wait 2 days.
Yeah.
I mean, bottom line is his poll numbers are dropping. Right. Like a dead body, like the mob dropped a dead body in the ocean.
Wait a minute.
So that's dropping. Second of all, you got primaries coming up. You've got immense energy that's going on. Yeah. And the bottom line is, listen, you got a congressman right now, Tony Gonzalez, who's also facing heat from his own party. And the bottom line is, their agenda is a joke, and they're on their heels. But this is what I keep saying, though. When you got somebody on their heels, what you got to do is take your foot and press it harder on their neck. Absolutely. And so this is not. So Democrats can be excited about turnout right now in Texas. Yes, primary is one thing, but you must crush their spirits in November.
Yep. Absolutely. I think there was a lot going on, and in the Black Star Mothership tonight. So,
Come on, Mothership.
I mean, seriously. I mean, you know, you had the rally down the street. I'm glad you had Congresswoman on because we saw her. She's speaking out there at the Capitol. And he's getting drugged for filth. Every feed I could see on YouTube, all the comments, he's being drugged for filth. And then Cliff and April gave a comprehensive rundown. It was historical. It was action-oriented. It was where the goats can get it, as you say, Joe Madison, as Joe Madison would say. And all this was going on at the same time. I enjoy Bozo. I'll watch him at some point. He is insane. He's looking more and more decrepit. Yep. He looks as if he died tonight at that pulpit, I don't think anybody would be surprised. Steve Scalise is a racist piece of shit, and he grabbed Al Green's banner, and then you saw somebody else try to take it. I embrace them all because as they chanted USA, that is what they believe in their hearts. You know, old folks, you say if you lie, you steal, you kill. There are pedophiles in that chamber. There are suborners of pedophilia in that chamber. Every elected official in the white nationalist party who has been caught with an underage child or paying for a termination of a pregnancy, forcing someone in. These are pieces of men and women. And to look at Ilhan Omar saying what she said after this perpetual threats on her life, and then to look across that chamber and see Lauren Boebert, whose probably best days would have been spent in a by-the-hour rented motel. The contrast couldn't be clearer. This is a race war, and we're going to win.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, this is the exchange when I guess Trump was trashing Somalis, and she said, "Not on my watch."
You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Tiffany, you saw earlier, what exactly was Omar saying?
She said, "You have killed Americans," and then I didn't know that she repeated it, and which we just watched in the tape. She repeated it multiple times, and he told her that you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you ought to be standing in what's happening. And what's bizarre it's not bizarre, but what I'm just disgusted by is, one, Trump has made her life threatening, literally has put her life in danger.
That's right.
Multiple times. Two, how even anybody on the other side could literally be clapping and screaming USA for that. When Ilhan Omar is a citizen and is an elected official in the office and not give space for that to be true. Like if you tear down a sign that says black people are not apes, that means that you agree monkeys are apes. I mean, black people are apes.
Yes.
If you tear that sign down, that means you disagree with the sign.
That's right.
If you are saying to her, then you need to sit down and I don't agree with you, it is because you are saying that it's okay that I'm killing Americans. And the 2 people who have died in Minnesota, because there's been about 9 people this year so far that ICE has killed, and one of them is a black man that was not too far from where I grew up in North Hills, California. But with literally the 2 people that were killed in Minnesota that has really made this the national or the global conversation were American citizens. And so you did kill American citizens with the money that you've been spending on ICE and telling folks to come into this state. And by you telling her to sit down means that you're okay with it. You're complicit with it.
Yes.
And it just disgusts me that, you know, we can talk about it and I sometimes you have to laugh from crying or laugh because you're so pissed off at what he's saying because it's not true. But the fact that we can even let him and the Republican, the White Nationalist Party, I love that, Dr. Carr, thank you for the language. The White Nationalist Party even make fun of or even shut down a sign for this means that they are showing us who they are.
No question.
Literally showing us who they are.
That's right.
And to hold hostage the stage for a State of the Union and continue to spew that rhetoric. It's interesting that you brought this up and you said that there's not enough, you know, I agree, it has fallen flat completely right now. But I don't really see where his supporters are in this moment, he is losing them by the thousands. And I'm really looking forward to see how that turns out, not only in the results of all the primaries, especially in California, because we got a jungle race going on with all these Democrats against two of these Republicans, and whoever gets the most amount of votes is going to come out. In California, there is a threat right now, my home state, of it being having a Republican governor soon. We're not going to let that happen, but there's a possibility. But it's interesting to see sort of the drop-off by the thousands of all of his supporters and how he's able to hold the stage for that long. He gets enough camera time. He said Melania Trump was a movie star. He's the only movie star in the room that's trying to still get attention and get ratings.
Mustafa, I think that, listen, Democrats, just like last year, they did not want people objecting. They wanted them to show deference, respect. I'm with Congresswoman Dove. I'm with Congresswoman Maxine Waters. I can't sit in the presence of evil and be silent and participate in that charade. And I think people out there, they want to see an Al Green fight back. They want to see Omar. They want to see resistance. They want to see folk fight. See, this ain't no moment for niceties.
Exactly right. You know, I was taught the lesson that silence is complicity. So when you are silent, you are signing off on the foolishness that this administration continues to do. You're signing off on the death that this administration continues to do. And you are signing off on the erasure of black people that this administration continues to do. And you know, I've shared on the show before that you have power unless you give it away. When you don't raise your voice, you are giving your power away. And we just have to change that dynamic. And we've got to make sure that folks understand that we can actually make real change happen. We can hold people accountable, and that we can actually create a tomorrow where folks actually see themselves reflected in the decisions that are being made.
That's right. Gavin, in this moment, this is February. We are 7 months from the midterm elections. We've got primaries coming up next week, in March, in April, in May, in June, in August. And I keep telling, this is the moment where our people must be sending a massive signal to these ideologically driven, crazed, deranged folk. Put Stephen Miller in check, put Donald Trump in check, put Pete Hegseth in check, and hit them with as much fire as possible so they can understand that the people are not going to be silent in the face of their shameful actions.
Yeah, and Roland, I want to first say this. It's been a little bit since I've been on this show. A lot has changed in the country. A lot has changed in the world. But one thing has remained the same, and that's that Roland Martin and the Black Star Network continue to bring truth, continue to bring fact, and continue to bring funk to Black people everywhere. I think on a night like tonight, in times like these spaces and these conversations are more crucial than ever, because I, like, many of the folks who've just spoken, I have not been tuning into the, if you want to call it a speech, that's been going on a few blocks from where you are right now, because we know what's being spewed from that pulpit right now, and it's lies. And it is Black History Month, so the Orange Man is up there saying whatever he wants to say, but what I know he's not talking about the millions of Black people who lost their health care because of the Medicaid cuts that have come with the one big ugly bill, or the Black workers who have lost their jobs because he and his administration have gutted the federal workforce. He's not talking about the Black history that he and his administration are erasing from the walls and the halls of our hallowed Smithsonian institutions, or the executive orders that he signed against diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't need to remind your audience about any of this, but what you said could not be more true, and what LaTosha Brown said a few minutes ago could not be more true either. We have to organize. We have to mobilize. And we have to think bigger and fundamentally reimagine what it is that we are seeking from our country. Our deliverance is not going to come ultimately, I think, from some candidates, or some elected official. It might, but what I think fundamentally is going to come from our deliverance as a community is going to come from our community coming together and pooling our resources and building. I think that the days of us trying to secure our seats at the table are over. And I'm speaking on this as someone of my generation, right? I'm on the cusp of Gen Z, but I think where we are right now is that this whole establishment is burning down. And so it's no longer sufficient for us to strive to get a seat at the table. We need to build our own tables. We need to build our own institutions such that our community will be able to withstand and sustain no matter who or what comes next.
You know, one of the things, I was having a conversation earlier today, Eugene, and I was asked, it was today, but also when I was in Houston on Sunday, I was asked, okay, in this moment, what then has to be done? And I said point blank, I said, this is not a moment where our folk can be operating sort of schizophrenic and scattered. I said, this is truly a moment where you have to think insular, where you have to think, okay, how do you support black businesses? Okay, Black Voters Matter last year experienced a significant drop in donations. Okay, how are we supporting the work that they do? How are we supporting black-owned media? How are we supporting our institutions? What I say to numerous black organizations, okay, who are they spending their money with? I'll be very clear. If you are civil rights organizations, you're black business organizations, if you are major black organizations, okay, what PR companies are you hiring?
Yep.
Are they black owned? What vendors are you using? How are you actually recirculating dollars? If we're talking about, you know, how do we support? Because what people don't understand, and this is not hyperbole, there is a clear concerted effort to attack Black America. He's going to be there until January 2029. And so what we have to understand is when you look at organizations, I can run the list of black organizations that have seen massive decreases in corporate support.
Mm-hmm.
Black History Month, this is probably for the second, let's see, last year, I think I had one speech. So
Yeah, me too.
there's no way in the world you have Black History Month and you talk about 1, 2 programs. And so what you are seeing, you're seeing so many of our institutions being targeted. This is where our people are going to have to learn to say, you've been talking about all this do for self. Now let's see if you practice it. And I told somebody, I was just texting with somebody. I mean, so tonight, if you look, it was, you know, so Midas Touches, this people rally on the mall. They got like 137,000 people who are watching. I literally said, a year ago we had 250,000. And the point here is what I keep saying to our people, this is not a moment where we can treat everything as a moment.
Yep.
It literally has to be, how do we practice it every single day? What do we do every single day? That has to be what we are doing.
I agree 100% with you. Because the thing is this, right? Even if you look at the timeline of history, right? It's made up of moments that turn into a reality. And we're at a point where you got to either sustain the hype, and that sustained hype has to turn into actual material results, which means that, okay, if you're pissed off about Trump, go figure out a candidate to volunteer support. You're pissed off about your congressman, go find some black media support. You're pissed off about a corporate media.
Right.
There are black-owned, independent black-owned media outlets where that dollar will go 100 times, not a 5x, not a 10x, 100 times
Right.
x. I mean, we should be living in a world where an Isaac Hayes shouldn't have to spend 2-3 years, crowdfunding $12 million for fan base.
Right.
Where we actually own the means of production.
And then when we do it, we should be subscribing in record numbers like we are to Instagram and TikTok and those particular platforms. Hold tight 1 second. Joining us right now from Capitol Hill, Congressman Eric Swalwell from California. Congressman, glad to have you here on the State of Our Union.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
This is, I've been saying this since the night of the election, 2024, that Democrats, progressives have to be in a fighting mood every day from what's happening with MAGA. And I think that for 2025, I frankly felt frankly, and I said that the Democratic Party was bewildered, was walking around aimlessly trying to figure out what to say and what to do. And it was finally with the government shutdown, focusing on health care, that they finally began to realize there was a message to speak to the people. But this is the moment where people are saying, are you going to fight evil or are you going to give in? That is the moment that we are living in right now.
That's right. Are you wartime generals or peacetime generals? That's what I'm hearing as well. And we may have started 2025 bewildered, but we finished strong, right? We had the No Kings rallies in California. We matched the rigged districting in Texas by getting 5 congressional seats of our own, winning statewide, Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. We ended on a roll, and in special elections outperformed what we did in 2024. And now we go into, of course, the midterm elections, and yes, seeing unity between the House and the Senate Democrats to not give ICE or Border Patrol a penny. So you're absolutely right. We have to lead and not let the people get ahead of us. They want to see leadership from us, and I think you're seeing that right now.
Also, I think when we talk about, I say this all the time on this show, that I hate when elections happen because I hate most consultants because they focus on talking to people in October and November, in last 2 weeks of September, then October. And what I've always been saying is that there has to be a period of educate, enlighten, and inform. And the reason I believe Democrats were successful in the conversation when it came to health care during the government shutdown is they took the time to educate people. When you live and breathe this stuff, you just assume folks know. And I think it was the resonance was built up and it continued and people were beginning to understand that. And you literally saw polling numbers change. You saw sentiment change. You saw Republicans getting nailed in town halls. That has to continue. That has to go forward. I get the Epstein files and everything else, but I think we have to be in a state of mind between now and October of educating, enlightening, informing, leading up to when people register, and then leading up to when they vote. Otherwise, if you say just vote, well, I haven't prepared folk as to why they're voting.
Yeah, that's right. And the number that I would give you now is I think about what do we educate people on for the midterms? It's $1,700 because that's what the Trump tariffs cost every family on average. And so the president promised he would bring down your costs, and instead he's risen. The costs have risen in everything in our lives, literally and figuratively. Obviously on groceries, home goods, housing, and then figuratively, women losing rights over their body, immigrants literally losing their lives, public executions happening in our streets, and of course, public safety completely eroding as the president goes after his political opponents. It just costs too damn much. To me, that's a message that sticks with everyone, and we're going to be the side that lowers the cost.
Well, and, I mean, this idiot is speaking tonight saying, oh, tariffs are going to replace income taxes. Like, dude, are you on crack? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, how do you think you're going to fund America?
That's right. And so we have to tell that story. And I would tell Americans, send your grocery bill to the White House. Send it to your Republican representatives. Send your utility bill. Show them the costs associated with that. And you mentioned healthcare. And it wasn't just that we socialized what the cost was going to be. We aligned it with open enrollment. And that's why it worked, because people actually were looking at an increase in costs, sometimes up to 300, 400% more from the last year. And we showed that we were the side that we're going to bring the cost down. He was the one that, frankly, didn't give a shit.
Absolutely. Well, Congressman, listen, there's a reason I'm wearing this shirt. Don't blame me. I voted for the black woman. I wear this. Y'all drop that lower third. I wear this all the time when I'm traveling and people stop me. They say, hey, I need to get that shirt because I want to be real public on record. I did not vote for this fool who's 2 blocks away from my studio.
That's right. And we're better than this, and we're going to get through this. And that's the work we do from now until November.
All right, Congressman Swalwell, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. This is a battle. You know, Joe Biden kept talking about this is a battle for the soul of America.
That's a joke.
What I need our people to understand is, no, this is a battle of the future of Black America.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is about.
That's right.
And I keep telling folks.
That's right.
And I'm sick of these little simple Simon Negroes, Greg, who are so fixated on their pocketbooks. When I'm saying, no. What is this world going to be for our nieces and nephews, for our children and grandchildren? And if you look at public policy right now, it is not going to be a good one for them if we do not stop this nonsense now.
That's right. You're right. And you're right, this world. Rebecca, during when we were watching this Bozo Vomit, where you were talking about Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee. These are religious zealots. Their attack on the environment is because they don't expect that the resources that we have are permanent and eternal. They're expecting to go somewhere else with their white nationalist God. If they were Muslims, they would be Al-Qaeda. They are not Muslims and they are not Christians. They are, in fact, religious zealots. Some of them. There are a lot of things going on. The tech bros, the billionaires, as you say. And so they're all about harvesting our resources. Congressman Swalwell, with all due respect, we are not better than that. And America doesn't have a soul. It's human beings living in a place trying to figure out how to live. Either we're going to live together or we're not. When I say that this is a race war, it's absolutely a race war. The human race versus them. These people have given up any concept of humanity. They are warped. They're dangerous. And tonight, their avatar, Donald Trump is not the cause of this. He's a symptom. And when they chant USA, I embrace that because that is the United States. Ilhan Omar can never be an American. None of us can ever be Americans. And anybody who says that we can be Americans is with us, lumped in the people against the United States. They are getting ready literally to bomb another country. They have murdered people in the Caribbean Sea and in the Pacific Ocean. They have cut the head off leadership in Venezuela. They don't give a damn how many Cubans die because a white man named Marco Rubio, I don't give a damn if he speaks Spanish or not. He went to Munich 2 weeks ago and declared himself an open white supremacist. And if it were up to him, all of us would be subject to his white nationalist thumb as he stood there in Germany and said, I long for the good old days when colonialism ruled the earth and them Africans and every damn body else was under our thumb. And you know who cheered? Them funky ass Europeans. So when you say that, Roland, it's a very serious thing. It's only two sides in this. The people of the world and these people right here. And that goes for Bibi Netanyahu, the mass murdering prime minister of Israel. And when Ilhan Omar, this is what I love about Ilhan Omar. I say it unreservedly. The look in her eye is the same look she put on that white boy that threw whatever that was on her. And she's going to dot his eye. What saved his ass was security.
Apple vinegar, whatever.
Apple vinegar, whatever it was. She would even back up. She was looking at Donald Trump the same way. And I'm telling you, 10 toes down next to her was Rashida Tlaib. And I'm saying any Negro in this country, y'all go back and listen to what Cliff and April ran down to us. If you are not standing with them, you need to get your mind right or get the hell out of the way because this, you're absolutely right. This is for all the marbles this time.
Greg, I want to start, and we'll go around. Mm-hmm. We keep saying this, and, you know, when you have these grossly misinformed, uneducated, clueless, simple Simon Negroes who say, y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of Democrats. What they don't understand, one, they don't understand American politics.
No.
Two, they don't understand the history of black people. Three, they also don't understand what politics really is. We talk about it all the time, that political parties are delivery systems.
Yes, sir.
That's what they are. These right-wing ideological folk, they said, deliver us Roe v. Wade. Deliver us a right-wing Supreme Court. Deliver us more tax cuts. What that means, if you want that, you go on through the Republican Party.
That's it.
If you say, I believe in civil rights, I believe in expanding Medicaid, if you say that I believe in caring for the poor, you going through a Democratic lane.
Yes, sir.
So this issue people don't understand. I tell people all the time, this show is not a progressive show. It's not a conservative show. It's not a liberal show. It's not a conservative. It ain't red or blue. It's black. And if you showed me a set of policies that a multiple number of policies that positively impacted black people, when all these Republicans talk about, the radical Republicans back in the day, I'm like, please show me a modern-day Thaddeus Stevens. If you showed me a modern-day Thaddeus Stevens, I'll be happy to say I'll vote for him. There are no modern-day Thaddeus Stevens. For all of y'all who ain't got no clue about American history, Thaddeus Stevens was the most radical Republican, the most ardent opponent of slavery in the U.S. Congress. It was Thaddeus Stevens when they said, hey, we need to have bipartisanship. He said, damn that. He said, if we got the votes to pass the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, we gonna do it. They didn't care about bipartisanship. They didn't care if a Democrat voted with them. They said, we gonna ram this sucker through. And if anybody actually saw the movie Lincoln, Steven Spielberg's Lincoln, they saw how brilliantly he did not answer the question, but in answering the question as it related to what the 13th Amendment would actually mean. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. And so that to me, what people don't understand. So anytime I see one of these folk talk about why you don't tout Republicans, again, show me a modern-day Thaddeus Stevens, then we can have a different conversation. But black folk have to understand there are two delivery systems.
That's it.
That's it. You could talk about we need our own, whatever. And let me also, to that point, let me also say this here, because I don't think people understand. The Tea Party picked a delivery system.
Exactly.
Yep. MAGA picked a delivery system.
Absolutely.
It was Republicans.
That's right.
So if you want to mobilize and organize black people to have a contingent, to have a group dynamic power, that's fine. But you're going to have to pick a delivery system.
Why just roll it? This is really going to make their heads blow up. The Nation of Islam picked a delivery system. Jesse Jackson. Jesse didn't have security. Farrakhan, he spoke at Savior's Day over the weekend.
Yes.
This man is in his 90s. He stood there at that podium and said, y'all not going to talk bad about my brother. And then he walked through the whole thing. Our friend and brother Ron Walters, the ancestor, in 1988, he wrote a book called Black Electoral Politics in America, where he went through like 70 years of politics, lingering on Gary, talking about the Jackson campaigns of 84 and 88, and he ends the book by quoting, of all people, Martin Delany from the 1850s. And he says, Martin Delany said, as long as we are in this country, we have to participate in the politics of seizing power in this country because we are in this country. That was in the 1850s, before the Civil War. Ron Walters, who earned the right to talk like that because he was a scholar activist, said, you're going to have to capture one of these parties to wield power. So all these Negroes, Jesse, it should have been an independent party. Fool, do you understand that the Working Families Party is an independent party? And in New York, they seized power through a delivery system called Zohan Mamdani, and they fell out with Mamdani over the last couple of days because Mamdani wanted somebody, and they didn't want, and they said, Mamdani got a vote, but everybody got one vote. So in other words, what you're saying is so important. Do not confuse party politics with electoral party politics. Right. Don't be stupid. You can have a million different parties, but it ain't gonna be but one of these two parties that's gonna win an election at the national level.
Right, and I think, Rebecca, that I say to, if somebody's black and they say, well, I don't like these existing Democrats. Run. Okay, you got a primary system. So let's just take congressional. Each congressional district is anywhere from 750 to 850,000 people. Now, when you check the numbers, you probably are going to, you may get to 100,000 that actually vote. Wow. So that means...
That's total in the primary.
That's total.
That's not even like...
That's
not 100,000 for you.
That might be a damn general election number. Okay?
Total.
I'm just being straight up.
Yeah.
So the point here is, I'll say to those people, find you a candidate, run them in the primary, go beat the streets, go door knock, go uncover your votes, find the people who agree with you. That's how AOC beat a very prominent Democrat in New York City. That's right. He was shocked his ass lost. But that's what they did. So it trips me out when these simple Simon Negroes start yakking on YouTube and Instagram about all this nonsense, and I'm sitting there going, okay, I don't recall y'all getting behind somebody in the primary. I don't recall y'all pulling the voting data and say, okay, we're going to go out and get our people to come out to vote. That's how you do it. And then if your candidate wins in the primary, they're on the ballot in the general. And if it's a largely Democratic, they're guaranteed to win in November. But the issue I have is a bunch of folk who just want to run their mouths and run other black people down, and they ain't got nothing, no skin in this game.
You know, Roland, this is what I would encourage your audience. Go find the oldest black person in this country that you know. Find the oldest person, whether it's a family friend or someone in your family. And for me, that person is Aunt Jo. Aunt Jo is 105 years old. This country is 250 years old. That means that means this country is 2.5 Aunt Joes. Wow. And the reason why I talk about it in that context, I spend a lot of time on the show talking about how my family has been in this country for centuries. And I don't say that to start a diaspora war. The reason why I talk about it is the implications of that. That means over the centuries, my family have been witnesses and they've been vanguards of what has happened in America. And it's not just me with that experience in this country. And this is why it matters. Because for people to even say, oh, black people are in the Democratic plantation, if you've been following the history of this country, you understand that we are watching competing white nationalist ideologies.
That's right.
Whether it's Democrat, whether it's Republican, and it switches over time, it goes back and forth. But to what Roland's point about the delivery system, how black people for centuries have showed up in this country when it comes to electoral politics, even before we had the right to vote, we showed up because we serve as the tipping point. We watch these white nationalists fight, tear, mess up. We rebuild because we built it in the first place anyway. We hear people like Marco Rubio, who goes out of the country and tells the story of America. If you listen to his story of America, it was a complete lie. He talked about how these settlers, how these Swedish and German and sometimes Irish settlers showed up to the Great Plains because it was empty and they built things. Guess what? They showed up there and there were people there. So to hear this...
and went to war with people and killed people. That's right. And raped and pillaged land.
That's right.
Brought disease.
Brought
90%
disease
of them was disease to people. He even had the nerve to say the reason why you have cowboys in the old Wild West was because of Spain.
Come on.
How dare you? West Africa got something to say about that because the first cowboys in this country were black.
That's right.
So listening
Well, he ain't going to talk about how them same white folks colonized his country.
Yep.
Well, he doesn't claim that country. He claims Spain.
He claims Spain.
Will you
in that
listen?
Speech. I promise you. No Cuba. Tell him, Rebecca.
So,
oh my God.
So this is my point.
His ass trying to claim Spain, not Cuba.
Yes.
So
Marco, go sit your silly ass down.
So this is my point in this historical telling of actual American history is we understand that we watch these groups of white nationalists fight each other over stuff, they get ready to burn stuff, tear stuff down, and then black people in this country historically have showed up and we've been the arbiters, we've been the referee. It's one reason why we tend to vote as a voting bloc because we understand we can be the tipping point, like, okay, so right now, a lot of us have acknowledged that we're in a slow-moving civil war. That's right. And perhaps it started at Charlottesville. Things are so out of whack in this country. We are beyond the norms. There are no more norms. And we see this man down the street in the People's House continue to smash the norms. That gentleman, they agreed to serve. We're beyond that fake societal niceness. We're beyond that. So at this point, one reason why you don't see black people in the street right now, because there's an ancestral knowledge that we have.
That's right.
Get the F out the way.
That's right.
Let them fight this, duke it out, and then when it's time for us to stand up and rebuild, that's where we re-enter the chat. But this is America.
But see, myself, I don't have a problem with us getting out of the way and letting them fight it out. But is the mobilizing, organizing behind the scenes happening so when it's time to step out, are we ready to step out? See, that right there for me is the issue. The issue for me is, and this is why I keep challenging our organizational infrastructure. This is why I keep challenging the D9. I keep challenging Prince Hall Mason, Eastern Star, Links. I keep challenging all of these civil rights groups, black economic groups. I'm literally working on a book, and I'm taking that section from Dr. King's book when he said the 4 structured forces in the black community: Negro Church, Negro Press, Negro Fraternity and Sorority, Negro business organizations. But he writes, none of them have completely given themselves to the liberation of our people. And so this is the thing that what we try to do tonight with this show. Is not just have rhetoric, but break down how we are being impacted: health, economics, labor, civil rights, voting rights, all these different areas, because here we are centering black people. The reason black folks, I love it when these Negroes, these Negro Republicans, who don't even read any history, talk about, well, black folks used to be, they never say why. They never say, the reason black people were Republican is because they went, okay, who's fighting to end slavery? Radical Republicans and not Democrats and Whigs. Okay, we gonna roll with y'all. And then you go through Reconstruction, you go through, again, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments. Then you go through the Civil Rights Act of 1860, Civil Rights Act of 1875. Then you start going through Plessy versus Ferguson. You start going on and on. And then what people don't understand is the same black Republicans called out Republicans with the Great Compromise of 1877. When that last black Republican, North Carolina, Congressman White stood up and said, and how they said they were angry at the Republican Party for leaving black folks dangling when they pulled the federal troops out of those last 3 southern states. But then, and even you go through Hoover running for president, who was leader of the Lily White faction, okay, black folks still say, okay, we're gonna ride with you. Then all of a sudden you go to 1948, and when them Southern Democrats begin to meet, and then we played it, go listen to Hubert Humphrey's speech at the 1948 Democratic National Convention, putting a civil rights plank in. All of a sudden you begin to see, because the Republican Party began to back away from fighting for black people. And then all of a sudden black people saw, okay, then a shift began to make. Some pick, all right, some going Democrat. 48, no, 52 comes around, 56 comes around. Eisenhower still gets a huge black support. Then 60 hits. Jackie Robinson's like, Nixon, you gonna call King? You gonna do something? You gonna say something? What you gonna do? I don't know. Kennedy jumped on in a heartbeat. Black folks went. Black people are the most astute voting bloc in the country. We know who ride with us and who not. So when I listen to these fools talk about Democratic Party ain't done shit, they ain't done this, ain't done that, that's just idiotic. Now, if you want them to do more, what are you doing to make them do more? Except besides run your mouth.
Right, exactly. You know, James Baldwin once said that, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. And that's a message to all of our black organizations in this moment. That is a message to these politicians that continue to try to convince us that they have our best interest at heart. You got to put up or shut up, as my mother would often say. And what that means is that we have our own set of needs that exist inside of our community. And if you are not willing to meet those needs, then you don't deserve our vote. And it doesn't matter what party it is. We know the party that currently has been leaning in our direction, but we have to get engaged in the process, and then we have to hold them accountable. And that's the part that we continue to not be able to grasp in a very powerful way, is that, yes, you may vote for somebody, but you have to stay engaged in the process.
But also define, when you say that we got to hold them accountable, for you, define accountable. Because I think people love to say that. but they never want to actually define what that means.
No, well, I'll define it for you. Accountability for me in the United States of America is making sure that the resources, we are paying tax dollars. Those tax dollars should be coming back to our communities. We have a set of disparate impacts that are happening inside of our community, and you as a politician have a responsibility to address those impacts that are happening in our community. We have erasure that has happened from both the Republican side of the ticket and the Democratic side of the ticket, and that means that must stop, and that you have to address the needs that exist inside of that space. And if you're not willing to do that, then you are not serious about garnering our vote.
And see, this is the mistake. So somebody just tweeted, see, y'all act like y'all think I don't pay attention. Oh, but I do. So Just One Spark Movement 585 just said this, Tiffany, on YouTube.
Tiffany, you be cracking
Why
Tiffany
aren't
up.
them Dems asking what we think is a priority and what they can do for us? That's the damn problem. They not gonna ask you what your priority is. Our job is to tell them what our priority is.
Are they saying, why are the Dems not asking at the State of the Union?
No. They're asking, why aren't the Dems asking what we think the priorities should be and what they can do for us? Our job is to say, yo,
hold on.
I want this.
Uh-oh, she done took her glasses
well,
off.
these are blue light glasses. These, you know, I got LASIK a long time ago. And
them fashion glasses.
Yeah, those are fashion glasses. Just like last year, I had fashion glasses on too. I got a few things to say. One, I have been an electoral organizer since 2008. I talk to voters all the time. And when I say voters, I mean black people and everybody else, but folks who literally my job is to move people to the polls. Something that April said, shout out to April and Cliff, who are both incredible visionary leaders for the work that we do in electoral politics that help black people and the rest of the country.
That's right.
She said, we have to be building a new nation while this is happening.
Yes.
And imagine what that looks like, because the short term that we have between primaries and midterms, and my mentor, Cortland Cox, shout out to Cortland Cox, he says this all the time. He just turned 85. Voting is necessary, but it is not sufficient. And so as I think about that tweet or comment.
It's a part of the process. Yeah. It's not the.
That's right.
That's cute too, but I like what he says. He says it is necessary, but it's not sufficient because there's so much work for us to do.
Right.
I don't know where that comment showed up at, YouTube, Twitter, whatever it was.
YouTube chat.
Let me say this. When somebody says, why are they not asking us? Or when I hear people say, I don't want to vote for the Dems because they haven't had black people's back. Or I hear somebody say, the whole thing is flawed and the Democrats and Republicans are the same. In my work, it is very impossible to move people to then participate in the elections if we call them names and don't help them understand the process. The reason why I'm in DC is because I just came back from Baltimore. I was at Morgan State University this past weekend for 3 days. We trained 30 students in grassroots organizing. And when we started our training, we asked them, tell us what your name is, what your major is, and what do you want to get out of this training? 2/3 of the room said, I've never heard of organizing, I don't even know what it is. And there is a level of assumption, because the generation that I work with, because I'm a millennial, but I'm working with the folks underneath me, or younger than me, not underneath me, excuse me. The folks who are younger than me, they actually don't have a civics one-on-one concept of how this stuff works.
Right.
And so it's hard, I can't sit here, and it's hard for us to divide folks who have the political education and the folks who don't. Because there are people who genuinely, on their phone, and this is not right, but I am organizing these people. These folks are literally looking at their phone, and all they see is 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds of stuff that's not true.
Right.
Stuff that is triggering.
Yep.
Stuff that is traumatizing. And then they assume, just based off of whatever knowledge they think they have, which party is responsible for what, who's going to do what. It is also irresponsible for us to not consider people running for office just because they believe that they could be better candidates without talking about, and you have talked about it, so I won't go there, but the infrastructure of what's going on with we were just talking about, me and Rebecca, just talking about lack of funding. We were just talking about in the state of California, in the state of Florida, where we're about to see, I don't know if they've publicly announced it, so I'm not going to say it, but we're about to see a real interesting election with the governor race in Florida. There's a lot that's going on across the country, in Georgia, in Texas, and with my students in Wisconsin, my students in New York. We are thinking about how organizations have not been organizing and building bases across the country.
Right.
They do not have resources and they do not have money. They are absolutely not training people right now as this is happening. And they are not going to be able to turn out large bases to support people. And then those people who are independents, Mom Donnie didn't win because he had a better agenda. He won because he had infrastructure.
Yes.
He won because he actually trained and organized voters.
Infrastructure, trade, and had a very clear messaging apparatus.
Yeah, but a lot of
speak to people.
Yes, a lot of people have really good training speaking apparatuses with their agenda. But he also had the support of unions. That's right. He had the support of the Working Families Party. He had the support of young black organized groups in the state in New York.
But the only way he
in the
got,
city of New York.
the only way he got that though, and then this is where. This is just.
It's through his agenda, but it's because of his relationships.
No, but if I had some Legos, I would show folk. It's building. It's building.
We're saying the same thing.
The struggle for so many different people, and Bishop Barb and I talk about this all the time, and he and I were just discussing this the other night. And I've been saying this constantly on this show, in speeches everywhere. I'm tired of having panel conversations where there are macro discussions. It's this large thing. I keep saying, no, it's all micro. It's all
you gotta
micro.
break it down for people.
I can't get a group to back me. I can't get 10 groups to back me if I don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sure.
Most of our conversations, and I'll sit in these panels, I'll just be sitting there like, so we just gonna start with 30 groups, huh? We just gonna skip past 1 through 29. We just going right to 30. And I'm like, no.
It also matters which 30 you go to.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it's like when I was in Ohio in 2024. I'm in a restaurant in Cincinnati. Brother, he's an alpha, and he said, he saw me. He's like, hey man, I sure love it. He said, you know, we're doing voter registration tomorrow at the Bengals game. I was like, why? He's like, what do you mean? I said, how long y'all gonna be out there? I said, how many people did y'all register last game? And then he told me. I said, have you ever thought about going to the Board of Elections and pulling 5 black precincts? And then looking at how many eligible black voters in those 5 black precincts?
And doing targeted work to reach those voters.
Then looking at how many are eligible.
Yeah.
How many voted.
That's right.
And then how many didn't vote.
That's right. I'm gonna take it a step further.
I said, and then what you decide is you're gonna pick the precinct and you're gonna pick which blocks you're gonna walk. I said, because y'all got finite people. And you do that, you pick, if you do 4, then what you're gonna do each week. This is what he said. We can do that?
Yep.
I said.
They don't know.
I know that.
Yeah.
I said, yes, you can do that. I said, the data is there.
That's right.
I said, you're expending a lot of energy with little return on your time.
Yeah.
I said, this is a way where you can actually impact far more people. And he said, damn, I'm gonna go tell the bros that. I've done Zooms with other Alpha chapters saying, guys, this is a micro strategy. And then when I explained to them how many elections, first of all, the reason the Republicans have the House, it was for a total of 7,000 votes.
Yeah, they cheated. But, okay, got
but my point
that's
all of the House
part.
races, they won the majority. It was 7,000 votes. Right. And so when I walked through that, it was like, huh? I'm like, yes, so those 50, those 75, those 100. So I was like, bruh, I said, if you take a micro strategy, you're trying to go to a game where 65,000 are coming for the game. Yeah. And most of them probably already registered.
And that's not even the margin you need to get.
And you're sitting out there for 3, 4, 5 hours when you could do this over here. But to your point about education process, he didn't know, but I was walking him through a micro strategy. And that's why, Eugene, I keep calling for, I said, no, I got you. Well, I said we're city council members, school board members, county commission members. There should be, what Gary Chambers is doing in Louisiana, every week in these places, it should be City Hall 101, County Government 101, State Government 101, Federal Government 101, because yes, folk don't know.
Yeah.
Tiffany, the Eugene,
Thank you. Great. Okay, 2 things. 1, right now across the country, in this season, students at every university are running for student government elections. So to your point about micro, I am also supporting and training and have done virtual and in-person trainings to help students recognize the practice of just running elections on their campus with their peers to build relationships. And there are 10 to 20, less than 100 people that make the difference of which candidate on campus wins their student government election. So we are using those examples to show them when you do this on campus, you build a coalition with the other student organizations on campus, not just your student government, not just your homies, not just your sorority or fraternity, but all the groups on campus, the Queer Student Union, the Black Student Union, the NAACP chapter, MECHA, the whoever, the Palestinian Students for Justice in Palestine, whatever. Form that coalition and you run. When you were able to practice that, then you can see how real elections work in America. But number two is this, I want to take it a step further. It's not just do you know how to run the election. What I'm also finding is that people don't know how to build organizations when they do it. And so when you go register people, you want to get people's, you want to have long, and this is what hold on, let me finish. This is what the finding is in the DNC report that we're not getting, right? Because we can't see it because they don't want to talk about what they did when they lost the last DNC election and what the lessons were. But what we do know is that you have short conversations with people 3 weeks before Election Day, and then you talk to them, you tell them where to vote, and then you leave. But with the work that I have been doing, and you know this because you came last year and spoke to all of our students, and the conference is happening, where's my camera? The conference is happening again March 19th to the 23rd, and you can visit usstudentassociation.org to help donate for this cause, because 300 students are coming to Washington, D.C. to meet with their elected officials all over again, and it was this very show, and it was those very followers who made that conference happen because they donated $5, $7, $15. It goes a long way. usstudentassociation.org is the website. And it's at this organization that we are saying to students, listen, once you run elections, and you know this, once you run elections, it is a volunteer leadership development program for all the volunteers that are then going to go run for office in the future. If you want to run for office in the future, you got to work on a campaign for somebody else so you understand how the terrain works and how the process works. And when you build this strong organization, you are able then to do a ladder of engagement to cycle people through the process so that you don't lose the momentum that you are building and you can build on the next issue. But people oftentimes find out, okay, I know how to run an election. I'm going to run the election and I'm going to stop. But that's the problem what's happened with Kamala Harris. She didn't build an organization. That's the problem that happened with Bernie Sanders. He didn't build an organization. I love my brother, but that's what happened to Dr. Cornel West. He didn't build an organization. These folks ran and then they left, and their entire base is now like, what do we do and who do we go to?
So let me say this here when you talk about the organization piece.
Because Obama built an organization decimated everything.
I'm going to come back to you. Hold on.
Well, that, you know.
No, he did. He did. No. First of all, real quick, Obama did build an organization.
Yeah, a lot of people build an organization.
The problem was he built an organization only for his agenda.
That's what I'm saying.
When he became president, he did not fully understand that the new organization was the actual DNC, which is the national organization. And Obama for America, and he maintained that and
became
Organizing for America, and it did not build the party, which is why they lost more than 1,000 seats. But here's the point.
And didn't even properly organize around healthcare reform.
Right. So here's the thing.
Because I don't have healthcare right now.
So here's the thing that if there was one thing, we would talk about Reverend Jackson. We would talk about Reverend Jackson, and I said this. Reverend Jackson was alive, so I got a problem saying it now. Jesse Jr. and I were talking about this here. One of the biggest mistakes that Reverend Jackson made was after 1988, he did not transition his presidential campaign to an organization. So the point that you're making, and it drives me crazy, and I've been saying this in speeches for the last decade, we actually expend massive amounts of energy and money building voter programs, building voter registration and voter turnout programs without realizing that the election is the end of one process, the beginning of another. So when the election is over, then I'm laughing because I remember there was an education rally that was taking place in Springfield, and I was on WVON radio, and Reverend Jackson called in and to promote the rally, and I started jabbing him, and I was like, all right, Reverend. I said, what's going to be the data collection at the rally? I said, the collection of names, phone numbers, emails, social media. Reverend was hot with me. Reverend called
Don't
me.
ask me no smart questions,
Reverend
Roland.
was hot. Oh, baby, this.
Don't ask me no smart questions.
Reverend was hot. Reverend, well, boy, he was cussing. He called me after. I was like, Reverend, I'm gonna ask you again. I said, Reverend, I don't care. I said, Reverend.
To be fair, you treat everybody the same way, though.
I do, absolutely.
I've seen it.
It don't even matter.
It don't matter who you are, Rev or not, president or not.
I said, Reverend Jackson. I said, Reverend Jackson, you be mad all you want to.
Yeah.
I said, but I believe having a rally and no data collection is a waste of a rally.
Absolutely.
I said, because when the rally's over, Reverend, you need to have the data to know who showed up.
That's right.
So when you need people to go to the committee
That's
meeting,
right.
you now can send an email out and say, hey,
people.
I need 100 people or 200 people to go to the state committee meeting.
That's right.
I said, we got to stop having rallies and we're not doing data collection. And so he was hot with me. I ain't care. And so we had those, but that was our relationship. But that's my thing. Why do Bishop Barber and I do so much together? Because that's what they do. They are building organization. They are not sitting here.
Don't leave my name out of that list when you say that, because you was with me too when I was building the organization.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they don't understand that. You got to say my name
but
too.
I talk to Bishop Barber about 6-7 times a week, and I talk to
in front of me in the same group text. We be in the same text.
No, but that's me and him talk direct.
He knows
I'm talking about you doing headstands somewhere, doing a yoga headstand.
But what Tiffany's saying is
thank you, Rebecca.
Because last week,
I gotta go to Eugene.
You don't have to go to Eugene.
I made Eugene.
But I'm gonna have to support Tiffany.
I'm gonna come back to you.
Thank you,
But I
Rebecca.
gotta go to Eugene. But I made Eugene. No,
It won't be. It won't be.
You don't hold it. Hold on, Eugene. Go.
Just yield your time to her for 2 seconds.
I'll yield to you for 2 seconds.
So look, last week,
Bullying
Jesse
her
Jackson
yourself.
transitioned, and everyone's saying, well, who are the next generation of leaders?
Come on.
And so I just want to point out, Tiffany is the next generation of
Definitely,
leaders.
definitely.
She's leadership now.
Definitely.
And so I think it's very important to point that out, like in this moment, as we're having these conversations, as we're discussing these things, this is what the leadership is. This is what it looks like.
sure.
And I think it's something that we have to elevate and make sure people understand what they're seeing in real time, rather than 50 years from now. Oh yeah, Tiffany Dina Lofton was a leader.
You see how she said my middle name? You didn't?
All
right.
You know me my whole life. You know me my whole life.
She was like,
and every time I come up here, you just say my first and last.
Name's Tiffany Lofton. Look, we ain't going all Tiffany. We ain't going all that.
Thank you.
Tiffany did. When
My
nobody
mic is-
running
my mic
around
is-
going Jesse Lewis Jackson. They like Reverend Jackson. We
That's
just
my
short
girl.
that thing down. So it's gonna be Tiffany, Tiff.
Tiffany
I'm
Dina
gonna call your
Lofton.
ass Loft.
They gonna find me.
Eugene, go
Oh,
ahead.
look, I
The
did not
thing
the
is
little
this, right? Everything you've explained is how Republicans beat Democrat asses for the last decade. When Donald Trump came to power, right, folk focused on the one Cambridge Analytica and really just focused on the Russian aspect of it. The real beauty of Cambridge Analytica was that Cambridge went out with Coke money and bought every single data point they possibly can on every single voter, which means that, hey, if I know you like gray sweaters, I'm going to now tailor my message to you liking gray sweaters. You like pink ties, Mustafa? I'm going to tailor the message to you like pink ties. What is it like in 2024? It looks like a, hey, she supports they, them, I support you at an Alabama game broadcast nationally, when in reality that was a massive nationwide carpet bomb to get a 7,000 vote margin. The thing is this, Democrats want to win in this country again. They got to go back to their old tools that Republicans have literally picked up, threw a couple bazookas on, and just run up and down the field with. That's, I mean, it's what Dave Bossie, no. Trump didn't have an agenda in 2016. If you go back to the election, yes, he did. If you go back, White supremacy it was not a coherent message. The message was literally, I'm not her. There wasn't.
Well, that's
No, that was her message.
No. In 2016, he literally just simply ran on, I'm not Hillary.
Listen, and that was a strategy. No question. Because I remember, I'm in Chicago, I'm giving a speech somewhere, I go downstairs to get something to eat, and there's this white guy at the bar who recognizes me, and he goes, I just can't vote for her. And I go, okay. So I grab a sheet of paper, and I draw a line. I go D-H. I said, 10 issues. I said, put a check by his name or her name where you agree. There were 7 checks by her name. There were 3 checks by his name. And he went,
What the hell did he agree with him on?
I forgot what the hell it was.
Jesus.
But he went, I still can't vote for her.
Right.
I said, dude.
That was no white male.
I said, dude.
Did he say why?
Patriarchy.
No,
He couldn't. It was just exhausted.
He couldn't. Well,
He couldn't articulate it?
Well, no, it was one, for a lot of them it was a woman. But also the Republicans were highly successful at driving her negatives. And that were Democratic women who were like, I just hate her. I hate her. And I'm like, but this is what Republicans do. Because, and I'll say this here, Democratic voters actually are smarter than Republican voters.
I agree with that.
Because Republicans, Republicans play on non-college voters who are not smart, who listen to a bumper sticker slogan, who will fall for the okie doke, and they know how to get in line. Democrats, and we saw this in the election. Listen, I totally understand folks' position when it came to Gaza and when it came to Israel.
I just came back from Palestine. Did you know that?
But here's it. Yes, I know.
Wow.
I saw you on
Instagram.
Yeah, we know. Did you? I didn't see a handstand. I didn't see a headstand.
I'm not doing a handstand in Gaza.
You did everywhere else. Did everywhere else. But here's the thing that was crazy. But here's the thing. And again, this is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats said, we're not voting for her because of the Gaza position. Republicans are like,
I know.
Republicans go, fuck it. We do not want her ass.
That's exactly
and so
what it's.
Democrats selectively sat out and said, we gonna make y'all pay. And Republicans are like, appreciate that, because you know we gonna get in. It's two different groups of people who look at politics in a completely different way, whereas Republican voters are clear about power. James Baker, the former Secretary of State, it was a New Yorker article, I think. James Baker talked about, look, I ain't feeling him. He said, I'm a Republican. He is running as a Republican. He wins, we have power. And so,
I'm gonna bring it back full circle.
And so what
real
now
quick.
happens is, people, it's just a reality of politics. And Republicans, Trump knew that in 2016. And that's why they were like, yo, you pick her, it's a lot of negatives that gonna come with her, and it played out. That was a part of the election. It just, we
But to your
cannot
point,
deny
Roland,
it.
but to your point, to bring it back full circle, the one thing Republicans have mastered is that, hey, movement, election, taken over by the party. Tea Party became the GOP, and MAGA became the GOP. Moms for Liberty in 2022 became the GOP infrastructure. And look, Dave Bossie and
Turning Point USA was Trump's young GOTV plan. People,
It was his young USSA plan, if we're being real
all the stories
specific.
were Trump has no ground game.
Wow.
They
Turning Point was the
outsourced.
ground game.
They said TPUSA, they driving, and that's why you look at those numbers. The numbers do not lie. The number of millennial and Gen Z voters who voted Republican, because that was
I gotta add
infrastructure.
wait. I gotta add context to that because it's not just that simple. The United States Student Association turns 80 this year.
Wow.
Over the last 10 years since our absence, on the statewide level, elected officials who are Republican and right-wing leaning passed policy that completely dismantled how students were able to run their student fees to continue to lobby for a progressive agenda. They told students, you cannot spend your money on lobbyists, you cannot spend your money on abortion, on advocacy for abortion, you cannot spend your money on the DREAM Act. We don't like none of the stuff that y'all are doing. We don't want you to continue to fight for voting rights, civil rights, none of that. So they told students you could no longer use your fees that way. So students completely couldn't use their fees. The administration told them what they could and could not do. And then they started passing across the country gag orders, educational gag orders on student leaders. They started punishing student leaders, telling them what they could and could not do. And that's the birth of Turning Point USA.
But wait a minute.
When they completely dismantled USSA. And we had 12 million students across the country that were organizing on an annual level.
But you left something out. Wow. While that was happening.
And they attacked labor that way too.
But here's the deal. But what you left out, while that was happening, big Democratic donors
did nothing.
Did not create the alternative. Because you said they couldn't use student fees.
They did not, yes.
I know that. What I'm saying is that's student fees.
At the same time, Foster Sweets and others are cutting 10, 20, 30, 40, 50
That's what
million.
I'm saying.
Let me tell you something. Every quarter, Freedom Partners.
The difference is, I've had this conversation with the funders. This is the difference. And Rebecca, you've seen it. Republican donors,
Absolutely.
billionaires,
Absolutely.
when they cut $5, $10, $20 million checks,
That's right.
they are trying to get power
That's right.
so they can earn billions more changing public policy.
That's right.
Democratic donors...
They're not giving no money
wait,
right
wait,
now.
No. Democratic donors, they are. The problem is they're looking for equity stakes in companies to build value when Republicans are like, no. I'm going to give you $7 million. I ain't worried about the 7 because I want the power. The Democratic donors say if I give 7, what's going to be the ROI on my investment? And you're like, this is about trying to get power.
We are not a service company, baby.
I need your business plan.
That's right.
And that's the difference. PragerU, this is embarrassing. PragerU got $7 million from 2 billionaires in Kyle, Texas. That allowed them to raise the other $15 million. The next year, they raised $25 million. Their goal, it was a New York Times article, I think it was in 2020. They said, our goal is 1 billion views. Our goal is to hit young people, to hit 1 billion views on YouTube. What ends up happening? They hit that. They then build up this massive infrastructure. Republicans control the legislature in Florida, in Texas. Now, PragerU for Kids has their material now in K through 12. And so they were looking at power.
And they're running the bicentennial.
Democratic
now they got
donors,
our tax money.
Democratic donors, let's be real clear. Democratic donors are like, can we do some animation? What do we do, a movie? I'm telling you, it's a whole different deal.
mindset.
So what you just laid out, Democratic donors were not sitting here going, wait a minute, if they're wiping out student infrastructure, then we're going to need to fund the student infrastructure to create these chapters. They don't do it.
No, they still not
It is
doing
no different than, listen, I was talking to a white guy in advertising. There was a dude who told him at 24, man, do not call me with that bullshit about advertising on podcasts.
Wow.
So 24.
Insane.
He was like, so when election was over, he called me. He was like, well, I tried to tell you. Now, what happened? How many stories were done out of 24? Oh, my God, Democrats, progressives, they completely missed the whole digital deal. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? Wasn't that December and January? What was that, January 2025? It's February 24th, 2026. How much money do you think a single, a progressive entity, issues-based group has spent on the only black news show in YouTube's top 100? Just throw a number out.
0.
Yeah, what was 0?
Yep.
So, and that's the difference. But if
Roland, why don't people learn the lesson?
if this was a MAGA show,
of course. But Roland, why?
Because I'm telling you, because
let me tell you something. This is why people don't believe in the party.
Power.
So then why? But my question is, why don't Democrats understand power?
Because
they do understand power, but
because
they soft white nationalists.
the financial elite, the Democratic Party, they look at who is the co-signer. The problem right now, we discussed it the other day on the show. Does so-and-so recommend you? They're not sitting here looking at numbers going, like if you are a progressive donor and you're saying, I want to drive these issues, if I'm saying, where am I going to put my money? Common sense, give me the list of top 100. Who on here is, I think, left or progressive or who ain't right?
Right.
We gonna fund all of them. Do they do that? No. What they require is, what you say? I should do those 3. I should do those 4. And
I don't
exactly.
Like that I don't really like that. Like
aggressive.
That's right. He said Palestine. I don't really think I should give him no money.
I'm trying to tell y'all. And so what ends up happening?
No. We need someone from Middle America.
That should be the bingo card we need right now.
That's why somebody in the chat actually made this whole comment about.
I just want to put this on Front Street because
somebody
really
in the chat made this comment about
this is the problem.
Why aren't these big time donors? I'm like, because you don't understand what their motive is, and so they are still operating behind the 8 ball, whereas Republican donors say, listen, if we win, shit, we gonna change the tax code.
Yep.
We gonna change this. I'm gonna make $10 billion off that $7 million investment I made. Yep. That's why Democratic donors will keep giving Democratic PACs big amounts of money, and they gonna spend 70% of the money on television. Yep. What was that Future Forward, whatever the hell, the designated PAC for Kamala Harris? That was trash. They wouldn't even return our phone calls or email. 71% of the money they spent were on TV ads because they don't believe on underground. The reason Republicans have been winning because Turning Point USA was a ground game.
And then they made a podcast. For Liberty is a ground. But you got to go back to, if you go back to Tea Party Patriots, Tea Party USA, and you're in the 3,000 Tea Party local chapters from 2010. That's the ground game. It's ground game and model.
And so that's why what I'm saying is from the black perspective. Okay. We can't sit here and keep. I'm not interested in having a conversation on convincing them. That's why when we raised that 1.5 million, when we raised that 1.5 million, Win with Black Men, and I was like, we ain't giving all that money to the campaign.
No question.
We kept $450,000, and then there was one very prominent person came in, was hot, and I said,
I love him.
No, it wasn't him. I said, I told the person to their face, I said, I don't give a fuck what you think. I said, I'm the one who came up with the decision, and I'm gonna do that shit again. I said, we gonna keep the damn money. I said, and this time, we ain't gonna keep 450,000. We gonna keep the whole 1.5 million.
Exactly.
I said, because I'm not about to participate in something where we gonna raise money, send to the campaign, and then beg a white consultant for 100,000 back of the 1.5 million we sent. Right. That's why we kept the 450. So what I'm saying to black people right now, I'm saying that with all the capacity that we have, if you are in a black group and y'all have a meeting, y'all should decide we gonna do a raise in our meeting for Black Voters Matter. And we're going to send it to them. Yeah. We're going to do a raise in our meeting for USSA, and we're going to send it to them. We're going to do a raise for Until Freedom, and we're going to send it to them. And I'm like, this is where we have to be, because if we know groups who we know are going to be on the ground, who we know are going to door knock, who we know are going to have town halls, send it there. Don't send it to a campaign or to a party. The interest should be black, and the interest should be black organizations, because waiting on them to do something, it ain't gonna work. No. Earlier, Rebecca, Congressman Jim Clyburn was basically talking about them damn Democratic consultants, and so we got to protect what's ours. And so the consultants can kiss my ass in what they're doing. Black people watching, if your ass in North Carolina, cut that state in half and mobilize in East North Carolina. If y'all in Georgia, stop spending your damn time in Atlanta. Take your ass to them rural towns in Georgia where there's a lot of damn black votes.
Start now.
If you in Texas, listen, a lot of black people in Harris County, but take your ass to East Texas where there's a whole lot of black people and mobilize there. All I'm saying is like, damn, waiting on them. We can actually do this ourselves, because if I had to wait on them, YouTube told me black news ain't gonna work. They were funding all kind of other shit. I remember they funded this big old hour-and-a-half special. They probably spent about $5 to $7 million on it. Common and Jamel Hill co-hosted it. I did 2 panels. It was all kind of. I guarantee you they spent $5 to $7 million. They could have literally sent, and the number of views it did wasn't major. They could have said, well, we're gonna take $1 million that sent to this show here. We would have did 150 million views that year. The point is, we ain't got time to wait on them. I'm not trying to even wait on these white folks to do something. This is where black people, if black folk funded our own damn lawsuits for the NAACP, LDF to sue in the 30s and 40s, damn it, we got to do the same thing right now.
That's right.
Well, Roland, it's 2 different perspectives. So progressives tend to view political giving almost like playing the lottery. You don't necessarily play the lottery every time there's a chance to play the lottery, but you do it occasionally.
And you don't know if you're going to win.
Right, exactly. And then on the conservative side, they view it as an investment. They're investing long-term in the stock market. Yep. They're not doing day trading. They're not doing Forex. They're not trading options. Instead, they're buy and hold. They're looking at long-term, like, okay, what can I invest in? Can I invest in QQQ, VIO, SPY? Can I invest in these ETFs and I hold it for 10, 15 years? Mm-hmm. They're playing for the long haul. So even when we think about how philanthropy dollars work on the C3 side for both with Fair Election Center and USA with Tiffany, philanthropy also works kind of the same way too. It's that, we've been hearing like, hey, democracy is under attack. But what we're also seeing in philanthropy, that there has been a move to, let's wait and see, let's hold. We're not sure where we want to invest. We don't know what we need to do. Guess what? There's many great organizations that know what to do in this moment. Because this is not the first time where we've been here, even the last few years. When I look at North Carolina, we saw last weekend, we saw HBCU students and other university students marching 1-2 miles to go to the nearest polling location, because in North Carolina, they have systematically removed polling locations that are on or near campuses.
So where in the hell was the National Progressive Group saying, yo, we send in 10 buses?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Missing the race dimension of this?
Wait.
These are white people.
So
I'm really trying to understand why this is so complicated.
So in 2022, you had a lot of students who turned out to vote in North Carolina. So in 2023, guess what North Carolina did? They said we're going to remove all of the polling locations on and near off campuses. So then guess what happened? Or groups like mine stepped in. We worked with different college campuses. We worked with different groups on the ground in North Carolina, and we got those polling locations back. So you saw in 2024, you saw students once again over-index with their voting power. So now 2025, guess what happened? We're going to strip all of these polling locations from these students. So guess what?
Well, first they stripped the power of the election board from the governor and gave it to the state auditor.
That's
how they were able to do that with the early voting sites.
Didn't they also gerrymander the lines around the campus too?
Absolutely.
Right. But State Board of Elections, the governor traditionally appointed the elections deal. Since a Democrat became governor and lieutenant governor,
they moved the road to somebody
and
else.
Secretary of State. And Attorney
Sounds about right.
The Republicans win. Shit, who's the highest Republican? The state auditor.
Sounds about
the Republicans, they strip. Wait a minute, but again, this is where Democrats messed up, because they did not campaign hard enough to keep them from having a supermajority. Yep. So they were able to pass the bill, strip the governor, give the election stuff to the state auditor, and so you got to do A and B. Yep. You can't just win the governor's mansion. You got to make sure they don't have a supermajority. And so, again, this is the thing that just drives me crazy when you talk about politics. You can win. Sure, you can win the White House. Don't mean nothing if you ain't got the House and the Senate. Mm-hmm. Don't mean nothing. This is what I'm trying to tell people. How do you stop MAGA? Take that House and the Senate. And now Trump, he has executive power. Can't no bill get passed.
It's not just that, though. Also, it's the state elections as well, because then they control who gets judges on a statewide level, and that's why Trump's been able to get away with everything, because every time we try to sue him, it goes on to the next level up, and people forget the judicial elections and the statewide elections.
Same thing in North Carolina. Democrats in that 2018 race, had Beasley won, Democrats would have controlled the North Carolina Supreme Court 6-1.
There you go.
She lost, they won 4-3.
Yeah.
The next election, a brother chooses to run for something else, he loses. That's where Republicans now have a 5-2 majority. So it's understanding the whole chessboard. Yeah. And so this goes back to James Carville, Paul Begaya, Rahm Emanuel getting mad at Howard Dean with a 50-state strategy, and they were like, get his ass out of there. Obama agreed to it, got rid of Howard Dean. They put in Senator Tim Kaine, which was stupid as hell to me, and that was just dumb. Then he replaced him with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. That was a huge debacle, and it was just one after another. This is where you play the whole chessboard. Republicans have been playing the whole chessboard. Do you know in Texas, there is no campaign limit?
Yep. The only two states, Virginia and Texas, have no contribution limit. You can literally write a bill. Nebraska, you can write a bill.
There's a woman who don't nobody know in Texas running for state's rep seat. One dude gave a campaign $2 million. Now she vaulted to the front. Yep. So I'm saying that for the purpose of when you talk about large, major Democratic donors.
Yeah.
Do they take advantage of those type of state laws?
No. In the middle of the fire and the burning house, they want to make a strategic plan for the next 8 years
this is why
and tell us to wait.
This is why what I'm saying to black people, where we have large numbers, we can control the politics.
Yep.
But you can't control the politics if your turnout is 45%.
Yep.
You can't. And so what I'm saying is what we did back in the day. We took nickels and dimes and were able to fund our initiatives. We're not talking about, we know how to work money. We know how to work small amounts of money, okay? But as long as we are playing the waiting game for the party and the campaign to fund our grassroots politics, we're gonna be waiting till September and October, when what needs to be happening right now are black groups have to be on the ground right now in Ohio, in Georgia, in North Carolina. I'm looking at Senate races, saying how, so if you're in Ohio, who's doing the organizing, mobilizing of black people? In Cleveland, Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Akron. Who's doing the mobilizing? East North Carolina. Who's doing the mobilizing? In Albany, Savannah, Athens, Jonesboro, all those places where you have black votes. I'm saying, damn, waiting on them. I just need our people to just understand that. I'm not interested in even talking about them. This is a black thing, not a party thing. Not that's what I'm saying. I don't, and again, if we sit here and say, we raised, how much did we raise?
We raised $107,000 from 2,000 small donors.
Okay, so think about that. Here, a year ago.
And they can donate again at the United States, USStudentAssociation.org.
It's 11:59.
Put it on the lower third.
It's 11:59 p.m. Eastern. It was 12:01. It was about this time.
Dr. Carr walked me
we had 101,000 people who were watching.
That's right.
That happened.
That's
see,
right.
this is why I keep going back to when your brother said, black people bring your eyeballs home.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not saying this because I'm mad or upset, but I'm saying what happens when we properly mobilize. The people that watched last year, that was a mobilization effort. Here's what's crazy. I did no media. That was literally text message that went out to 6 to 10 people who sent it to hundreds of other people.
That's right.
So a year ago,
I remember that.
I remember
that.
And so right now,
copy and paste.
Right now, we had 5,500 on YouTube. A year ago, it was 101,000. Now,
I thought it was
that's how,
112.
no, it was 101,000. I remember it vividly. That's how the money got raised. So if just this show could raise 100,000 for that effort, imagine now all these other podcasts, all these other shows. Right. If we now say, you know what, our target goal is, hey, we want to nationally raise $10 million for Black Voters Matter.
That's right.
If the NAACP, if the Urban League, if we say our collective goal is to create a $10 million Black voter fund, and we drive out folks to that, can we raise it? Absolutely.
Absolutely. And again, last year, the lowest donation was like $3.
That's what I'm saying.
So, and it was easy.
That's what I'm saying. See,
it was
and
$3.
so we need our people to stop with this stuff. What are athletes? What are celebrities? No, we ain't having that conversation.
Nope.
And this, but that requires folk to say that's what our goal is. I got to set the goal. I got to set the agenda. Got to make it clear what our strategy is. What we have right now, again, are a lot of people who are talking, who are tweeting, who are posting, but they have not offered a clear, concise plan of action, an agenda for Black people to follow. And then if we do that, it's game on. We change the game. But if that doesn't happen, we're just recycling the same conversations. So I'm not sweating where did the 96,000 go. What I'm saying is to Black people, you showed what you could do last year.
That's right.
Now you got to keep doing it. So if you took the 250,000 who watched last year on this night and said, what do you think we would look like if 250 showed up the next night? and the next night, and the next night, all of a sudden, it's a whole different conversation. And so that's where we have to get our folk right here. The capacity is there.
Yeah. It's
the capacity
discipline.
is there.
Yeah, it's the discipline.
It's the discipline.
It's the discipline, but it's also what you taught me last year and what you said in front of the entire audience when I was sitting there and we were celebrating. You said it's also making a very clear, hard ask. And a lot of so it's not just the strategy and the play, like all those things. But what I'm noticing is that people are afraid, leaders are afraid to ask their people to do the thing. And because they don't ask people to do the thing, we all look and say, okay, well, that's what they're doing over there. And this is what we want to do. I'm a firm believer as an organizer that people, when they don't know what to do because nobody's asked them, they start to fight themselves. They get distracted and they stay down here. They start to ask, well, they do the thing on YouTube. Well, how come they're not asking me what I want to do? Well, that's because they're arguing with each other down here instead of us focusing on what the North Star is. And there are multiple stars that we need to go after in this moment. But because nobody has made the ask and the organizations have not made the ask and they have not told people what to do, those folks are just down here arguing and meddling. And they stay busy down there.
It's like, I'm going to go ahead and put this on the table. He was on the show earlier. You take Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. Here's the deal.
Him and Chuck Schumer need to go.
No, but here's the whole deal, though. Here's the whole deal.
They can't go until they're
Right. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. When somebody puts something, when somebody puts something in front of me, when somebody puts something in front of me and I look at it, I then go, okay. First of all, because it's a lot of other folks said, okay, gotta go. Here's the reality. He ain't gone.
Right.
He's there.
Right.
Okay. So now I have to go, all right, am I about to expend a significant amount of energy yelling, hollering, and screaming, saying, Hakeem gotta go, when he's not going? I know that takes a vote of the caucus, the Democratic caucus. See, for folk who say, oh my God, they gotta go, that's the Democratic caucus. That is an internal thing where they decide, wait a minute, hold up. So, that's an internal thing. So, am I then gonna sit here and fixate on that? Or I'm gonna say, okay, well, wait a minute, who votes in the caucus? The people who win. So that means I now should be saying, who are the people running for the nomination? And if I get 30 or 40 people who agree with me
I'm on with you.
to make changes, then what I'm asking for can happen.
Yeah.
My ass yelling on TV,
gotta be strategic.
saying,
That's
gotta go, don't mean shit.
He wasn't talking about me.
No, I'm saying no.
Because my ass happens to be on TV right now saying he need to go.
There are many
but that's
other,
not what he was talking about.
So that means, so again,
because I'm organized.
And so I'm not going to. I'm not going to expend energy.
I hear you.
On something that does nothing.
Yeah.
So what then happens?
You got to know how to get what you want.
And also, I have to also understand that there are other people who are also trying to get what they want, who may be getting in the way. And so, what I also have to step back.
Called a strategy chart.
Right, but also have to step back. And here's the other thing. I'm very curious. I've seen a lot of black folks in media and other places yell, holler, scream, dog, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. I wonder how many of those people called a meeting with them.
We had a meeting with his chief of staff. He didn't
No. See right there. You said we had a meeting with the chief of staff.
Because he didn't show up.
No. Follow me here.
Okay.
It's like when I was on the board of NABJ. ABC News wanted us to have a meeting, and our president was going to go to the meeting, and they were going to send 2 vice presidents. I said, you ain't going to the meeting. She said,
the person you want is not there.
I said, you're the president of NABJ. You don't meet with vice presidents. If the president of ABC News is not there, you're not going to the meeting. She's like, no, it's no big deal. I said, you're not going to the meeting. Presidents meet with presidents.
Come on.
I will rather cancel the meeting than accept the second-class meeting. And this is what I'm saying. And what we also have to do is, if I'm calling the meeting, I'm also cognizant of who I'm bringing the meeting with. I'm going to bring somebody in the room he can't say no to.
Come on, teach the people, train them.
But if I bring a group of people who he know ain't gonna hit him, well, I ain't got to show up.
Train them.
And that's what I'm saying. And so this is how we must play the chessboard of politics, okay? And that, to me, we are expending emotional capital. We are not expending the strategic planning. And I said this earlier, you were talking about the training of the students, and I meant to say this earlier. You could not join the Southern Christian Leadership Conference
You didn't get trained.
unless you went through Dorothy Cotton's training program.
That's right.
See, we keep talking about the Black Freedom Movement, all what they did. SNCC,
That's right.
CORE, there was
Black Panther Party.
training.
Yeah.
Your ass didn't show up.
Just walk in here, talk
and
about what we
say,
need to do.
I'm a member.
Yeah.
I got to vote. No,
Yeah.
hell no. And that, to me, is the big problem with many of our institutions. We have people who know nothing about organizing, nothing about leading, nothing about finance, nothing about fundraising, and they be wondering why they jacked up.
Or electoral politics. That's absolutely right.
Right. And that, to me, as we're in this moment, this is where we have to be, driving our groups to say, do y'all really know what y'all doing? And I'm not going to keep giving you power to speak on my behalf when you really don't know what the hell your ass doing.
Never gave it to him in the first place. I think that's you said you had the conversation with Reverend Jackson and you talked to Jesse Jr. about it. That moment after '88, these white nationalists like Bill Clinton and Joe Biden, and then the next generation, the Rahm Emanuels, the David Plouffes, the David Axelrods, they could not imagine ceding the Democratic Party to a coalition of people, poor people, working class people. It was just, that was the moment. And since then, the idea that we should trust the Democratic Party at all is patently absurd. It's absurd. What you said, you have the model. We raise the money, we distribute the money, we distribute the resources, but who's going to buck? The Democratic Party. They're going to buck because the thing they were terrified of it in '64. You walked us through the history. They were terrified of it when Ms. Hamer and the Freedom Democrats showed up. They were terrified of it in '68 when Lyndon Johnson is
They were terrified of it in '64, but the reason they were able to shut them down is because the movement depended upon labor money.
Absolutely.
And he sent Walter Reuther. And he said, you take your ass down there.
That's right.
And tell King, if he don't accept this damn deal, I'm pulling all of their labor money.
That's right.
Dr. King had to. Bob Moses was pissed.
Yes, he was.
Fannie Hamer was
Fannie
pissed.
They cussed the King out just about. Ella Baker.
King and Biden Rustin.
That's right.
And King said, I would rather win a battle than lose a war. And listen, he gets assassinated, but come 1968.
And there you had.
There were integrated. It was not whites only delegations.
No.
And this is the struggle, I think, that we have when we got some folk who say, well, if I can't get all of it today, then I ain't taking no deal.
I mean, but how?
But leadership, but leaders have to, in the moment,
no, of course,
have to make decisions.
Well, I think, but then,
and that's the struggle.
That is the struggle.
But the basic struggle of that is that was a movement that we did not fund.
No, it was. You're right, but I mean, what do we learn from it, though?
And as long as we depend on others to fund our movements,
right,
we are going to be at the mercy of them making decisions on our behalf.
There's the lesson. When Cliff was saying, and they incorporated into their remarks tonight, that '72 Gary Convention, we need an independent black political party. We're still going to deal with these two. In fact, Shirley Chisholm, is not part of the Gary conversation. People, I mean, this is the historical.
No, because the men didn't. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, absolutely. That's absolutely.
I'm glad y'all did that on your own. Good job.
No. But that is a factor. But I'm not a feminist. I'm not an intersectionalist.
I know you're gonna tell the truth on history.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't look at these.
But you support bell hooks.
I think that Gloria Watkins had some interesting things to say. I think Kimberly Crenshaw had some interesting things to say. And I've read just about every page, everything Bell Hooks published. And all of Kimberly Crenshaw's, I'm waiting for her new book. But let me be very clear about this. I do not believe that black people who absorb and give blackface versions of white theory are ever going to lead us anywhere except to a dead end. So I'll leave it at that. But
listen to what he said. If
right
you
there.
are a black face on white theory, it's never going to lead to black liberation.
No, it's going to lead to a dead end. People talk about what is it? What is it? Womanism is to feminism. What lavender is to purple. Like, don't do that, Alice Walker, because I read too much of you. See, I read the color purple as a kind of community liberation narrative. I'm very different than Steven Spielberg's movie version. But what I find is people, let me start getting that, because we start talking about Michelle Wallace, like macho and everything. No, believe me. I know the literature. But my point is, all I'm trying to say is this.
You got to go to in class with Dr. Carter.
No. I don't want to say, no, but this point, this is a very important point. What we're raising here, 68, 72, 76, the Democrats are in the wilderness because they would not embrace that movement. What happens at Gary is important. I'm not against Shirley Chisholm. I'm not for Shirley Chisholm. What I'm saying is that your coalition with white women and your attempt to frame it this way is not the way that you engage in a critique of the patriarchy in black movements. Because remember, when you go to Gary 72, it wasn't just all men at Gary. We know that. Queen Mother Moore is there, Betty Shabazz and Coretta Scott King are there. There are people grappling at the local level. It's state and local elected officials there. I'm not mad at Shirley Chisholm, but when you start making this about the presidency of the United States, you have missed the point completely. It's about building political power. Barack Obama is the result of that independent movement being driven in the ditch. Barack Obama ain't got nothing to do with Jesse Jackson, except the delivery system that allowed him to become president was made possible because of that movement. But his politics are not black politics. Barack Obama is a black-faced white Democrat. It's not, yes, we can't get the hell out of here. But like you said, because of Ms. Hamer in 64, they have to change the rules.
I mean, it was a slogan, not a movement.
Well, but that's just the whole point.
And Jesse was a movement, not a slogan.
Exactly. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. But what I'm thinking about is that.
Well, also the point, Greg the reason that Greg makes that point also is because Obama did not come out of that.
No, he didn't.
Because he did not come out of, frankly, the black political movement. He made it clear he didn't need it.
And had contempt for it.
And so, as a result of him saying, I don't need it, I was told a meeting that was a black women. And at that meeting, he said he did not need it. And the president of the AKAs stood up and walked out of the meeting because she was offended by the statement, saying he did not need the black political infrastructure. And what I've said, and people can get mad, I don't really care, it is a fact. His presidency, he didn't need it. The problem is, he was only going to be there for 8 years. And so by decimating that infrastructure, it did not aid anybody afterwards. In fact, it showed up in the Scott Brown race in Massachusetts, because on the day of the election, there were people who were called in Boston, and black folks said that was the first time they had heard from anybody from the DNC. So the Obama for America, which became Organizing for America, became Obama for America. You did not have that. So by completely gutting that black infrastructure and not having appreciation of that black political history, what then happened was the white consultants went, we don't have to even, we don't need it. We don't have to fund it.
But
we don't
the
have
ultimate
to
cost
seed
was the
it.
cost of a supermajority.
But
Right, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is,
and
so he could run and win without the infrastructure.
But everybody else.
But nobody else could.
Before we make
Trump is Republicans.
But before we
now.
can see this, and this is where we end up, back at the dead end. Before we move this back into political inside baseball and two-party system, let's be very clear about this. There was an independent coalition that had been forming since the 50s. This is at the very local level. And that coalition congealed in the late 60s, ends up in Gary trying to put a coalition together. And these people who see it coming check it every place they can. Jackson represented a moment in time. But the seeds of the anti-populist kind of surge were playing it as Jackson in '88. It's like, wait a minute, they could capture this party. So what did you tell us last week? You started talking about that DLC, which comes into existence a couple of years before. We gotta anticipate and neutralize any, and whether it be AKAs or alphas or deltas or anybody else, that's part of a very thin class in black community. And classism in our community has reduced electoral politics to petty bourgeois postures.
That's right.
The Jackson campaign was effective in part, like Ms. Hamer and them. These people are great. What you're doing, Tiffany, we're dealing with the people who are the least of these.
Yeah.
And when you do that, that's going to threaten both parties.
Well,
so to me, that's where people say Democrats and Republicans are the same. They're absolutely right in terms of this is class politics, and Bernie Sanders gets it wrong because he can't put race in it.
He can't put race in it.
You know what I'm saying?
He refuses
Still
to.
He refuses to put race in it. Right.
It was
because it's not his original thought.
No,
he
it's not. That's a
co-opted
good
someone
point.
else's thought,
and-
and now he's taking it and making it his own platform.
That's a good point.
And
that's a good point.
He is personally wounded by the folk who supported Hillary in 2016. And that's why he keeps railing against identity politics. And that's why I forgot the article, it was New Yorker, one of them, he did an article, and he was going on about, no, it was GQ. And I read that shit, and I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I said,
I read that.
It was in GQ.
It's very populist.
I read it.
Very non-identity politics in the audience, right?
GQ interview, and I read that.
Not having a very specific audience.
But he married well.
I read that bullshit, and I called, who was his guy, who was the campaign manager? What was his name? Who was his guy? Oh my God, not Rick.
With the glasses, ball.
Yeah. I called him, I said, say, man, I said, what's his name? 'Cause I'm gonna pull the text up. I said, yeah, you know, I don't delete shit. I said, say, man, listen, if he say this bullshit one more time about identity politics, I'm gonna light his ass up. And homeboy's like, okay, can I get the two of y'all to meet? I was like, I'll be happy to meet with his ass. What's his name? His name was Rick. I said, I'll be happy to meet his ass. So
Jeff Weaver or
it was Jeff Weaver.
Jeff Weaver, yeah.
So he set the meeting up. And I go to his office, and we sit down, and I literally say, I said, Senator Sanders, let me be real clear. I said, you keep talking about your railing against identity politics. I said, I'm gonna tell you right now. What you gotta understand is every time you say that shit, I said, you dissing black politics. I said, you dissing organizing. I said, and I'm telling you, you do it one more time, I'm gonna bust your ass. I'm sitting in his office. I'm sitting here. He's sitting right there.
Is that your first time meeting?
I'm telling, yeah. I don't give a damn. I said, I'm telling you right now. I said, you don't understand who you're insulting. Jeff was sitting right there. I said, you don't understand
that was elder abuse.
Who you are insulting.
Wow.
I said, you don't understand who you're insulting.
But tell us what he said. How he look at you? What did he say?
Well, I hear your point. I've got this. I have to go to this. I would love.
I don't think I've ever seen you do an impression like this.
I would love
ever
for the two of us to discuss this further. And I was like, let me know you want to talk. I said, but I'm telling you right now. I said, you keep going here. I said, we gonna have a problem. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna light you up. I ain't got a problem letting his ass know that shit. And I'm kind of like, dude, I said, you are literally driving the talking points of the right. I said, because you keep complaining about identity politics. I said, when all politics is identity politics.
Baby. Every single
I
one
said,
of it.
politics is completely broken down
into
multiple groups of gender, age,
we saw it here in the
economics.
studio when Mandani was running and he had his success speech, and he literally named every single constituency and identity community in New York once he won.
And I just told him, I was like, dude.
Didn't we sit here together and watch that together?
There's no politician. There's no politician who's ever run who did not understand politics broken down by demographics, by age, by race, by gender, by parts of town. I said, so what the hell are you talking about when you rail against identity politics?
That's
I said, when
you use it to win.
I said, when you rail against identity politics, you are talking about Black people.
That's right.
Latino people, and then they'll throw in Asian
Muslim people.
women
Yeah.
and LGBTQ. I said, but we know what that phrase means.
Happy Ramadan.
And I just told him, I was like, yo, I said, dude, I'm just gonna let you straight up know. I had an issue with it. And that's the thing to me that folk just gotta understand that we gotta call it. I just think in this moment, and again, I'm dropping a book called Black Forward in November. Where I target those 4 institutions. And I'm telling you right now, the reason I've been going off on the 4 institutions, Alpha and all the other members of Divine Nine, and Prince Hall Mason and all these groups, my biggest issue is that when we're talking about leadership and who's the real leader, we have right now, we don't need to create another black group. No. We don't need to create another black nonprofit. No. We don't need to create another black political group.
That's right.
I said it's all there. There is massive black infrastructure. The money is right there. Okay? The number of black people who subscribe to Zeus Network every month. The number of black people who subscribe to the Joe Budden podcast. Number of black, no, I'm just walking through. Number of black people.
It's painful but real.
I'm just saying, the number of black people.
Friend of the show, Chair. Friend of the show, Chair.
Are y'all?
He's not shitting on the show.
I know. I'm absolutely shitting on the show, but I mean,
Joe, I'm a
any species I have on the show right now. Empty cold.
Shout out to Mark Lamont Hill because he just came to our event on Tuesday.
I said the other day,
Joe Budden,
hold up,
God bless
Mark Lamont Hill.
One second. The other day, Mark Lamont Hill was talking about his Patreon. When I look at other podcasts, when I look at Mason Cameron, when I look at, so what I am seeing massive black investment in where we say, this is what I'm gonna spend my money on. And that's fine. Individuals can spend their money however they want it. But what I am saying is, if people are going to then, why we don't have this, and we don't have this, and we need this, and we need this. Okay, how do you think you're gonna get it?
Definitely.
And who do you think you're gonna get it from? It's only going to come from 2 sources. Political, corporate. When I just look at America's a $30 trillion economy. We talk about if there are services that I want, where are they going to come from? They're going to be funded, I know it's 3. They're going to be funded by political, corporate, or nonprofit. Those are the 3 pools of revenue it's going to come from.
But oftentimes nonprofits are funded by.
No. But my point is, you have nonprofits that actually do certain things or whatever. So I'm saying those are your 3 pools. So if I say I want these things in my community, it's going to be very simple. City, county, school board, state, federal. It's 5 levels. That's it. There's not this other thing out there that's political that we can't touch or haven't seen. It's actually going to do it. So which means I need to be able to control something. If I want to control the school, if I want to control the curriculum, if I want to determine what books, guess what? If I got 9 school board seats, I need 5.
Right.
I don't need 9.
Right.
I need 5.
Right.
So that means that if I'm living in a community, I got to sit here and go, okay, how many of people, the 9, are down with us? 2? All right, we got to make sure y'all get reelected. We got to let y'all 3.
Right.
Okay, let's see here. The
And
last
as an organizer, aim for 6.
Fine.
Because crap happens.
That's fine. That's fine. But if you funded all 5, you could say, dog, remember how your ass got here? I'm just saying, listen, and again, I learned this. I know somebody watching like, well, you never run for office. I've been in groups. I'm telling you right now, ask my man David Squires. David, we were in NABJ together. I was on the board, I was student rep on the board. He's a regional director. It was something on the board I was advocating for. He started speaking against it. And I was like, we went to a break. I was like, David, let me holler at you.
Yeah.
I said, you running for re-election? He said, yeah. I said, which region has the most students out of all the NABJ regions? He's like, Region 7. I was like, right. Which region has the most chapters? He's like, shit, Region 7. I said, you ever fucking speak against something of mine again, I will fucking bury you and I will guarantee your ass don't win. I will mobilize every student against your ass to ensure you fucking lose. Do you understand what I'm telling you? At the time, I'm 20. I said, you understand? He was like, yeah. Took our ass back in that meeting room. He didn't say shit the rest of that meeting. He voted the way I wanted him to vote, and then voted against me again. Here's what I understood.
Bully people all the time.
That wasn't bullying.
What you said. Students learn about elections, right?
That wasn't bullying.
That's where
I was a national student rep.
Yeah.
Because power never concedes. You have to take power.
So, but the whole point there was it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And so, if there's somebody who we elect who does something against our interests,
right.
we go to them and we say, "Remember how your ass won?
That's right.
You know that's how your ass can lose. Vote against our people again,
Certainly
and then
what
watch what
AIPAC told-
happens."
yeah,
So
Wait, but
we
let me
have
ask you a
to.
question.
So what I'm saying is that's school board.
Yeah.
Now we go.
Yeah.
Let's go to our city council. Here's what a lot of our black folks don't realize. There are many black communities, not major cities, but cities around major cities that are majority black. And
Big budgets.
Big budgets, don't require a lot of votes. You can literally raise $25,000 and run 5 seats. See, we're sitting here thinking, oh man, so I'm just gonna take Cedar Hill, DeSoto, this is in Dallas County. Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Lancaster. Them all 3 black cities. All those cities got budgets, bonds, contracts. You take over the city council, you control the budget.
Oh, sure.
We sitting here, well, the city of Dallas. No. I can take over these cities. In Georgia, same thing.
Sure.
Okay? People talk about, oh my God, Atlanta's no longer majority black. Fool. You know black people are now have spread out and now are controlling multiple counties.
Yeah, 'cause Atlanta's expensive.
All I'm saying is, I need our people to step back and go, hold up. We actually we can take over a whole lot of stuff, but that cannot happen if you're not organized and mobilized.
The following deadline in Maryland was today, but in Baltimore County, Howard County, Prince George's County, Montgomery County, I believe also Anne Arundel County, all those counties, which are 5 of the big 6, have public financing, matching dollars. DC has public financing, matching dollars. The excuses are depending on where
Again,
you
so if
live.
I go micro and I study the numbers and where the black people, now I know how I have to run. And so this is just really where we have to be. And this is why what I'm saying is from our organizational leaders, have to be far more engaged. And see, when we talk about even organizations, first of all, you at 501c3, you cannot endorse. That's fine, but your members can do what they want to do. The reason I
you can, but up to a certain percentage, it's very small. But yes.
Yeah, but
You
look,
can advocate on issues.
yeah, you can advocate on issues.
Yeah.
But the reason I challenge the AKAs in Tarrant County is the last major county in Texas that's red. You have a racist DA and a racist county judge. And that racist county judge is always crapping on the sister, Elisa Simmons, who's a county commissioner. They gerrymander her seat out. She's an AKA. I said to the AKAs, I said, y'all should be straight up ass, mobilizing the whole state and say, we taking these 2 assholes out. We gonna take out the county judge, and we gonna take out the DA, who for 9 years has been trying to put Crystal Mason in jail. Crystal Mason should be on billboards all across Tarrant County saying it should be her face and that white DA. And it should be, why is this racist trying to 9 years later trying to put this sister in jail? She should be the face of the whole campaign. And I said to the AKAs, they are dissing one of your own sisters. And so now you should be taking the lead. And then now you say, hey, Deltas, Zetas, Sigma Gamma Rho, Alphas, Kappas, Omegas, D9, we taking his ass out. So we gonna raise the money for her, we gonna mobilize, and now all of a sudden, and he say, we gonna build the grassroots coalition that's gonna stand with her. The organization ain't gotta take no vote. Members can do whatever they want to, but my whole point is, you can't complain about how that white racist is treating your soror if your ass ain't showing up for your soror.
But people don't know how to build.
They do. when it's an AKA or Delta or Alpha or Omega. No, we do know how to build. We don't know how to build outside of our groups. We know how to build internally.
So even when you talk about the donor class, there really isn't a significant black political donor class in this country. Why? Because people don't know how to do it or don't understand the value of it.
There's a class that's not organized. There's a class.
You mean like the same people?
But I'm saying
no. There is a class.
But I'm saying
there is a black class. That black class is organized, but that is only for a finite number of people. Because I know who they are. I can name 100 of them. Though they're organized for only their interest.
Yes.
Not the interest of black people.
Okay.
Which is why I said there is not a significant black donor class, not donors who happen to be black. I'm talking about a black donor class.
Which is why we have to use the model of Reverend Jackson 84 and 88.
Yeah.
And this is why I keep telling people, stop screaming and yelling for entertainers and athletes.
Right.
The reality is the donor class are regular, ordinary people who raised at $100,000 for USAA. But we've got to
USSA.
We got to USA. We got to study. Okay, whatever. We have to.
They don't sell insurance.
We have to. We have to focus on them because again, this show is a perfect. This show is a perfect example.
So then that's
We've had 37,100. We had 37,179 donors. I was not fixated on 30 celebrities. Can you please contribute 50 grand?
Investors,
I was like, no. We gonna listen. I sent a text message today to about 10, 15 celebrities. Can you, with the graphic and the text already, can you post this about our state of our union? Not one posted.
And that's fine.
And guess what? I'm not about to sit here and be mad all about it.
Right.
I'm gonna focus on the people who actually showed up, who watch, who listen. And that's what I'm saying. We've got to be willing. We got to get out of that, man. If so and so, no. I'm gonna move with the people.
Right.
But here's the deal.
And some of them don't move until the people move because they think it's popular and safe
there you
to
go.
do so.
And the thing though is
just like some of these big organizations that you was talking about.
Right, but the people,
because they don't do nothing on their own. And sorry,
there you go.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yes, you did. You did mean to interrupt. You did. You know you wanted to say that.
Sorry, Uncle Roland. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm trying to deflect.
But what I was trying to say was, is my mic on? What I was trying to say was, my bad.
Go ahead and say
I just think it's really, to your point around, we don't need to get the athletes and the celebrities and so on and so forth. That is a sector that people try to get folks to move on. But when we think about even our black community organizations, those folks also are scary.
Yes.
And do not move until the public makes it popular to move.
Right.
Oh, I hate to do this, but this is on your show and you're always honest. We didn't see an endorsement from Mamdani from the NAACP.
Nope.
They just had a board meeting in New York this past weekend, and guess who their speaker was?
Well, they can endorse.
I said we didn't see it endorsed.
Right.
Mamdani came and spoke at their last meeting.
Right.
And so all I'm saying is, as an example, is that we see organizations, labor does it too, but we see organizations that only move. We see celebrities and artists who only move when they think it's safe enough to move because the popular opinion is behind them. And so to your point around the different classes, because we're talking about organizing the last hour, let's not forget people on the ground actually do move decision makers, actually do move and influence things that makes whatever the culture piece is popular, people safe enough to be able to take that action. And I would argue elected officials do the same thing. Elected officials do not move on major issues because they are afraid. Oh, if I say something about Palestine, or if I say something about what happened with ICE, I don't want to abolish ICE. I just kind of think we need to reform it a little bit. But when people force them to be able to, when people in mass numbers push that issue, then people conform and say, oh, yeah, I'm with them. Because everybody wants to be on the right side of history. But people who know me and who are listening would call me out later if it wasn't honest. There are still elected officials who we did that same strategy for, and they did not join the people's side, and they are still not on the people's side, and need to be replaced and removed.
But here's the deal. But the pressure has to intensify on them. And the mistake, I believe, that what happens today is that our pressure is 3 months. It's,
Sure.
It's 6 months.
Yeah.
2 years.
It's 9 months.
It
then
needs
we
to be
go.
longer than that. Sure.
Then we go. Oh man, ain't nothing changed. No. They got to feel
It's
that
too late.
heat. They got to hit it. Feel like. But that only happens again if you mobilize and organize properly, and you are replenishing your troops.
That's right.
So if you say, all right, the beauty of what people who understand pickets, somebody got to show up every day or every week. Somebody got to show up. Like, and
Baby,
that's
the bus boycott happened for how long? 11 months? 10 months?
382 days.
And it wasn't because somebody popped up on Tuesday and said, I'm not going to take the bus, and because somebody popped up on Friday and said I wasn't going to take the bus. It was discipline and consistency. I'm at a class right now with Marshall Gaines at Harvard, and we're learning about the bus boycott and its organizing and the leadership and the organizing.
So
I know a little bit more right now than I did yesterday.
But who are they teaching? Who led it? Who started it?
Those 5 black leaders.
No.
It was,
Well, let's see.
No.
Let's see what she
Wait, no,
wait. Don't test me on TV like that.
Wait.
Don't pop quiz me on TV.
So
Hold on.
this is at Harvard?
Yeah.
Okay. Who are they saying?
Yeah.
Can I get my notes?
Because, pull your notes up. Who did they say? Who is Harvard saying?
This would be interesting.
Who is Harvard saying conceived the idea and started the Montgomery bus boycott?
That little black boy? What's his name?
No.
It's a black woman.
No. No, I want to know what they teaching y'all.
Yeah.
This is going to take too long for me to pull
No,
it
it's
up.
not. No, it's
John
not.
Harvard's plantation.
Nuh-uh. I want to know.
No, don't do that. It's just,
As
hold on.
opposed to
I'm
Alabama
going to tell you the
State.
reading. I'm going to tell you the reading that we
Go
had.
ahead. I just want to be.
Jesus, it's on my laptop.
Go
Okay,
ahead. Don't
it's
worry
on my
about
phone.
it.
Jesus won.
We wait right now. We'll wait. We wait.
Jesus definitely.
No, don't make me pull it. I got to get my laptop.
Jesus was there.
We'll wait.
Which means Mary was there.
Hold on, I got to log in. This is too much pressure. I'm
No,
sweating.
go ahead. Log in.
It's hot in here. Look,
I
I'm
want to
logging in right now.
Go ahead. I want to know who. I want to know
Call
exactly.
Portland Cox, so you already
I want to
know.
know.
I should have just called Cortland on the phone.
No,
Can I phone a friend?
No, you can't.
Let me
phone
call.
a friend.
I know he up.
Lifeline.
You don't have to phone a friend because we already know the answer.
Well, then tell
When
people the answer
No,
when I pull
but
this
I
up.
want to know what are they teaching.
Yeah,
I see.
exactly.
I want to know. I want to know exactly what are they teaching.
Did I already say what my professor's
about the
name
Montgomery
was? 'Cause
bus
now I'm
boycott
Football blast.
and how?
No,
That's what I want to know. Because see, Harvard may be teaching his story and not real history. Not real history.
But now some of our institutions do that too. When you think about Greensboro, when you think about the Woolworth counter, they don't teach that was the Bennett Bells who actually organized it. But those freshmen at A&T jumped the gun and they decided they didn't want to go through, they didn't want to wait, they didn't want to be patient. That thing almost fell apart if it wasn't for the months of organizing that the Bennett Bells did.
Yeah,
and if it wasn't then for them recruiting those high school students during the summer when the college students went away for the summer, if it wasn't for those high school students who were showing up every single day, the Woolworth counter in Greensboro would never been integrated.
That's
and so like every story is like that. So it's not just Harvard that
just
gets
about
it
every
wrong.
story involves the community. That's the thing. I
Exactly.
think and that's we have to. Yeah, she gonna find it.
But the reason go ahead.
Did you find it?
Wait, let me. Okay, you the librarian. Let me
No,
tell you.
we got it.
It's called. The book is called "Parting the Waters: America in the King."
Taylor Branch.
No.
Yeah.
They use the Taylor Branch.
No.
Yeah, that's what
Tell
we
them the
use.
book to use.
Stop.
We use the Taylor
Stop.
Branch.
No.
I ain't mad at Taylor Branch.
I want you.
You're not? Okay.
I want you. I want you to. Here. I want
That's
you.
the reading.
No.
That we had.
The people who
I'm
started
about to see you. I'm about to see you right now.
Taylor Branch.
I want you to go back to class. I want you to go ahead right now. I want you to go ahead right now. I'm gonna send you this link right now and take this damn book. Order this book and take this.
That's what I'm saying. It was this to tell the story about how.
And I want you to take this book.
She got the page now.
Who you got?
She got Erica Daniel Nixon.
Yeah.
Who's definitely in it.
There we go.
But he ain't the one.
No, I want you to hit Tiffany. I just sent you the.
What's Durr's first name?
I want you to.
That's
I just sent
Virginia Durr, one of the white
Virginia
women.
Durr.
I want you to.
Yeah,
I want you
but
to
that's
take.
later.
I want you to send you the link.
You good?
So
Okay.
all y'all who's watching, it's very simple.
Go ahead.
You can.
At least
You
y'all know I'm
cannot.
doing my homework.
I've
Okay,
already
you
said
texted
to
it to
you.
me? I got it.
You cannot.
Here's the book.
You cannot
Parting
teach.
the Waters.
You cannot teach.
You
That's-
saw it?
but
You saw
that's
it?
but that's no shock because that's that whole
It's
notion of
definitely
politicizing.
the white liberal.
Everybody zoom in. There you
There it is
go.
right here.
You cannot.
Shelly, put it up on my iPad.
They know. They know.
You can't tell them where Shelly is. They got you in there. Go
cannot teach.
Go read out the title. Go read out the title.
I got it.
Shelly, go to my iPad.
She's showing.
I'm already saying it to you.
Oh, that's a good
That's a
good
good
zoom
shot.
in,
I'm trying
man.
to hold
That's
it
a good
still.
shot.
You
It
got
went
it?
dark. It went black on you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want y'all
There
to
we go.
understand that you cannot
There you
teach
go.
Like that.
about the Montgomery
There we go,
bus
right there.
boycott. Now, I'm about to pull it up right now.
This is
You-
what
you
got it.
this is what
She
Roland
showed
just
it.
sent
No,
me.
no, no. I'm about to do full screen on the TV.
Shelly, put on my iPad.
You cannot. First of all, Shelly ain't in there.
Joanne Gibson Robinson.
Henry is in there.
There you go. There you go. One more time. Tell them.
Joanne Gibson Robinson.
No question. I'm gonna see Fred Green in 2 weeks.
You
He was a
cannot
student at Alabama State.
teach the Montgomery bus boycott.
That's right.
You cannot teach the Montgomery
Maybe we
bus.
didn't get to this reading yet.
No, you can't. No, you first of all, you can't even. Y'all,
Hey,
come on,
look,
pull
when
it.
you read that
Y'all-
book, you gonna
have
go
to-
back to class and
You
slap
have to-
everybody
got it.
in there.
I'm gonna get him, y'all.
you gonna literally slap him. Actually, it sit on my shelf. Guys, can y'all go to my iPad?
Shelly, go to my
I
iPad.
got the book.
Shelly been gone
the
for
lower
like
third.
10
I know.
Y'all, if you're
Shout out to
gonna
Shelly.
teach about
Shout
the
out to
Montgomery
Shelly.
bus boycott,
Yeah, that's it.
you cannot teach it unless you are reading from Joanne Robinson's book, The Montgomery Bus Boycott and the Women Who Started. Days
Now, if my teacher
days,
watches this, they
days,
gonna call me out.
whatever. Days after.
If your teacher watches this, they
right.
might cancel class.
Days
from now on.
after, and this is just
because they shouldn't be teaching
and
the
this is
class
just
if
fact,
they're not
y'all.
starting with that book.
Days
right
after, days
That was
after,
required, too.
days after Brown versus Board of Education, Joanne Robinson sends a letter to the bus company saying to integrate the buses. She had her own run-in on the bus. It wasn't just Rosa Parks. Her book talks about Claudette Colvin. People keep saying, oh, they didn't want Claudette Colvin because she was dark-skinned, because she was young with a kid. Well,
That was in my book.
Well, I interviewed Fred Gray, who was the lawyer. He explained, no, we were trying to make sure, this was a young girl not go to jail, okay? And so the women, it was the Women's Political Council in Montgomery.
They were already organized.
It was the women. They wanted to launch the boycott, right after Brown versus Board of Education. And it was a series of events that happened, and then it was finally the incident with Rosa Parks when they said, now it's time. So Joanne Robinson grabs 2 students at Alabama State. They go to the basement of the President's building. They mimeograph. That's for all you Negroes who don't know about that ink, that purple ink. Yep. They Xerox copies. Oh, for y'all know about no Xerox, okay. They made hand copies. And then they split it in 4. They passed out 50,000. She called about 9 sisters, and they already had a distribution system set up.
Because you couldn't have done that if you hadn't have a network already.
They dropped them off. The 9 sisters then distributed the flyers all around, and they called for the meeting. Now, the only reason the white folks found out because a black housekeeper or maid told her white boss about it. But Joanne writes they were pissed, but then she said they actually were happy about it because the media showed up, and the media, they actually amplified the boycott.
That's right.
They have the meeting. Now, the reason the women got written out because a lot of them worked at Alabama State, and they did not want to get the president in trouble.
Because the president called her in
and said, "Did you do this?"
The university president.
But his wife, who wasn't on the council, but who knew all them women, was with them. So Council Trenholm couldn't sell them out. This is why the community is so important.
So what they did was, because a lot of these women worked at the university, they didn't want to imperil the president.
That's exactly right.
They said to the preachers, y'all now take it from here.
That's exactly
but
right.
the actual launch of the boycott was Joanne Robinson. And if y'all go to YouTube and go to my Black Star Network app, see my interview with Fred Gray, he talked about him and her sitting at her kitchen table going over the Montgomery Improvement Association.
Shelly, go to my iPad.
So that's Henry. Shelly don't work here.
Black Star Network.
Henry, go to my iPad. Lord, she keep.
This is Black Star Network.
Shelly was at TV1.
TV1.
Shelly ain't been here 7 years. Shelly ain't been here
There you go,
7
right there.
years.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Black Star Network app on your phone. You can download it now.
This is
Android
we're
or
definitely in
iPhone.
the Black Table.
Download the Black Star Network app.
He talk with Fred Gray.
Make sure you click subscribe to the YouTube channel too, right there. While you
Gloria
at.
Robinson hadn't been an ancestor. How long? Well, no, I'm thinking about Gloria Richardson.
So right, so that's what.
yeah.
So
That's for all the original
so
Roland
again,
fans. Shelly, go to my
the
iPad.
people who don't
These people don't know about
people,
that.
the people understand. Again, trying to explain to them, history and not his story. But the reason that worked again, and I'm gonna keep going back to it. I don't give a damn people think. It would not have succeeded if they had not planned, if they had not met, if they had not discussed the strategy.
That's right.
So when it was time to do it, she made the copies, then said, I'm sending them out. Y'all get the flyers. They'd already laid out the distribution system. The problem that I have today, and this is not a slight against millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, it's for baby boomers as well, and Gen X. The problem I have today is that when something happens, I saw this after Trayvon, I saw this in other instances, we will meet for an hour. And in the hour, after the hour, we will open a bank account, an Instagram page, would have a website up, a Substack, all that open, and we ain't even figured out why we are meeting, what we are meeting, and who we represent. We lost Reverend Jim Lawson. Lawson said, regarding the Nashville movement, the first 6 months, we discussed why we were meeting. The next 6 months, we discussed what we wanted to do. That was a year of just talking and strategizing. So what I believe the failure that we see, and I can speak from this perch of doing this show, this just didn't just happen.
Yeah.
Oh, this was like plan. How
about that?
And when Alfred Liggins said, I'm canceling News One now, I was sitting there looking at him and I was like, when I leave this room, I'm calling so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. The first state of our union, the first state of our union was at Antioch in February of 2018. The reason we could do that is because I already owned all the cameras, the switcher, and the lights. I'd already bought the infrastructure. I'd already bought the infrastructure to do the broadcast. We just bought them stools you see. We bought those stools.
Oh, yeah.
We bought. So again, so what people don't understand, this is where our failure is. If you're watching right now and you want to impact November, you can't wait until October.
Exactly.
You must right now decide, okay, if I want to impact, so if you're in North Carolina and you say, I want Roy Cooper to win, first thing that you have to do is say, I'm committed to doing this. Then the next thing you do is you call a family meeting. Who in this family is down with me? You got to go person to your house. Then you go neighbor on my left, neighbor on my right, neighbor across the street. Then I'm going to get who down with me. Then once I got neighbor on my left and neighbor on my right, and the person across the street, well, the person across the street ain't down with it. I got my neighbors. Now we're going to talk to the rest of the street. Then once we talk to the street, we're going to talk to the block. And then once the block is down with it, we're going to hit the next block. One block that way, one block that way. That's 3 blocks. Then once we hit those 3 blocks, we're going to hit 3 more. Now we at 9 blocks. And then we're going to hit, if the 9 more, now we at 18 blocks. Y'all.
That's a voting precinct.
That's it. And so again, but this is how you actually do this. And then as you're meeting with those folks, you say, all right, I'm gonna need each one of us to put in $10. If I got 100 people, we already raised $1,000.
That's it.
Now we can buy materials or whatever the heck. Okay, who we supporting? Call the office. We gonna need 500 yard signs. We gonna need 100 yard signs. We gonna need whatever. This is all I'm saying.
It's that simple.
This is literally that simple.
Yeah.
You do not have to ask anybody's permission to do what I'm talking about.
To organize your own people.
And I need people doing it right now. And so the same person, neighbors, block, neighbors, street, block, blocks. Then you say, as a part of this, we're gonna have citizen education training. Once a week, Well, you can't do once a week. It's going to be once every 2 weeks. It's going to be a Saturday. Pick the time. Limit that shit to 90 minutes.
Max.
No. Because you got to tell the people.
Yeah.
You ain't going to be here all day.
That's
You
right.
taking your whole Sunday.
Yeah.
It's going to be 90 minutes.
they got kids.
And we're going to teach y'all about the race, the issues. Here's the whole deal. 90 minutes. You meet once a week or every 2 weeks, however you want to do it. And you do that now, you do that kick in the beginning of the month of March. You now have been organized in March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. That is 8 months. So when election day hits, your whole neighborhood is ready to move.
Or early voting.
Yep.
I have to point out this year,
Right.
because we know of the
North
conservative
Carolina's March
attacks.
17th.
You
Pull the early voting dates up right there. March 3rd is Alabama. No, North Carolina starts March 3rd, so it's next Tuesday. So Alabama, North Carolina, and Texas is March 3rd. Mississippi is
March 10th. Is this the close? This is
primary day.
It's primary.
March 10th.
The vote
Illinois
on
is
the
March
day.
17th.
But early voting has already started.
Do me, first of all, I know I ain't reading this right. Y'all got to be kidding me.
I told you, Alabama.
No. No.
What?
Okay, I'm going to cuss out somebody in that room who can't spell. Don't put no graphic up that's misspelled on my show. If your ass can't spell Mississippi.
Oh, shit.
You're missing a P, baby.
Now, that's why I get, hold up, I'm like, I know I ain't seeing
I didn't know what you said.
one P.
I didn't know what you said.
I said, let me move
They missing
closer.
a P, honey.
Damn it, don't.
I thought you couldn't see.
Damn it, we got No, wait a minute. I was like, I know I can read.
Yeah.
I said, so let me make sure I ain't.
This is Mrs. Pippin.
Maybe should have S and the I ain't going together. I done told y'all about
You see how
spell
fast
check.
they took it down?
Damn it.
David Bannon would be very disappointed.
If you want to piss me off.
All right, let me fix it. Put it back up.
I don't think y'all understand. Listen, my sister made a
We
back.
all learned about crooked letter, crooked letter.
Crooked letter
My brain, my sister made a, my sister is an artist. My sister is an artist and a designer. She made this handbag. And then my mom and oh, that's nice. I was like, that's nice. But that shit misspelled. They're like, Roland Watts, like, I'm sorry. My brain is wired. When I see words, I spell them.
That's right.
And I was like, it's misspelled. When I see words. No, I'm sorry.
But it's being corrected right now. So the point of what you were saying is we have primaries coming up.
Now,
We have states where there's early voting that's happening right now.
Damn it. Okay, all right. So North Carolina is March 3rd. So y'all, every single month, March, April, May, there are primaries.
Get started now.
But I need people to understand
You
again.
can make like a little toolkit on your website.
You don't have to wait for somebody's permission. Like, you don't have to ask anybody to talk to your neighbors and say, hey, who we want to win this Senate race.
That's right. Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all.
I just want our people just to understand that, hey, we don't have to sit here and wait and play games. And that's the issue for me. We got 5.5 minutes left. Final comments. I'll start with Mustafa. You ain't said nothing in a while. Go.
Mm-hmm. You know, I was sitting here listening. I was thinking about that quote that says, a system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect. And we can create our own systems.
That's right.
And that should be the focus, because we understand that when we organize, when we make sure that we pull our resources together, when we embrace the talent that exists inside of our communities, we can be transformational. And sometimes, you know, we're not taught that we have that ability. So if we do that, we don't have to ask anybody else, and we can actually push things in the direction that help our communities.
Eugene?
Get out there and vote, people. That's all. I think it's literally the last thing that's left. Just get out there and vote. Your primaries are coming up. You want to see a Senator Jasmine Crockett? Get out there and vote. You want to see Donald Trump, stopped via Congress? Get out there and vote. You want some shit done for you and your people? Get out there and fucking vote.
Tiffany?
Why Dr. Carr said, because he cussed.
Yeah, that's true.
Mine's is just a reminder, because I think it can be really intimidating to watch a panel full of folks talk about organizing so quickly. And I just want to remind you that organizing is a practice. None of us were born knowing how to do all of this stuff. We learned it because of the work that we did, the practice that we did, the victories that we won, and the victories that we've lost. And so as long as you get started, and Roland's made it plain, I've made it plain, everybody on this panel's made it plain, as long as you get started and talk to the person next to you, This is how we literally build a movement and not a moment. And you can help us with our movement by visiting usstudentassociation.org and donating today. Top right corner of the website, there's a red button that says donate. Click that. You can donate whatever you want. We appreciate it. It'll help us mobilize students across the country this March. Thank you.
Rebecca?
It's very important this year for people to have information, because we're going to see a rise of misinformation where sometimes people just get it wrong. They misspeak. They say the wrong thing. Okay. But we're also going to see disinformation. And disinformation is when you have intentional manipulation of information, incorrect information that is sent to a targeted group of people. We know in 2016 that Black folks in this country were targeted. We know in 2020 Black folks were targeted. In 2024 Black folks are targeted. Guess what? In these midterms, Black people are being targeted. So if you want information on the latest voting rules in your particular state, in all 50 states plus the District of Columbia, if you are interested in doing a third-party voter registration in all 50 states plus the District of Columbia, go to fairelectioncenter.org. My team of attorneys, they are constantly updating those guides, because we're seeing that there's movement that's happening in the courts. We see that there's different bills that are being passed in state legislatures. And so it's very important that you have access to accurate information that is reviewed as the rules on the ground change. Because I want to make sure, if you follow Roland's advice tonight, where he talks about you get your families together, you get your neighbors together, and then block by block, you start to take over your particular town or city. I want you to do those things. But wonder if you say, hey, let's start registering people to vote. If you are in the state of Georgia, there are elements of voter registration that has been criminalized now. If you are in Florida and you're saying, okay, it's an August primary, I want to make sure that my elderly neighbors in my apartment building have been able to turn in their ballot. Florida is one of those states, if you help more than 2 people turn in their ballot, it is now a criminal offense. So above all else, I want our people to be safe this year as you are doing the community work. Many of us have sat on the sidelines, have not been out on the streets and marched, and rightfully so. But there's still organizing work that must happen. And finally, if the spirit moves you, go to fairelectioncenter.org. We have a donate button. We need money for this movement. We need money to bring voting rights litigation in states across this country. We need money to make sure that students have the information that they need in order to turn out to vote. We need money to make sure that our HBCU students are well resourced, and our HBCU students who we know are targeted by this administration are able to have resources to fight back to make sure that they have voting locations on or near campus. So I encourage you to go to fairelectioncenter.org.
Greg?
I'll just say that what we're hearing right now is the information we need. And this is a place where we can get it. It's a trusted source. It is a valuable source. And now, because of technology, everybody's got a microphone. Everybody's got YouTube and TikTok or whatever. And I didn't mean to take a swipe at Joe Budden. I don't know him, and I doubt I'll ever meet him. But I will say this. This is not the Joe Budden show.
Come on.
Joe is not going to mess up his money by being political. We, on the other hand, have no choice but to be political, because we're talking about the liberation of our people and maybe even trying to save the planet, since we're all here on the damn planet together. That having been said, the state of our union was well taken care of tonight. When, again, we hear from Cliff, we hear from April, when we hear from Natasha and talk about what has to happen, it's all there. But not only them, everyone who has spoken tonight. And that's why the Black Star Network is so very important. Not to put down any other place. I think they're all very valuable. But we just heard from you, Rebecca, from you, Tiffany, we just heard very practical, not only advice, but ways that somebody with $1 in their pocket who doesn't mind hitting the donate button can say, I too am in the movement. You may not leave your house, take $2 off that subscription or whatever, stick it to a piece. Let's let $10,000, $15,000 come up tonight before we leave this studio.
Well, I will say this here. I do appreciate that Mark Lamont Hill was hired on the show. And I do believe the conversations that happen when the political conversations need to happen on Joe Budden's show. I've texted Joe in the past. I've texted Eon, his business partner, what they're doing. and this is what I say to all the black platforms. And again, this is to all the black-owned platforms, whether they are entertainment, whether they are sports, whether they are political, whether they are hair and makeup, whether they are dating. There is no aspect of Black America that is not touched by what's happening in D.C.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
None.
That's right.
There's none. What you are seeing with ABC, NBC, CBS, how they're going after Jimmy Kimmel, I really need people to understand. I really need people to understand. You've got black-owned radio stations. Do understand. I'm going to really help y'all out. You have black-owned radio companies that have black-owned radio stations, but if you're black and you are syndicated, you actually may be on a station owned by a white Republican.
Man, facts. Facts.
I can tell you when Tom Joyner had his morning show that was a discussion that was had in terms of the conversations that were happening on Tom's show. So in this moment, what I want to see, I want to see all of these shows. If your thing is entertainment or hip hop or whatever, or if it's, again, hair and makeup and dating, have a portion of your show educating your followers on what's happening in the world. And then also redirect them to some other places where they can get more information. I say this all the time. If you're looking for someone to talk about who's dating, who got married, who's doing something, whatever, go watch them. Because I'm not going to do it. I had no problem you going to watch it. Because this is what we're going to focus on here. And so that's the thing. I called Mark Lamont Hill the other day. And because I was the one who encouraged Mark to launch his YouTube channel. And I called him and I said, hey, this is yesterday. I said, how's your channel going? What he's doing with his Patreon, all those different things like that. See, I got no problem sharing the information. I'm not sweating if what Mark is doing. I've had conversations with other people people call me all the time and I give them advice and counsel. I'm not sitting here like, oh, I don't want to share nothing with them or whatever. And so that's great. But I used that example earlier about what we support because to show we do y'all, you can't have $1.5 trillion spending power and not identify what we spend it on. You can't. So we have examples of black people who spend money every month on things that they desire. Now, how do we get in the habit to now expand the offerings of the things that we actually like? That's really where we are. Listen, the guys that Earn Your Leisure, when they have an interview, I saw it. That was a great conversation. What they're doing, great. What they're doing on the era of finance. We have this is what I keep trying to say. Y'all, we have amazing capacity. We've got capacity elsewhere. So I would love to see on these black-owned platforms, no matter what your content is, say, folks, make sure you're registered, double check your registration. If you don't have an ID, here's the process. Yes. I would love for every black-owned, black-targeted platform reminding folks, hey, here are the upcoming primaries. Double check to make sure you're voting in your particular state.
Yes.
What now begins to happen? Yes. Now you begin to see a collective action.
Yep, that's right.
Now you begin to see, oh, they're getting on a Roland show. And they're getting over here on Dee in the Morning. And they're getting over here on D.L. Hughley's show. And they're getting on Joe Budden. They're getting on Mark Lamont Hill. They're getting on Dawn. They're getting on Joy. They're getting on EYL. They're getting on, this sports show. They're getting on Mason Cam. They're getting on All the Smoke. They're getting on Byron Scott podcast. They're getting on, then it becomes this.
Oh, no, sorry.
Then it becomes this. And now all of a sudden, people who are not naturally listening to all it. Listen, them young brothers out of Chicago, the Jam Pod, I love what they do. I don't love the N-word, but I posted on their channel. I'm like, yo, if we can kill N-word, I'm real good. But what they are doing, these are 4 or 5 young bros who are breaking down policy. I'm loving it. I'm telling you, I'm loving it. I support them. And so this is what I'm saying. We have lots of black capacity.
It's true. Yep.
The question is, how do we harness our black capacity to move our people in this public space? That's what I'm talking about. So if all of a sudden we are moving black folks in the digital space with all these different shows, and then we are using our black capacity with black organizations. And so if we're talking about challenging every fraternity and sorority, and challenging every business group, and challenging lawyers groups, and engineering group, and environmental group, and student-led group, we can go on and on and on. Now all of a sudden, y'all, this begins to, and now the work is not left up to 1 or 2 people.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, imagine if I pull a YouTube top 100 up, you got consistently you'll see Shannon, Joe and Jada, Joe Budden. You'll see 85 South as DC Young Fly, Chico Bean, those guys.
Carlos
You'll
Miller.
see Jeff Teague. Who?
Carlos Miller, Chico Bean, DC Young Fly.
Right. I said 85 South.
Y'all
I
be
said 85
on
South.
these
So then, oh my God, can I said DC Young Fly, Chico Bean, and the other guys. Got it.
Like
okay, Jeff Teague and his whole team. Okay, then you go down. If you look on that list, you got probably about consistently 10 or 12 African Americans that are on that list. We're the only black news. So what if the other 11 said once a week, driving folks register to vote, remind them of the primary? They can still what they do all other days. Mm-hmm. That's how you use and harness capacity. Remember, Kamala Harris was doing interviews with Shannon. She did it with all the smoke. But that doesn't have to happen only in the presidential election. We do this, now all of a sudden, we're impacting multiple demographics. This is what I'm talking about. We could run the table in November, y'all.
That's true.
Kennedy is up for re-election in Louisiana. He can be defeated, but you got to organize and mobilize Black Louisiana.
Absolutely.
Now.
Get rid of that guy.
Cindy Hyde Smith
Yes.
can be beaten in Mississippi,
Mm-hmm.
but you got to organize and mobilize Black people. We don't know who's going to win Texas next week, James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett. You mobilize and organize Black people, Latino voters who are real pissed off with Trump. If Ken Paxton wins a corner, they can be beaten.
Absolutely.
Y'all, the numbers are there. The problem is we are so busy talking about what needs to happen, what didn't happen, why we can't do it, the problems we had before. We're not talking about a forward-thinking action plan. So that's what I want. If you are watching me right now, no matter what state that you're in, you could say, how can I put in some work where the person I want can win? Mm-hmm. And I know you say, well, man, Roland, you keep making it sound like it's simple. It actually is. Mm-hmm. But simple things also require work, commitment, focus, discipline. We can completely start the process. And imagine if we shock this country and flip it in November. I'm telling y'all where my mind's gonna be the day after Election Day in November. It's going to be on the next election in 27. And then it's going to be on those 3 Supreme Court seats in North Carolina in 28, and the presidential, and other U.S. Senate races. That's just sort of how I'm wired. I do not have any time, nor space, nor energy, or capacity to bitch and moan about what happened 2, 3 years ago, or even 6 months ago. I have no energy to complain about, man, what woulda, shoulda, coulda. I have none of that. What I do have time for is energy and focus and vision to completely destroy these evil people who want to subjugate black people as if we are in post-slavery days. They want slavery without shackles. They want us back where we could not work in places and we couldn't say anything, we couldn't do anything. That's what they want. And there's no way in hell I'm willing to let them. Folks, I want to thank all of y'all for watching. A lot of people we had on this show, a lot of people come through. I want to thank all the guests. We have personnel down at the U.S. Capitol in the control room here. All the folks who have been in our studio. Let me thank all y'all for hanging. Tiffany, Mustafa, Greg, Rebecca, Eugene, everybody who joined us. We'll be live tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered, with a recap of the news of the day. I'm sure we're going to have also some members of Congress. Let me thank the Albrights. Great job, Loan Latasha Brown, for giving us our keynote for the State of Our Union. We certainly appreciate that. They followed, we were supposed to have Cliff and Latasha, but she was in Mexico. And so we said, fine, we'll work it out. And so we got it all done. And so we appreciate all the work that they did. This was about giving you the information that you need. Because trust me, you saw more black people tonight on this last 6 hours and 13 meters. I already have that one. Matter of fact, it was hanging up, and I was like, should I wear that one? And then they wore it. They ain't tell me they were gonna wear it, but I already have that the Black Voters Matter dashiki. I already got that one in the closet. And so I want to thank all of them again, making it possible, because y'all, these other networks don't give a damn about us. They don't give a damn about us. But us here, we center us every single day. Support the work that we do, y'all. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. Remember, the goal is to get 20,000 people contributing on average $50 each a year. $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day. You support this show and the 5 other shows that we have. The Breakdown of Brittany Noble is going to be at noon Eastern tomorrow. Then I'll be at 6. Then, of course, all of our weekly shows we have as well. And, yes, we're still waiting on Tiffany Lofton to get her stuff together for her weekly show. And so... yes, I heard. Yes, praise the Lord. Yes, yeah, Greg. Finally. Right, praise the Lord. But it'll be real nice when Tiffany does one. Yeah, just one. Just one. Just the pilot.
Y'all heard that?
I'm just saying, we've only, it ain't got nothing to do with them.
Absolutely.
It has nothing to do with them.
Haven't got an email or a link.
It has nothing to do with them. She know.
Make it happen.
She know. Yes, hopefully.
We're going to make it happen.
Hopefully in 26. So we'll see.
Hopefully in 26.
Yes, hopefully we have 10 months left to see. Let's see if that happens.
Yeah.
And so, again, support all the shows right here, folks. You want to give your cash app, use the Stripe QR code. You see it right here. Use that for credit cards as well. Checks and money order. Make it payable to Roland Martin Unfiltered. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo, RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Also, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Samsung Smart TV. Be sure, of course, to get our Roland Martin swag at shopblackstarnetwork.com. All of our T-shirts, that's right, the sweatshirt I'm wearing, don't blame me, I voted for the black woman. You can get this as a sweatshirt, as a zip-up, as a T-shirt, as well, black and white is all on the website. And also remember that quote from Tiffany's pastor at Kappa. He said, "How you die does not redeem how you lived." That was his quote in the wake of. in the wake of Charlie Kirk's shooting. So we put that on a T-shirt. And then, of course, at Anthony Scaramucci quote, MAGA chose between woke or broke. They chose broke. You can get that T-shirt as well. And then if you want to support our black-owned products, every product you see on this table here, these are all black-owned companies, y'all. All black-owned companies. And so you can go to shopblackstarnetwork.com and check out all those products in our marketplace. And don't forget, download the app Fanbase and get that as well. Folks, that's it. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow right here, Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.